Chapter 1010, Master, a new and extremely important prophecy has surfaced. Aaron was in the middle of spinning yet another tale about demons when the dusty old prophecy book unexpectedly reappeared. Before he could even rise from his seat, a flawless white hand snatched it away. Princess Hala flipped it open with casual grace. Her eyes flicked over the ancient script, and in an instant, her pupils widened. A low, appreciative laugh escaped her lips. "Well now," she said, "I like this prophecy. It seems your shabby little book still holds some value." Aaron swallowed, both relieved and embarrassed. Thank you, Princess Hala." "Tell me," she prompted, "what does it foretell? Why don't you read it for yourself?" Aaron replied with a wry smile. "It might spark some inspiration for your next creation." He shrugged and opened the tome to the marked passage. His brow instantly furrowed, and he muttered under his breath, "Waterfa." Then he cleared his throat and read aloud, "The son of hell shall venture forth from the underworld to claim Saint Fangance's sacred covenant. His coming will shatter the seals of hell, unleashing devils upon the mortal realm, and heaven itself will not remain idle." Aaron snapped the book shut and looked up, forcing a grin. "Exciting, isn't it?" Hala's eyes darkened. "If by exciting you mean utterly catastrophic, then yes, it's quite thrilling." He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. "Honestly, can this world ever catch a break? Give me something, anything, good for once." Princess Hala met his gaze, her expression suddenly earnest. "Master, you must believe me. No one in the universe wants to bring you good news more than I do," Hala said, her voice deceptively soft. Aaron snapped the heavy prophecy book shut and slid it onto the shelf behind him. He steepled his fingers and laughed, though the sound cracked at the edges. Troubled times indeed. Heaven and hell won't be short of company soon, but why must you stir up trouble the moment I arrive in this realm? Couldn't you have waited until I left?" Hala tilted her head, a faint smile curling her lips. "Do you really think this chaos sprang from my whim?" Her eyes glinted. "It wasn't my doing." Aaron's grin faltered, his face tightening. "You're saying it's because of me?" "Your soul, Gaius, is a delicacy in hell," Hala continued, stepping closer. "Demons crave it. Even a lowly imp who consumes your soul would gain power enough to rival a demon lord, and if Mephisto himself were to claim it—" She let the unspoken threat hang between them. He'd dare challenge Satan directly. Aaron's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. "My soul, is that valuable?" "More than you can imagine." Hala inhaled, as though savoring his presence. "In hell, immortal bodies are common enough, but a truly pure, immortal soul, now that's extraordinary." A sudden chill ran down Aaron's spine. He clenched his fists. "Great," he thought with bitter humor. "Turns out I've become a monk's pilgrimage prize. Not quite the legendary Xuanzang, though." Aaron leaned back against the ruined archway, arms folded, an expression unreadable. "At least they have a full team of specialists. I'm out here on my own." Hala chuckled. "Good thing they haven't tracked you down yet." "I wouldn't call it bravery," he said, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "More like caution." "Please," Hala scoffed, "with your magic even hell would struggle to find your equal." He raised an eyebrow. "There are still some who could give me a run for my money." Hala rolled her eyes. "You're downright cowardly when it comes down to it." "Not cowardice," Aaron corrected gently. "I prefer to think of it as following my heart. When the moment to act on it passes, all that's left is a desperate fight." She sighed, shaking her head. "Enough. You know this prophecy as well as I do. Doesn't it make you want to intervene? Seal the gates of hell before they open?" Aaron waved a dismissive hand. "No, prophecies are like tangled webs. Meddling only gets you uffed in the threads. And besides, there's heaven to handle things. They won't just stand by and let demons run amok." Hela's brow furrowed. "That's easy to say, but if this turns to chaos, it'll wreck everything. I'm gonna have to rethink my strategy." Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. "You've still got a plan?" She fixed him with a steady gaze. "I always have a plan. You should know that by now." Aaron regarded her with a wry smile. "Well, this is a surprise." Hala raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, Aaron." He inclined his head gravely. "In a universe teetering on the brink, and on a planet beset by chaos, it takes real strength and wisdom to lie low." Her lips curved into a thin, skeptical line. "Lie low? Ghost Rider is combing every corner of the globe, and last I heard, he's acting as Mephisto's envoy." You don't have the luxury of rest. He'll find you soon enough. Aaron's shoulders relaxed as if he were shrugging off her warning. Let him come, he replied. If worst comes to worst, he'll turn and run. Hela's eyes glittered with amusement. Do you honestly believe the rest of the universe will be safer than the atrium? Once you leave Earth, Mephisto won't hesitate to broadcast Gaius's whereabouts across every plane of existence. A shadow crossed Aaron's face. He wouldn't be that shameless, would he? Shameless? A devil without guile? Hela laughed softly. On Earth, competition keeps him in check. He might let you slip through his fingers. But if you flee this world, well, for a devil, a lost opportunity is a wound that must be avenged. He won't just track you, he'll sell you out, and he'll demand a fortune to do it. Silence fell between them, heavy with unspoken dangers. Aaron's jaw clenched. Hela's smirk widened. Neither dared predict which of Mephisto's designs would unfold first, but both knew that once set in motion, the devil's schemes rarely ended well for anyone. Which means that even if I escape from Earth, I'm only buying myself a brief respite before an even fiercer storm catches up to me. Aaron's voice was hollow with exhaustion. That's about right, his companion replied softly. But the universe is vast. You'll always find a corner where you can hide. Aaron forced a weak smile. Thanks for the reassurance. I thought I might bolt the moment things turned sour. Now I see I can't afford to run until the very end. Just remember that. Suddenly, Aaron shot to his feet, and I must never let Ghost Rider find me. I have to stay as far away from him as possible. Several kilometers later, at a ramshackle tavern on the edge of the Gobi Desert in Texas, a hard-driving rock band unleashed a torrent of sound. The air inside was thick with tobacco smoke and spilled liquor, punctuated by raucous laughter, slurred insults, and the occasional crash of a chair. Fights broke out every few minutes, yet somehow they never disturbed the bar's unwritten code. Meanwhile, more than 10 kilometers beyond the tavern's neon glow, the desert sky, once clear and placid, turned ominously gray. Jagged bolts of lightning tore through the low clouds, and icy rain began to pelt the parched ground. Each frozen drop smashed against scraggly brush, encasing the few green shoots in a thin layer of frost. Then, as if reality itself had snapped, those same raindrops burst into flame before hitting the earth, raining fire upon the desolate landscape. Scarlet arcs of flame rained down, sputtering into sparks before vanishing. Then, with a deafening crack, bolts of lightning split the darkness, casting a brief, ghostly glow over the strange celestial display. In that fleeting light, a figure emerged, a man in a black suit, his face as pale as moonlight, his breath misting in the cool air. He moved forward deliberately. Each slow, measured step somehow closed hundreds of meters, yet remained entirely visible to onlookers. The ground beneath him reeked of sulfur, as if scorched by infernal fire. This was Wu Shinmo, Hell's own heir, the runaway son who'd escaped the underworld behind Mephisto's shadow. He halted before the tavern's heavy wooden door. A burly man, arms like tree trunks and a stubborn sneer, stood guard, tankard in hand. You're in the wrong place, kid, the bouncer growled. This is an angels-only tavern. Angels, huh? Wu Shinmo's tone was amused. Really? The giant's knuckles whitened as he jabbed a finger into Wu Shinmo's chest. Yes, got a problem with that? Wu Shinmo's smile was calm, almost serene. He extended a single finger toward the man's sternum. At once, a wisp of emerald smoke curled from the bouncer's heart, drifting upward like a poisonous blossom. Silence fell. Even the thunder seemed to wait. Then Wu Shinmo spoke, his voice low and cold. Let me in. His flesh went ashen, black streaked with gray, while his body convulsed and shrank. In mere seconds, the man who once weighed over kilograms dwindled to less than half that size. With a final, agonized gasp, he collapsed to the floor. Wu Shinmo stared down at him, his face unreadable, and said in a low, cold voice, I am still not satisfied. He stepped over the body and pushed open a pair of heavy ebony doors, entering the tavern beyond. Moments ago, this place had been alive with laughter, music, and the clatter of mugs. Now all that remained was a haunting stillness, interrupted only by distant, piteous screams. A chill wind carried the rancid stench of decay down the stone steps and into the night. Time seemed to stretch. Finally, a single waitress crept out from her hiding spot beneath the bar, her eyes wide with terror. She paused in the center of the room, frozen. Every patron and server had been transformed into grotesque statues of gray-black rock, utterly lifeless. Before she could cry out, Wu Shinmo materialized at her side. In one swift motion, he pinched her neck firmly between thumb and forefinger and lifted her clear off the floor. The tavern's gloom swallowed her muffled scream. "I know you're here. I can smell your fear." With that chilling declaration, Wu Shinmo flicked his wrist and a body crumpled at his feet. He tossed the corpse aside as if it were nothing more than refuse. Then, without a hint of remorse, he began to stride across the dimly lit tavern, his eyes locking onto a shadowed alcove. Earth Demon. At his command, the golden-brown sand in the corner swirled violently, coalescing into a hulking figure of grit and stone. Folding massive arms across its chest, the Earth Demon's hollow voice rumbled through the room. "Why have you summoned me?" Before Wu Shinmo could reply, a spray of water burst through the tavern window, droplets scattering as they condensed into a sleek, dripping form. The water demon hovered silently, eyes glinting. "And me?" it whispered, voice like wind-rippled waves. Wu Shinmo turned to face them both, his expression cold and determined. "Saint Venganza's contract has been stolen," he announced. "It's hidden in the cemetery just outside town. You will help me retrieve it." A sudden gale tore through the doorway, howling as it solidified into the wind demon, a lithe, shifting silhouette wreathed in swirling currents. It hovered above the floor, head tilted. "And what do we gain once it's in our hands?" A slow, malicious smile curved Wu Shinmo's lips. "With that contract, we will claim dominion over this world," he declared, each word punctuated by the crackle of anticipation. "No god, no king, no empire can stand against us. The son of hell rising to rule, an equal, if not a superior, to the son of God himself." The three demons exchanged glances, their forms crackling with dormant power. Outside, the wind moaned through the broken door, as if echoing their pact of impending conquest. Being second in command isn't nearly as comfortable as being the boss. As long as he remains in Hell's hierarchy, he'll forever live in the shadow of his father, Mephisto. Mephisto is a father-tier helllord, ruler of a vast infernal dimension with an almost infinite lifespan. There's no realistic hope that his son will ever outlive him or inherit his dominion. Someday, after inconceivable censure, Mephisto might sweep him aside without a second thought. But there is no such thing as an eternal prince in this world. Better to build his own empire. Earth could be his second hell. Then he'd no longer be his father's heir. He'd be his own master, ruling a domain of suffering that rivals Mephisto's. He'd stand toe-to-toe with the supreme sorcerer, even strike a blow at his old man himself. The very thought set his veins aflame. Just as he smiled at the vision of his triumph, a blunt voice cut through the revelry. "What about Mephisto?" The water demon's question shattered the moment. The witch demon's lips cracked into a dark snarl, curls of shadow sprouting at his temples. His eyes, once ringed with crimson, went entirely black. Every stitch in his grinning maw seemed ready to burst. "Never," he hissed, voice low and dangerous, "say that name. It's not him. You're innocent." In a flash of hellfire, a skeletal figure ripped the collar of a startled passerby, then vaulted onto a roaring motorcycle wreathed in dancing flames. The Ghost Rider's jaw snapped open and shut, unleashing a laughter that sounded more like a demon's wail than a man's. With a thunderous rev, the bike tore down the street, its flaming tires carving a scarlet arc into the night before vanishing into darkness. "All units, be advised. The fiery skeleton is headed downtown. Proceed with caution and stay alert." Within minutes, the entire precinct was on the move. Patrol cars fanned out to block the front and rear of the city's landmark stone archway as a police helicopter swooped overhead, its spotlight playing across the Ghost Rider's blazing form. Dozens of armed officers lined the barricaded street, fingers poised on triggers, waiting for the order to fire. The Ghost Rider paused at the threshold of the arch, skull gleaming under the harsh beam. He cast a slow, deliberate glance over his shoulder, then twisted the throttle. With a deafening roar, he plunged off the riverbank into the water below. Plop! A cascade of splashes, and both rider and soul chariot plunged beneath the surface. Yet the flames that cloaked them refused to be extinguished, flickering defiantly in the dark undercurrent as they sank from sight. Infernal fire seethed beneath the river's surface, hissing and boiling the cold water into steam. In an instant, the soul chariot burst through the surface, its wheels still engulfed in flames. Ghost Rider threw back his head and laughed as he guided the blazing chariot across the water like it was solid ground, accelerating away from the startled crowd. Spectators stood frozen, mouths agape, before someone finally snapped out of the stupor. "Chase him! Quickly! Don't let him escape!" Police cruisers screeched to life, sirens wailing as they gave pursuit. Above them, a helicopter pilot locked onto Ghost Rider's position and relayed every move. "This is Eagle 1, the pilot's voice crackled over the radio. "Flame Skeleton is heading west on Querui Street. Repeat, westbound. Be aware, that street ends in a dead end. All units, prepare to contain him." But before anyone could set up a roadblock, Ghost Rider made an extraordinary maneuver. The spotter in the helicopter let out a strangled gasp. "What? What is it?" the pilot asked. He's climbing the building. He's riding the chariot up the wall, almost at the top." Down below, officers watched in horrified awe as fiery wheels carved a trail up the skyscraper's facade. With a final thunderous bang, the soul chariot vaulted onto the rooftop and skidded to a halt. Ghost Rider stood silhouetted against the night sky, skull ablaze, his hell-forged vehicle smoking at his feet, and the city lay helpless beneath him. Ghost Rider stepped out of the car, a feral sneer twisting his features as hellfire danced across his skull. The beam of a searchlight swept over him again, and whatever patience he'd had was gone. With a roar, he cracked his chain through the air and snagged the helicopter's landing skids. The chopper shuddered violently. Inside, the pilot fought the Contro, Ellis, but the machine's engines couldn't match the rider's raw strength. Inch by inch, the helicopter was drawn toward that blazing skull. "Come on over," Ghost Rider hissed. Panicked, the pilot's voice trembled. "No, please, no." "You're testing my patience," Ghost Rider growled, every word a rasp of brimstone. Fine, sorry." He eased the chain just enough to let the helicopter pull away. Then, coiling the metal cable around his fist, he gave it 2 mighty twists and sent the chopper spinning skyward like a warped carnival ride. It vanished into the night, a smoking wreck against the stars. The wind carried the last echo of Ghost Rider's laugh as he stood alone on the tarmac, head crowned in hellfire. Ghost Rider, the legend of the West. The damned soul calling itself Mercedes-Benz has come into our world to fulfill the devil's bargain. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury watched Ghost Rider's chilling laughter play across the giant screen. His brow knotted so tightly it looked like it might crack. "Which one is this?" he demanded. "Number 74, Maria Hill replied in a low voice. "He's moved from Cairo onward, leaving 73, and now 74, victims in his wake. The latest was Gaius." "Damn it," Fury spat. "What's happened over the last few years? Even hell seems to be on the move." Hill met his gaze. "Since Iron Man's emergence, supernatural activity on Earth has skyrocketed. S.H.I.E.L.D. can barely keep up. If hell, and the devil himself, are truly stepping into the fray, Fury, we need to prepare for a full-scale supernatural war." Chapter 10 and 11, Nick Fury stood before the S.H.I.E.L.D. command console, its holographic screens awash in occult symbols and dossier photos. Agent Maria Hill watched him expectantly at his side. "You don't need to walk me through the basics," Fury said, arms crossed. "The moment Ghost Rider reappeared, I contacted the Vatican. The Church confirms they have exorcism rituals capable of expelling demons, but only up to a certain power level. Anything stronger, and they're helpless. They've asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate a handful of legendary Christian relics tied to Jesus, holy artifacts we could deploy in a worst-case scenario." Hill tapped the edge of the display, zooming in on a sketch of a flaming skull strapped to a motorcycle. "Understood. What do you want us to do next? Should we brief the Avengers?" Fury shook his head. "Not yet. According to the ancient texts, Ghost Rider is effectively the devil's emissary on Earth, bound by a soul contract. But he isn't wholly evil. In fact, he might very well be an unwitting force for good, compelled only by that infernal pact." He paused, a knowing half-smile playing on his lips. Judging by the demon's movements, it seems its primary goal is clear, to use Ghost Rider as a tracker. It wants Rider to locate a man named Gaius. That's our lead. Hill frowned in surprise. "Gaius? Who is he?" Fury tapped a name on the console, bringing up a terse dossier. "Gaius, antiquarian scholar, rumored expert in early Christian mysticism, vanished 2 days ago." "Exactly," Fury said. "We don't know much, but whatever Gaius possesses is clearly important to this demon. Find him before the demon does, and before the Ghost Rider is forced to deliver him straight into Satan's hands. Hill straightened and saluted crisply. On it, Director. I'll assemble a field team immediately. Fury nodded. Good. Keep this quiet. No Avengers briefing for now. If we pull them in too soon, we risk blowing our cover. And remember, Ghost Rider may not be our enemy. If we time it right, he could help us, if we can free him from that contract. Hill turned and strode out of the war room. Fury lingered a moment, eyes flicking back to the flickering hollows. Whatever game the devil was playing, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be ready. Maria Hill studied Nick Fury's unreadable smile, and a chill ran down her spine. I don't know if this is such a good idea. Agent Hill, Fury said, his tone cool and steady, I need you to trust my judgment. Hill frowned. Fury, your plan is basically to shove all our problems eastward, but Aaron Gaius isn't exactly known for playing fair. Fury tapped his chin, the corners of his mouth lifting in a wry grin. I know that, but right now it's our simplest option. Besides, who do you think gave him the name Gaius in the first place? Hill's eyes narrowed. You saw what happened when Ghost Rider hunted him down. The guilty died, the innocent walked free. Gaius may not be a saint, but he's cunning. There's a good chance he'll beat any charges. And you know how petty he is. He'll never let this go. He'll turn around and hunt the rider down himself. Fury nodded. Exactly. Hill crossed her arms. Still, I'd rather we confront our opponents directly. Fury couldn't help a short, dry laugh. Agent Hill, he said, was today the first day you met me? Hill leaned forward, voice low. If the Hell Messenger is hunting him, what do you think he'll do? Fury hesitated. He'll pack up and run, find somewhere off the grid until the Ghost Rider moves on. Hill fell silent for a moment, then frowned. But what if the person Rider's after really is Gaius? I've already checked his identity, Fury replied, his one good eye narrowing. It shouldn't be him. Hill scoffed. Director Fury, this involves the devil himself. Doesn't cut it. Fury allowed a faint glimmer of a smile. If Aaron is the one Rider seeks, all the better. Hill raised an eyebrow. And why's that good? Because if Aaron can stand up to the Ghost Rider, he must be formidable. That gives Earth a powerful new ally. Fury paused, then added firmly, we'll use the Rider to verify Aaron's identity. Aaron sneezed, rubbing his nose. I swear, it feels like someone out there wants to hurt me. Hela's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Your instincts aren't wrong. Ghost Rider is on his way to find you. He won't catch me. Aaron reached for the compass on the shelf, turning it over in his hand. This compass always points to him. I'll just head the opposite direction. Put half the world between us. Even if he somehow tracks me down, it means he's visited every other Gaius on Earth first. By then I'll have ascended to God of Magic. If Mephisto himself shows up, he'll still have to face my two mighty staves before he can leave. Hela sneered. Pathetic. A mere Ghost Rider frightens you so badly that you plan to run away, or rather wander aimlessly. Hela's laughter died on the wind as she turned to Aaron, her gaze cold and curious. How could I fall in love with you? She repeated, almost to herself. Aaron froze. Pardon? She shook her head, amusement flickering in her dark eyes. How could I ever fall in love with a place like this? She swept her hand over the jagged peaks and ash-choked sky of her realm. I thought you meant me, the goddess of death herself. I was ready to swoon. He let out a sharp breath. The idea of becoming the object of Hela's affections was far from flattering. Mortals were supposed to be strong where gods were weak, to serve as protectors, yet Hela inverted every expectation. Patricidal impulses, unearthly cruelty, marrying her would be nothing short of self-destruction. He forced a rueful smile. All right, Your Highness, but don't forget, until your powers return, it's my duty to keep you safe. She crossed her arms. And right now I seem defenseless? Aaron inclined his head. Not at all, but we both know how unpredictable things can get. My promise only holds if you don't go stirring up trouble. And if we ever have to flee, I'll see you off first. Hela's lips curved into a dangerous grin. And what if I refuse to run? He pinched the bridge of his nose. Then I suppose I'll have to invent some risky scheme to outwit the Ghost Rider. Maybe lure him into a trap. His words cut off abruptly. From somewhere in the gloom, Frank Castle's voice drifted over them, reciting a solemn eulogy that froze the blood in Aaron's veins. The hunt was far from over. Aaron whispered the titles reverently, god of contract, ancient heir of noble lineage, maker of minds, lord of shadows. He trailed off, and almost immediately Frank's thoughts brushed against his own. What's wrong? Frank asked. Bad news, Master. Frank hesitated, clearly embarrassed. Nick Fury wants me to lead the Ghost Rider straight to you. Boom. It was as if thunder exploded inside Aaron's chest, followed by a torrential downpour of blood. Fury was out of his mind. Did he want to get him killed? Aaron only wanted to disappear, and he certainly wasn't prepared for a showdown with the spirit of vengeance. He forced himself to inhale deeply, taming the urge to carve Fury into pieces. Frank's voice floated in again, softer than usual. Master, are you all right? All right? Aaron ground out. He could almost hear the cracks in his own voice. The chill in his tone made the Punisher, veteran of countless massacres, shudder. Nothing about this is all right. Schild's in a world of trouble. And Fury's on his own. What was he thinking? Did he even discuss this with me? Frank fell silent, uncertain. He knew better than anyone how dangerous it was to draw the Ghost Rider's fiery attention, and he knew Aaron's power. But orders were orders, and Fury had been adamant. Aaron clenched his fists until his knuckles went white. He could feel the shadows stirring, eager to rip through flesh and bone. But he could not, would not, let his wrath run wild, not yet. With great effort, he drew in a steadying breath. Fine, he said at last, voice low and unwavering. Tell Agent Fury I'll be ready, but if that rider so much as sniffs my trail before I say go, he'll regret it. Fra, Enkin nodded somberly. Understood, Master. Aaron turned away from the mental fog that Fury had thrown around him and focused on the task ahead. Ghost Rider was coming, and Aaron intended to make sure he wouldn't be the one afraid of the flames. Gaius sat rigidly at the head of the long conference table as S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant Aaron Mercer eyed him coolly from the other end. Special Agent Frank Delaney leaned against the wall behind Mercer, arms crossed, watching both of them with a wary expression. Mercer tapped a folder in front of him. Any questions? He asked. If not, speak up now. This is your only chance. I kept my mouth shut. Director Fury's plan is simple, Mercer went on. He wants to shift the Ghost Rider problem onto you. Since Ryder's already hunting you, Gaius, Fury figures it's the perfect opportunity. Even if you fail to stop him, you'll probably survive. I stifled a scoff. Fury had always been mercenary with his operatives. And if I succeed? I asked, leaning forward. Mercer's lips curled into a sneer. Then it's a win for S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury will make sure the world knows it. All the credit goes to him and the agency. Delaney shifted uneasily. He'd seen Fury's tactics in action before. He'll never admit any debt to the agent on the front lines, Frank muttered under his breath. Mercer waved him down. There's another angle, too. Fury intends to use this assignment to confirm your identity once and for all. Finally put his suspicions to rest. My jaw tightened. I should have known that son of a bitch would never let go of his doubts about me. Delaney gave me a sympathetic look. With Fury, it's never a matter of trust, only suspicion and a temporary truce. Silence fell over the room, heavy with the unspoken truth. There was no backing out now. Fury's gambit was in motion, and Gaius, the man Ryder sought, was the bait. Frank's voice crackled over the comm. Given Ghost Rider's recent appearances, he'll know something's up, he warned. Aaron's hands curled into fists. He took a steadying breath. When can you get there? What's the earliest? Tonight, Frank replied without hesitation. From everything we've logged, Ghost Rider only shows up after dark. By dawn, he's back to his human form. Aaron's jaw tightened. Is there any way to push that back, say, to the next night instead? Frank hesitated. I wish I could delay him, but unless you leave Earth entirely, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel network will zero in on your signal. And he let the rest hang in the silence. Aaron understood perfectly. Ghost Rider never gave up until he'd completed his mission. Nick Fury wouldn't rest until he'd unmasked Aaron either. Trying to flee now would only confirm their suspicions. A low chuckle escaped Aaron's lips. It started quiet, almost thoughtful, then swelled into a full, unhinged laugh that echoed through the empty corridors. His grin widened, eyes bright with something dangerous. He was ready. Aaron paced the length of the chamber, running a hand through his hair. I've been in hiding for so long, he muttered, voice low and tight. And all it took was this absurd, ridiculous chain of events to expose me. On the screen before him, Frank's face flickered into focus. He leaned forward, brow furrowed. "So what do you want me to do?" he asked after a pregnant pause. "I'm all ears." Aaron's jaw hardened. "There's only one option. Do exactly as Nick Fury instructed." He cut the transmission without waiting for a reply. A soft snap echoed behind him, followed by a ripple of amused applause. Hela emerged from the shadows, her ever-present grin widening. "You sound edgy," she teased. "What's the matter? Spill. Entertain me." He let out a long, weary sigh. "It's worse than I thought." Gathering himself, he detailed every scrap of intelligence Frank had uncovered. The hidden items, the reluctant informant, the trap Fury had set to force Gaius into revealing his identity. Hela clapped her hands in delight. "Ha! Well, so Mephisto isn't completely useless after all." She leaned closer, eyes glittering. "Gee, and that Nick Fury, the stubborn mortal, must be positively thrilled he tricked Gaius into giving himself away." Aaron's hand curled into a fist. He shook it once, twice, as if cracking a whip. "I want to kill him," he growled. "Never before have I felt such a murderous urge toward a human." Hela's laughter rang out like bells. "Oh, you'll have your chance," she promised. "After tonight, you'll finally be free to be yourself again." Aaron glanced around warily. "Or we could just slip off to Bohart for a while and lie low." "Don't count your blessings yet, Your Highness." Hela's lips curled into a teasing smirk. Aaron's scowl deepened. "Until your divine power is fully restored, we're nothing but grasshoppers dangling on a string. If I fail you, there's nowhere to run." "I couldn't care less." Hela threw up her hands. "Helm is another realm of the underworld. Hell in its own right. True, I haven't polished it to perfection, but every demon knows I'm the lord of the underworld. My standing is every bit Mephisto's equal. Even if your secret falls and Mephisto comes snooping around, he won't dare touch me. He's one of the few demons with any sense. No enough reward, no crossing me. What about Odin? He could hunt you down." Hela shrugged, unfazed. "Worst case scenario, he seals me back in the underworld. So be it. These past weeks have been the happiest I've had in centuries. I've earned it, and I doubt Odin's rune can hold me for long." Aaron felt a cold knot tighten in his chest. What sort of ally was this? Reckless and impossibly arrogant. "Fine. What's our plan, then?" Leaning forward, Hela's eyes gleamed with challenge. "Do we keep running, or do we finally stand and fight? Do you really expect me to join you in battle?" "The world beneath us is sealed by a colossal magic circle," Aaron replied. "Here, powers from other dimensions are all but nullified. There's nothing to fear. We can't hide any longer. Why not stand and fight? If you choose to take up arms, I'll be at your side. United, not even the All-Father can stop us." Hela's eyes narrowed. "It sounds tempting, but I must refuse." For a moment, she stood still. Then she exhaled in frustration. "Some things never change." Aaron shook his head gently. "You're still trying to pull me into your rebellion. Your Highness, I'm not like you. You command the divine might of the All-Father's heir. You were forged in Hell's crucible, and your father, Odin, is so powerful that none dare lay a finger on him." "He is not my father," Hela cut in, her voice icy. "He is my enemy, a sworn enemy." A sharp glint lit Aaron's eyes. "Then overthrow him. Only when Odin falls will you cease to be known merely as the firstborn." Aaron folded his arms and let out a rueful laugh. "I'm not denying how powerful you are, Hela," he said, "but surely you can admit that the very identity you despise is also your greatest shield." Hela's lips curled into a cold sneer. "You have strength, a legendary lineage, and no ties to hold you back. You're unafraid to take risks, and even death in battle is no real threat, since you'll simply awaken in Asgard's Hall of Valor." "The Hall of Valor," Aaron repeated, his voice gentle but firm. "Yes, a warrior's heaven, Odin's own realm. It's more real than Asgard itself." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "But you refuse to go there." Hela's eyes flashed. "Why would I? Valhalla is Odin's dominion, not mine." Aaron shrugged. "Do what you will, but don't pretend it isn't an advantage no one else enjoys. You're effectively immortal, with every battlefield as a footstool. So tell me, what do I have?" He tapped his chest, offering a self-deprecating smile. "My power doesn't match yours, or the celestial gift, nor any other divine endowment you can name. Yet I've drawn attention from more than one would-be patron. They all want me on their side." He paused, humbled but unbowed. "And my background? My two ancestors were celebrated heroes in their day, left legends across the cosmos. but they also buried me under a mountain of expectations and enemies. I've got a dozen underlings depending on me. They're talented, but none could stand toe-to-toe with me. Aaron's gaze was steady as he met Hela's. So tell me, who has the better position? You, with your Valhalla safety net, or me, with nothing but my wits, my lineage's shadows, and the few loyal souls who follow me? Hela's sneer faltered for the first time. In that instant of silence, both warriors measured the true cost and the true value of the protections they each wore like armor. Aaron met Hela's gaze, his expression earnest. Besides everything else, he began, my parents and family are waiting for me to come home safely. He paused, gathering his thoughts. In short, I have the power to pull strings, a formidable but deceptive background, and responsibilities I can't simply abandon. If I had 1,000 years to prepare, I'd storm straight into hell itself and face Mephisto head-on. But right now I can't afford that kind of gamble. I can't afford to lose. Do you understand, Your Highness? Hela studied him for a long moment, as though seeing his so-called cowardice in a new light. Finally, she nodded. I understand. Tonight, Mephisto's ghostwriter will come for you. If there's no way to elude him, your best option is to leave this planet, for the time being, at least, and buy yourself the time you need. Chapter 10:12. The way to trick the ghostwriter is to bow and retreat when an angel appears. Aaron stood silent for a few long heartbeats. Then, wordlessly, he withdrew a small vial of blessed elixir from his space ring. He twisted off the cork and poured the pale gold liquid straight into his mouth. As it slid down his throat, a cool serenity spread through him, snuffing out his restlessness and sharpening his focus. This situation was perilous. He needed desperately to evade the ghostwriter before his identity was exposed, and he had to do it now. Do you really think a stroke of luck will help you? Hela asked, her voice flat with skepticism. Why not? Aaron's eyes lit up. A flicker of excitement played in his tone. I've connected every piece in my head. If I string these ideas together just so, we'll solve this perfectly. Luck's on my side. Hela's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Is that so? With a graceful flick of her wrist, she summoned a blade forged from the very void of the night sky. The sword shimmered with stars, its edge impossibly sharp. Hela's fingers danced along its length, tracing an intricate pattern of runes, a deadly, living flower of steel and shadow. Aaron steadied himself. He could only hope that fate, blessed or otherwise, would bend to his design. Hela's blade sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, then froze mere inches from Aaron's eyes. If you can't manage the fight yourself, I suppose I'll have to step in, she offered, her tone coolly reluctant. Aaron's expression softened into something oddly tender, as though he were comforting a wayward child. Hela didn't seem to notice the shift. She sheathed her sword and said evenly, Consider it done. After all, we're bound by this contract until it runs its course, like grasshoppers on a tightrope. Thanks a lot, Aaron said with heavy sarcasm, rolling his eyes. Just stay out of Ghostwriter's line of sight. Even if I have no reason to tangle with him, your presence could make things complicated. Think about it. Gaius living a quiet life under the same roof with a death goddess freshly unsealed from the depths of hell, it's about as plausible as a snowstorm in summer. Hela crossed her arms. That was a rare favor from me, and you turn it down. Aaron let out an exasperated sigh. Your Highness, that wasn't a favor. It was a warning. Ghostwriter isn't some mindless berserker. Every strike he makes is an act of judgment. He hunts only those who embraced evil in life and died with no remorse. Trust me, you don't want to be on his ledger. Aaron leaned back in his chair, his confidence unruffled. Think about it. Ghostwriter is at heart a good man. He wouldn't willingly do the devil's bidding. Hela raised a brow. And that means... It means I have to be an even better good guy, Aaron said, meeting her gaze. Someone who will make Ghostwriter feel right at home. Someone whose goodness he won't question, even if I slip up. Hela nodded slowly. All the stars are aligned. The timing, the people, everything's perfect. So playing the hero is a piece of cake, unless the writer sees through your act. Exactly, Aaron agreed. His judgment eye would detect any ordinary disguise in an instant. Hela folded her arms. Then how do you plan to fool him? Aaron paused, then offered a sly smile. By giving him something he can't judge, a brand new soul. Hela's eyes widened. You can do that? My soul powers have already created an entire spiritual dimension, Aaron explained. Within it, I can shape new life, including an unsuspecting, perfectly ordinary soul. Hela's incredulity was obvious, and a body to go with it, you're not seriously hunting for your own doppelganger. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron turned toward the studio lights, which flared and then settled on a silent corner of the stage. A holographic figure shimmered into existence, an idealized version of Aaron, features softened, expression unassuming. Meet Project Pure Vessel, Aaron announced. A face and life story so mundane, it'll sail right past Ghost Rider's scrutiny. Hela stared at the projection. If this works, it will, Aaron said, voice hushed but certain, because this isn't just a disguise, it's a genuine soul, one that even the rider can't condemn. He turned away from the image, already plotting the final steps of his plan. Watch closely, Hela. Ghost Rider won't know what hit him. Jian's head snapped up as Aaron entered the workshop, worry written all over his face. Master, what are you doing? Aaron didn't answer at once. He strode over to a massive slab of porcelain white marble, easily 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, and ran his hand across its smooth surface. I'm going to turn this into a masterpiece, he said. This is high-grade rock drum marble, capture level 27. I originally intended to carve tableware or chairs, maybe some decorative vases, but I've changed my mind. Jian blinked. Changed your mind to what exactly? Aaron grinned. To a life-size sculpture of Aaron Gaius, of course. He bent to rummage through a nearby tool pile, emerging with a hammer and a set of chisels. Hela, who had been quietly observing, fixed him with a bemused look. Isn't it a little late in the day to start hand-chiseling a block this size? Aaron tilted his head, eyes dancing with amusement. With a flourish of his free hand, he murmured a soft incantation. The marble's surface shimmered, the stone carving itself into perfect human proportions, right down to Aaron's confident stance and the crooked smirk playing on his lips. He stepped back to admire the result and gave a self-satisfied shrug. You seem to have forgotten I'm a magician. I don't usually rely on spells for every little thing, but that doesn't mean I've lost my touch. Hela laughed, rolling her eyes. Why the theatrics now? Aaron just shrugged, tapping a few quick adjustments into the statue's features until its marble face broke into a sunlit grin. Isn't it necessary? Of course. Our new recruit must look like any ordinary soul, pure as a blank canvas. Aaron tossed his tools aside and brushed invisible dust from his brow. A faint rat-shaped sigil flickered in his pupils as he laid his fingertips over the sculpture's chest. Time to give stillness motion. With a burst of white light, the rat talisman's magic surged outward. Where once stood cold marble, warm flesh, and beating blood now pulsed beneath living skin. Hela clicked her tongue in both wonder and envy. Creation magic, no technological trickery. Admirable, John Qing beamed. That's my master for you. Once you ascend to become the moon, you'll be free to found your own blood clan, Aaron said half in jest, then turned to regard the living replica he dubbed Aaron Gaius. I created you, so you know exactly why you exist. Crystal clear, Gaius replied, forcing a hollow smile. His voice was tinged with sorrow. Clones these days don't even have basic rights. No magic, barely any physical edge over ordinary humans. In fact, I'm not even a proper clone. I'm just a stage prop, a tool to be used for a few hours before being discarded. Aaron shook his head. No, you'll play the part of an everyday person, an ordinary soul who can slip past the Ghost Rider's guard. Filming starts now. Your codename until the performance ends is Gaius. Gaius met Aaron's gaze and nodded. Understood. Just get on with it. Save me the theatrics. Sorry, Aaron murmured, but there was neither remorse nor hesitation in his tone as he spoke the words of the forgetfulness spell. A pale light flickered across Gaius's eyes, and then, all at once, his memories were gone. Gaius stood motionless, his pupils vacant, as if the spark of life itself had been snuffed out. He had become the perfect puppet. Stone them all. With a single hushed word, Aaron unleashed another petrification spell. The air crackled as the magic took hold, freezing his targets in place. Hela watched in silent astonishment, eyes alight. You're ruthless, she breathed. I always knew you showed no mercy to your enemies, but I never imagined you'd be this cruel to yourself. Aaron staggered as if struck. No, you've got it wrong. Those were only my constructs, mindless tools I can summon by the dozens. 1, 2, 3, even 100 if I wished. But you, your highness, are nothing like them. You chose millennia of solitude over admitting a single mistake to your father. That, he paused, shaking his head in wonder, that level of pride is beyond anything I've ever seen. Hela's face softened. For a moment, the Eternal Queen considered his words in silence. Then, with a faint, rueful smile, she said, "Please, continue." Aaron laid a hand on Gaius's head. Immediately, a delicate sheep-like sigil flickered in his pupils as Aaron poured pale green soul energy into the body. "There, body and soul are perfectly blank," he announced. "He's like a fresh sheet of parchment, so pure the Ghost Rider himself wouldn't suspect a thing." Hala crossed her arms, unimpressed. "And his memories? You're not planning to leave him as an empty husk, are you?" Aaron grinned and snapped his fingers. From the recesses of his mind, he drew out a shimmering silver thread and let it coil in the air. At once, Gaius's memories manifested as wisps of light. Gently, Aaron's fingers traced the outlines, extracting every fragment and creating precise copies. "Of course not," he said. "I just need to refine his past, add a few adjustments." Under the vigilant gazes of Hala and Jane, Aaron began erasing any trace of magic from Gaius's recollections. In the blank spaces, he poured in a steady stream of invented history, mundane, yet inspiring. He wove a tale of a humble, kind-hearted orphan who refused to betray his principles despite losing his parents in tragedy. By sheer chance, Gandalf had taken him on as an apprentice, teaching him alchemy and the healing arts. This new narrative, Aaron decided, would cover every lie he had told before and leave no room for suspicion. When he finished, Gaius would awaken with a flawless, fabricated past, ready to step into the role Aaron had crafted for him. The silver-white strands of memory cleaved and reformed in midair, coalescing at last into a brilliant orb of platinum light. With a mere flick of his finger, Aaron guided the sphere to Gaius's forehead. It sank in seamlessly, and the dull vacancy in Gaius's eyes was instantly replaced by a bright, clear spark. "Perfect," Aaron said, nodding with satisfaction. "Snap, snap, snap!" Hala's ancient eyes glittered as she broke into applause. "Remarkable. I've existed for millennia and never seen anything like that." Jane shook off her reverie and stared at Aaron. "Master, why did you bring him into being?" Aaron's expression turned grave. "We need him to help us deal with the Ghost Rider. Tonight, Frank Castle will deliver Ryder to our doorstep." "Are you out of your mind?" Jane blurted. She hesitated, then frowned. "No one among your followers would dare betray you. They've all sworn binding oaths. Something's afoot." She bit her lip. "It has to be Nick Fury. He's the only one crazy enough to send Castle here with the Ghost Rider. I couldn't conceal Fury's interference, so creating Gaius was the only option left to us." Aaron nodded solemnly. "Exactly. We prepare for tonight." "As long as we can keep him hidden for now," Aaron said, "we'll buy ourselves enough time to carry out our plans." Hala nodded. "So what preparations do we need?" Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. "The petrification spell will wear off in about an hour. Once it does, Gaius will assume this place is his home and go about his business like any normal person. Our priority is to stay out of sight until the Ghost Rider comes to inspect him." Hala glanced around the room. "The secret chamber, that's the safest spot in the divination house." "I was thinking the same thing," Aaron agreed with a grin. "And we must bring Abe with us. Leaving him alone on the surface could be problematic." Later that evening, as dusk settled over the estate, Aaron, Hala, Jane, Abe, and the dragon gathered for dinner in the secret chamber. Over the years, Aaron had remodeled this hidden vault more than once. Gone was the dank, unfinished basement. In its place stood a lavish subterranean salon, walls of polished stone, plush seating, and shelves upon shelves of magical artifacts, rare trinkets, and precious souvenirs, each meticulously catalogued. At the far end of the room, Aaron gestured to an ornate oval mirror. "Everyone, gather round." With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering image flickered to life on the glass. The entire afternoon's events replayed in vivid detail. The projection showed Gaius emerging from his stony prison, blinking as freedom returned to his limbs. He strolled into town, browsed street stalls, stopped at a cafe, just another man enjoying a leisurely afternoon. They watched in silence until the vision faded. Outside, the petrification spell's last traces flickered and vanished. Gaius, unaware of the danger swirling around him, continued his leisurely day, completely oblivious that, for the next hour, every moment would count. During this time, Aaron single-handedly rescued a homeless man, aided 3 elderly citizens, took on 2 separate gangs, and helped the police bust a human trafficking ring. Afterward, he volunteered at a nursing home, donated generously to an orphanage, and even prepared a lavish dinner for the children. "It's unbelievable," Gila exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. "Where did you find the courage and the heart to become someone like this? Kindness, cheerfulness, honesty, humility, politeness. You embody every virtue. Frankly, even an angel would tip its wings to you." Aaron offered a modest shrug and a smile. "Thanks, I'm really just the same person you've always known. You just never noticed." Hela laughed. "I thought you were all talk. Clearly I was wrong." Unfazed by her teasing, Aaron turned back to the live broadcast flickering on the screen. His expression grew serious. "What happens next is critical. I've laid the groundwork for the moment the Ghost Rider appears." No sooner had the words left his lips than a familiar chime sounded inside his mind. The system notification, heard for the first time in ages. A soft chime echoed in Aaron's mind. "New system task triggered. Please check your task panel." He flicked a finger through the air. Almost at once, a translucent window appeared before him. Mission: the messenger who betrayed Demon. Mephisto, reward, 800 magic points. Penalty for failure, none. Accept. A wry smile tugged at Aaron's lips. He'd been waiting for an opportunity like this. With a confident tap, he pressed accept. If he played his cards right, he'd have everything wrapped up well before 1 o'clock tonight. Half a mile away, under the silver light of a crescent moon, the Witchheart Demon led her small retinue toward the crumbling relic of an old train station. Once a bustling hub, the place was now half swallowed by ivy and shadow, the rusted tracks long stripped of carriages. At the far end of the platform, a lone security guard patrolled with a flickering lantern. "Hey!" he called, voice echoing against the weathered timbers. "You can't go in there. This is private property." In perfect unison, the Witchheart Demon and her 3 companions, the Wind Demon, the Earth Demon, and the Water Demon, turned to face him. A sudden chill rippled through the air, and the guard's lantern shivered in his grasp. His heart pounded so hard he thought it might leap from his chest. I'm sorry," he stammered, voice cracking. "I didn't realize." The Witchheart Demon stepped forward, her eyes gleaming like twin embers. She spoke with a calm, almost wistful tone. "There used to be a cemetery here." A hush fell over the station as moonlight pooled at their feet. The guards swallowed hard, unable to look away, and the 4 demons slipped past him into the darkness beyond. Inside his mind, Aaron watched the scene unfold via the quest interface. 800 magic points. He could practically taste them. Now, all that remained was to uncover the messenger who dared to outwit Mephisto himself. And with Hat, his true work would begin. Yes, long ago. What became of those graves? The security guard swept a trembling glance across the assembled demons. After a moment's hesitation, he croaked. "They've been moved." "Moved where?" The Witchheart Demon snapped, her eyes flashing. At her side, the Wind, Earth, and Water Demons curled their lips in hungry sneers, sizing up their quarry. "St. Michael's Church," the guard stammered, guilt weighing down his voice. "They're in charge of everything now. Honestly, you shouldn't even be here." "I've heard that story too many times," Wu Shinmo interjected coolly. Before the guard could react, his jaw unhinged in terror. His body convulsed, skin paling to a deathly gray, and with a series of sickening cracks, he collapsed to the pavement. One by one, the streetlights lining the road flickered out, snuffing the night in creeping darkness. From the furthest shadows, a lone figure hobbled forward, resting heavy weight on an ornate crutch. The elemental demons froze, their pupils shrinking to pinpricks of fear. Without exchanging a word, they scuttled behind the Witchheart Demon. They all recognized the newcomer. Mephisto, one of Hell's most formidable lords, had arrived. At that very moment, he also found himself the primary target of the Wuxinmo rebellion. The 3 elders, however, were only deceiving themselves when they insisted there was nothing to fear. Chapter 1013, The Ghost Rider's Unfair, Grueling Battle, Mephisto. Wu Shinmo's voice was cold and steady as he faced the old man. "I knew you'd show up." The sorcerer regarded him with a calm smile. "Long time no see, boy. Where have you been? I know why you've come and what you're after." Wu Xinmo lifted his left hand. My contract, my soul. Feng Mo, standing at his side, pinched a half-smoked cigarette between two fingers. With a sharp exhalation, Wu Xinmo blew a gust of wind at the glowing tip. In an instant, every street lamp along the avenue flared to life, flooding the night in searing brightness. Mephisto winced, raising an arm to shield his eyes. We both know your power can't reach me here, Wu Xinmo said, voice laced with contempt. Now it's my turn to call the shots. At his command, the lamps snapped off, plunging them back into darkness. Mephisto's tone turned icy. You'll pay dearly for that. Now face my knight. Wu Xinmo chuckled, tucking the cigarette into his pocket. Which one will it be? Send him out, and I'll retire your knight as easily as... He paused, his lips curling in a contemptuous grin. As I will retire you, father. The old sorcerer's eyes flashed with restrained rage. With a swirl of his ebony robes, Mephisto melted into the shadows, leaving Wu Xinmo standing in the darkened street. The message was clear. The prodigal son had dared to defy his ancient master one final time. He must learn a painful lesson. A low hum split the quiet of the night, growing steadily louder. Gaius, sitting cross-legged on the orphanage's common room floor and watching cartoons with the children, froze as a chill ran down his spine. Something was coming. Dean, he whispered, voice taut. Get the kids back to their dorms. Dean's eyes widened. Mr. Gaius, now! The moment the word left Gaius's lips, a red-hot inferno ignited around the front door with a thunderous crash. Flames licked the walls as Ghost Rider strode in. Black leather jacket creaking, chains draped over his shoulders, his skull wreathed in ghostly fire. A hollow laugh echoed through the room, until his blazing eye sockets swept over the gathered orphans. He stopped. In the circle of his burning gaze were more than 20 wide-eyed children, an elderly woman with a gentle smile, and the youth Gaius himself cradling a little girl in his arms. Every soul there blazed with an uncommon radiance, vibrant, innocent, pure. Ghost Rider's laughter died in his throat. What wickedness could these children harbor? The woman's calm, kindly aura alone was enough to shame any criminal. Now face to face with Gaius and the quiet assembly of innocents, the spirit of vengeance found nothing to punish, only the piercing wonder that sometimes, even in darkness, a better light can burn just as brightly. The sight that froze everyone in place was the man standing at the center of a terrified circle of children. His calm, gentle bearing hinted at a purity of spirit, as if fate itself had marked him. Then, without warning, a chorus of screams tore through the air. More than 20 little faces, unused to anything so strange or frightening, dissolved into panic and tears. At the sound, the Ghost Rider's hand flew to his chest. He stood rooted to the spot, guilt and confusion warring in his eyes. After all he'd done, after the unholy contract that chained him to darkness, he still felt the pull of his humanity. In that moment, all he wanted was to shield these children from harm. But now, reduced to this monstrous shape, he realized he would haunt their memories for years to come. Hold on a second, came Gaius's voice, low and firm. He drew the crimson-red spider lily from his coat, its petals curling like embers in a dying fire. Stepping in front of the children, he planted himself between them and the Ghost Rider. Dean, he called over his shoulder, I'll stall him here. You take the kids inside, now. The Dean snapped back to composure in an instant. Though her own heart pounded, she had spent her life caring for these orphans. She knew, better than anyone, that lingering meant disaster. With a sharp nod, she grabbed the hand of the smallest child and led the frightened group toward the safety of the old manor. Behind her, Gaius raised the spider lily, its otherworldly glow painting his face in a steady, determined light. And at that moment, the courtyard fell into tense silence. Man, demon, and children locked in a harrowing standoff that would change them all forever. Gaius's gentle reputation as the orphanage's director ran deep in every child's heart. So when the flaming skull of the Ghost Rider appeared at the gate, panic threatened to sweep through the yard, until Gaius's calm voice rang out. He moved among the children like a shepherd, guiding them one by one into the house. There was no back door for them to slip away through, so for now, the foyer was their only refuge. Standing in the threshold, Gaius gripped his transmutation pistol, eyes locked on the visitor. His alchemical training told him that no creature cloaked in fire could be trusted. If the Ghost Rider so much as raised a finger, he'd pull the trigger without hesitation. Behind the rider's blazing skull, a flicker of remorse tugged at him. He dared not meet the doorway. He knew the terror that would shine in those wide, innocent eyes. Silent and still, he shouldered the weight of his own penance in the roiling heat of his flames. At last, the final child streamed inside. Gaius clicked the door shut and let out a breath he'd been holding. He didn't know what monster this living inferno truly was, but he knew one thing for certain. With alchemy at his side, he would protect this orphanage. He raised his pistol. "Who are you?" The Ghost Rider's form shivered as if reclaiming something human. In a voice cracked by ash and sorrow, he answered, "I am the Ghost Rider." Gaius narrowed his eyes. "Never heard of you. This is an orphanage, not a bank. If you're here to rob us, you've picked the wrong place." A strange gentleness softened the rider's gravely tone. "I'm not here to steal. I came to find you, to find Gaius." Ghost Rider inclined his head with quiet respect. "You came for me?" Gaius blinked, his eyes drifting back to the scorched walls of the orphanage. A relieved laugh escaped him. "Thank God, you actually came." "Since I've found you here," Ghost Rider said, "you won't mind leaving this place with me." "Not in the least." Gaius gave a firm nod, then turned to follow Ghost Rider through the charred doorway. He inhaled a steadying breath, but just as he stepped forward, the door swung inward again. Standing in the frame was the orphanage director, his face drawn and anxious. In his hand he held little Amy's, no more than 4 years old, tiny, tear-streaked fingers. The child saw Gaius and broke free, stumbling forward on wobbly legs. "Uncle Gaius," she sobbed. Gaius knelt and gathered her into his arms. He brushed away her tears and offered a gentle smile. "It's all right, Amy. You should go back inside and listen to the director. I'm about to set out on a long journey, and I may not return for years." Amy's lip quivered. "You're lying." "I never lie." He replied softly, cupping her cheek. "If you don't believe me, ask him." He nodded toward the director, whose forced smile cracked his guilt. "Mr. Gaius," the director began, glancing between Gaius and the child. Should we call the authorities?" Gaius rose to his feet, his hand still resting lightly on Amy's shoulder. "You can't call the police." His voice was calm, but carried an unspoken warning. Then, without another word, he stepped into the night beside Ghost Rider, leaving the orphanage and little Amy behind. "Don't call the police," Dean warned, lowering his voice. "It'll only provoke the Ghost Rider, and by the time the officers arrive, you'll be long gone." Gaius bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Dean. I never meant to stir up so much trouble." The orphanage director shook his head, a warm smile in his eyes. "No, thank you. You've done more for these kids than you realize. Without your donation, we'd have closed our doors months ago." Gaius offered a wry grin. "Maybe it's because I was an orphan once myself." He turned, hefting his coat over his shoulder. "Well, I should get going. I'd hate to keep our visitor waiting." Dean's expression darkened. "This is dangerous." "So be it," Gaius replied lightly. "I've danced with danger before. If this time it gets the better of me, at least I'll know the children are safe." He rapped his knuckles on the doorframe. "Take care of them, Dean." Outside, the night air was cool and still. Leaning against the warehouse wall, arms crossed, stood the Ghost Rider, his mask a pale, emotionless skull. He watched Gaius approach without moving. Gaius stopped a few paces away and offered a polite nod. "If it's all the same to you, can we step somewhere more private? There's a stretch of forest just down the road. Should give us a little breathing room." The Ghost Rider lifted his head. For the first time, Gaius thought he saw something like understanding in that hollow gaze. Without a word, the rider turned toward the darkened path, and together they slipped into the trees. "There's no one there." Ghost Rider nodded once, then fell silent, gliding along on his soul chariot. Gaius let out a relieved breath. "Thank you," he said sincerely, producing a sleek black motorcycle from his spatial ring. With twin-engine roars, Gaius and Ghost Rider left the orphanage behind. A few minutes later, they pulled up in a secluded forest clearing. Gaius swung down from his bike and turned to face the rider. "I've done my homework," he began, "but this is the first time we've actually met. I hope I haven't offended you?" "You haven't," Ghost Rider replied quietly. "Then why have you come after me?" Gaius pressed. "To confirm your identity," Ghost Rider answered curtly. Gaius frowned, thinking it over. That's strange. My parents died when I was a child. I survived only because my master took me in. You aren't interested in me for my alchemy, are you? No, Gaius's gaze hardened. So you came for my master, but you're too late. Gaius watched the Ghost Rider's patience snap. He glanced at Aaron. It doesn't concern anyone else. I'm here for you. With that, the armored Hell Knight advanced. Gaius drew his gun in one smooth motion and fired. The enchanted bullet, etched with runes of crimson alchemy, exploded against the Ghost Rider's chest. The hulking figure lurched backward, a smoking hole burned through his armor. Through the wound, Gaius could see the infernal flame coiling beneath frozen ribs. Before the Ghost Rider could recover, Gaius reloaded and unleashed 8 more alchemical rounds in rapid succession. Each bullet struck home, shattering bone and rending metal. Yet the hellish warrior barely slowed. Green flame soughed through the cracks in his armor as broken bones knitted themselves back in real time, an unholy adhesive fueled by the fires of the underworld. The Ghost Rider rose from the rubble, blackened armor smoking. He shook his head, coal-red eyes glinting. Clever weapons, he rumbled. Too bad they can't kill me. Gaius's grip on the gun tightened. I've used 8 of my enchanted alchemy rounds. 3 remain. He raised the barrel, crimson light dancing across the chamber. Between them lay the shattered stones of the courtyard, and the unspoken certainty that the next shots, if they could find a mark, might decide more than this fight. Gaius watched the skull before him, flame dancing in its empty eye sockets. This ends now, he muttered. Ghost Rider's voice crackled like burning embers. You're done fighting? Now it's my turn. He stepped forward, each stride scorching the ground beneath his blackened leather boots. Gaius drew Hibiscus, his enchanted pistol, and leveled it at the blaze where Ghost Rider's forehead should be. He squeezed the trigger. The last bullet, charged with magic, tore through the hellfire and struck dead center in the rider's skull. The recoil threw Ghost Rider backward several feet. Before he could find his footing, Gaius fell, as upon him. He wore the finger tiger, knuckles harder than diamond, and his fist rocketed forward. Crack! Ghost Rider's jaw dislocated with a sickening snap. He spun through the air and slammed into the pavement. Gaius didn't hesitate. He pressed his left hand against the rider's shoulder blade to pin him down and unleashed blow after blow with his right fist. Thud! 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 Each punch shattered bone and sent hellfire sparks scattering. The infernal blaze flickered and waned. Enough! Ghost Rider roared. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he thrust both hands into Gaius's chest, driving him off. They paused, chests heaving, the night air alive with the scent of brimstone and blood. Neither was willing to back down. Not yet. Gaius was hurled across the pavement, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. Ghost Rider rose to his feet, stripped the chain from his body, spun it above his head, and let it fly toward Gaius like a living python. Anticipating the strike, Gaius rolled aside, yet the chain twisted in midair, hunting him relentlessly. In a swift move, Gaius plucked a hibiscus flower from his lapel, steadied the muzzle of his pistol as if it were a baseball bat, and shattered the chain's lock with a shower of sparks. Seizing the opening, he lunged forward and drove a fingerless gloved fist into Ghost Rider's chin. The impact cracked sharply, fractures spidering across Ghost Rider's flaming skull. As Gaius pulled back for another blow, a massive gloved hand clamped down on his fist. Ghost Rider turned, eyes burning with infernal fire, and hissed, "Got you!" Before Gaius could wrench free, a brutal knee struck his abdomen. He gasped, helpless, as his grip loosened. Gaius didn't hesitate. He broke off the fight, sprinted to his motorcycle, and kicked it into life. His brief clash with the Ghost Rider had made one thing painfully clear. He was no match for this creature in hand-to-hand combat. Better to run now than die fighting. He slammed the bike into high gear and tore down the street. For a heartbeat, the roar of the engine drowned out everything, then a razor-sharp whistle of wind sliced through the air behind him. Gaius's blood ran cold. He slammed on the brakes, spun around, and held the red spider lily blade horizontally before him like a shield. The Ghost Rider sneered, jerking his arm. The heavy flintlock, chained to his wrist, flew off in a spray of sparks. Gaius seized the precious seconds it bought him. He vaulted onto the seat, slammed the throttle, and kicked the bike skyward. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle shifted into flight mode, lifting 30 meters above the pavement. From his new vantage point, Gaius dared a glance back. The Ghost Rider let out an angry roar. He couldn't take to the air, but he wouldn't stand by and watch his prey escape. The infernal wheels of his soul chariot flared to life, flames licking its spokes as its engine thundered. The fiery carriage lunged forward, hungry for the chase. The Ghost Rider thundered down the road on his infernal chariot, flames roaring atop his skull. He locked eyes with Gaius and let out a guttural laugh. "You can't escape. I'll hunt you down until my mission is complete." "Trouble," Gaius muttered under his breath. With a quick motion, he slammed a bright red button on his motorcycle's console. In an instant, the bike's sides snapped open like metal wings, and two heavy barrels slid smoothly into place beneath the headlights. The Ghost Rider's flaming skull flickered with curiosity. He studied the twin muzzles with a blank expression. This man had weaponized his ride. Could he truly have the purity of soul needed to defy the penance stare? No, otherwise he wouldn't dare such firepower. Gaius drew a deep breath, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I haven't used this baby much. Now, let's light it up." Rat-tat-tat! Golden bullets spat from the barrels in a shimmering downpour against the night sky. With each volley, twin waves of glowing energy rippled outward in explosive shock. Flames roared, debris scattered. The once solid ground buckled and churned as if tilled by a tractor, the air thick with the scorched scent of upturned earth. After expending every last round, the Ghost Rider lay sprawled on the ground like a beached fish. Its skull had been severed from its charred body and now rested half-buried in the soil. The hellfire that once raged across its flesh had finally been snuffed out. Gaius exhaled in relief, then guided his motorcycle to a gentle stop. His eyes fell on the crimson spider lily he had painstakingly crafted from countless rare materials, the crowning achievement of his life. Now that the battle was won, he could at last reclaim it. Stepping forward, Gaius knelt beside the fallen figure and carefully lifted the skull. He held it to his chest as if cradling a wounded bird. "I'm sorry I never learned your name," he said quietly, "but I know you didn't mean to become this. You deserve more than to rot alone in the wild." He stood and began to dig. When the hole was deep enough, he laid the skull gently inside and covered it with earth. "I'll arrange a proper coffin and a tombstone," he promised, his voice firm. "I'll find a spot in a cemetery so you won't be forgotten. I'll even ask the church to come and wash away your sins. May you find peace at last. It's all I can do for you now." Satisfied, Gaius rose and dusted off his hands. The battle was over, and he had seen that even a soulless warrior received one final act of humanity. Chapter 14. Gaius let out a weary sigh and stepped toward the freshly buried red spider lily. But the moment he glanced back, the empty eye sockets of the skull flared to life with hellish fire. The bony hand, encased in a black leather glove, trembled as it snatched the skull and slammed it back onto its neck. Crack! The sound reverberated through the moonlit forest like a gunshot. Gaius, still bent over the flower, felt his heart lurch. He jerked upright, eyes wide, as the Ghost Rider slowly rose to its full height. Conflagrations crowned its skull once again, embers dancing in the darkness. Shit! He could hear his own pulse pounding in his ears. Every trick he'd tried had failed. This immortal horror seemed utterly unstoppable. With a roar that rattled the trees, the Ghost Rider lashed out with its chain, each link wreathed in infernal flame. Gaius's breath caught in his throat as the searing whip arced toward his motorcycle, parked just yards away. Crack! The chain coiled tightly around the alchemy-reinforced frame, and scorching heat ripped through metal and paint. Right before his eyes, the enchanted bike collapsed into glowing, molten iron. The Ghost Rider paused, head tilted, as if mildly displeased by how quickly its vengeance had reduced Gaius's prized machine to smoldering slag. Ghost Rider's chain whipped through the air in a deadly arc. With a single savage blow, the flaming links cleaved the motorcycle in two, sending its twisted halves crashing to the concrete. He didn't stop there. In a fierce outburst of rage, he dismantled the car Aaron had treasured for 3 years, and in seconds it lay in a smoldering heap of scrap. "It's over," Gaius murmured, bitterness lacing every word. Even if he'd bested Ghost Rider in combat, he had nowhere to run, no tools, no refuge, nothing but the helplessness of a fish on a butcher's block. True to his despair, the The chain snapped back, coiling around Gaius in unbreakable links. Ghost Rider's hoarse laugh rattled the night. He stepped forward, flames flickering beneath his skull. Moments ago, the barrage of attacks had nearly shaken his own resolve. Had he been mortal, he would have died 100 times over. Instead, his cursed immortality bound him here, at the brink of vengeance. "Revenge is a purging fire," he growled. "No soul is so pure that it hasn't committed at least one sin. Once you've fallen, there's no hiding from my judgment. Guilty or not, your fate rests in my hands." Gaius raised his chin, his voice steady. "Are you going to kill me?" "No. I need to be sure who you really are, and make you feel a bit of my world," Ghost Rider said flatly. With one swift motion, he seized Gaius by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. "Look into my eyes." Gaius's gaze locked onto the rider's empty eye sockets. Infernal flames churned and crackled there, as though they could consume all creation. In an instant, Gaius's memories, every secret, every joy, every pain, rushed back in a blinding torrent, flickering past like slides under the Ghost Rider's silent judgment. A few seconds passed. Then something unexpected stirred behind the skeletal mask. Surprise. Ghost Rider's hollow cheekbones creaked with astonishment. He had assumed Gaius would brim with guilt, but instead, the man's conscience was spotless. Not a single misdeed since childhood, not one lie, not one hidden sin. Damnation. This was no ordinary soul. This was someone chosen, someone even angels might bow before. Gaius blinked, as if shaking off a drowsy dream. He managed an awkward smile. "Thanks for showing me memories I'd long forgotten," he said. "But could you please put me down now?" Obligingly, Ghost Rider set him on his feet and unclasped the chain binding him. He took a step back and spoke, voice low and resonant. "You're innocent. You're not the one I'm after." Gaius scoffed, rubbing his sore shoulder. "So that was your identity check? I've never felt so violated in my life." He stormed off, muttering under his breath about unexpected indignities. "I'm not letting this go," the Zep man snarled. "You wrecked my bike, spooked me half to death, and then you go and show up at the orphanage? Do you know how much you just terrorized those kids?" "Sorry." Ghost Rider's voice was flat as he swung onto the blazing soul chariot. He paused, glanced back, and scoffed. "If apologies actually fixed anything, we wouldn't need police." Deep within Gaius's divination house, in a hidden chamber lit by flickering runes, Hala stared into the enchanted mirror. What she saw unsettled her so thoroughly that even her millennia-honed composure faltered. This is impossible," she whispered, voice trembling. "The Ghost Rider, the very messenger of Mephisto, showing mercy?" "Why not?" Aaron curled a mocking bow, dabbing at his eyes as if tears were welling. "Think about it. Which demon, chained in darkness yet yearning for the light, could resist such a test? I must say, the drama is exquisite and utterly convincing." "Master?" Gian interjected dryly, an ironic smirk playing on his lips. "It isn't acting. His body, soul, even his memories, you shaped them all, and he doesn't even realize it." A low, pleased chuckle escaped Aaron. "Hey, it's worthy of being a masterpiece, every bit as dazzling as I imagined." "Don't you have any shame?" Hala sneered, contempt flashing in her eyes. "If you had even half his integrity, I'd have been devoured long ago without so much as a scrap left behind." Aaron cut in coolly. The goddess of death went silent. She had clawed her way out of oceans of blood and corpses. She knew as well as anyone that in the multiverse, only power mattered. Character was irrelevant. "But none of that matters now," Aaron continued, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "What matters is that I've successfully slipped Hell's notice. I can finally rest easy, at least for a while." That was no small feat. He summoned the hidden task panel with a flick of his wrist. Task, outsmart Mephisto's messenger. Status, completed. Reward, 800 magic points. Failure penalty. With a tap, he hit claim. System message. Congratulations, host. You have received 800 magic points. Aaron let out a pleased breath. Another windfall. Just a little more, and he could finally hit the mall for that shopping spree he'd been dreaming about. But even as relief swept through him, Frank's frantic plea echoed in his mind. God of contracts, ancient and noble heir, creator of minds, lord of shadows. What had just happened back there? Frank hovered in the darkness, curiosity gnawing at him. Ever since he'd baited Ghost Rider into the orphanage, he'd been trailing Gaius from the shadows, watching tonight's performance with hawk eyes. Everything had looked effortlessly natural, yet he still couldn't figure out how Gaius had hoodwinked the spirit of vengeance. Magic, Aaron said simply, his voice calm and controlled. I've mastered many arcane arts, and one of them was perfect for this situation. But you don't need to know the details. Frank opened his mouth, then closed it. He knew better than to press further. Aaron leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. One more thing. Keep an eye on Nick Fury for me. He's got too much free time and a nose for trouble. I need to give him something to occupy his mind, or I won't be able to rest easy. I'll handle it, Frank promised. System notice, the site will undergo maintenance soon. To avoid losing your progress, please back up your bookshelf and reading records, screenshots recommended. We apologize for the inconvenience. S-Guild Headquarters Tri-Wing Building. Nick Fury sat alone in the control room, eyes riveted to the satellite surveillance feed. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Agent Hill, he called out, tugging his leather jacket tighter. Raise the temperature in here. Maria Hill flicked the climate controls. Warm air hissed from the vents. She glanced at him. Sir, how's our plan going? Fury allowed himself a thin smile. Better than I hoped. Aaron just vowed he won't let this go. He's already talking about revenge. Lel's brow furrowed. I'm not so sure he was referring to whoever wronged him. I got the feeling he meant us. Fury chuckled softly. That's not possible. We left no breadcrumbs. We simply had Frank plant a seed of doubt, nothing that points back to S-Shield. Hill crossed her arms, watching Aaron's movements on the monitor. After a moment, she said, Still. Did you notice anything different about him tonight? He looked almost righteous, protective of the weaker guy. Fury nodded, his expression tightening. I saw it too. He carried himself like Steve Rogers out there. Normally, Aaron would have passed by without giving it a second thought. Hill let out a slow breath. Then something's definitely triggered a change. Fury powered down the feed and stood. All the more reason to find out what, and fast, before he realizes who's really pulling the strings. Right now, he's holed up in the orphanage, and Ghost Rider specifically said he's hunting him, Nick Fury reported. From everything we know, it makes sense he won't back off. He may lack a moral compass, but he certainly understands responsibility. Agreed, his colleague replied. What puzzles me, Fury continued, is Ghost Rider's attitude this time. Over 70 of the Gaius Ghost Riders before them simply attacked without a word, but this one, he actually treated Ghost Rider with a measure of respect. There could be other motives, the other man offered, but one thing's certain, the Gaius Ghost Rider isn't after our guy. Exactly, he's not our target. Fury exhaled, a faint note of regret in his voice. I had my doubts about him. He is unique after all, but it looks like I overthought it. At dawn's first light, the Soul Chariot glided to a stop in an open field. The hellfire that had consumed the vehicle flickered out, leaving behind an ordinary motorcycle. The flames dancing across Ghost Rider's body died down as well, and beneath the cooling embers, flesh and sinew reformed around the skeletal frame. The transformation was excruciating. He collapsed to the ground and let out a guttural roar as pain washed over him. Green wisps of smoke spiraled from his flesh until the fire subsided, and the Ghost Rider reverted to a broad-shouldered man who drew in a deep, steadying breath of cool night air. Johnny Blaze, motorcycle stuntman extraordinaire, had once struck a devil's bargain with Mephisto to cure his father's cancer, and in doing so had become the Ghost Rider. The deal was simple in theory. Mephisto would heal his father. In return, Johnny's soul would belong to hell. The devil honored the cure, but left out one critical detail: no guarantee of his father's survival. Before Johnny even grasped the miracle of a cancer-free man, his father collapsed on stage and died in front of thousands. The devil's cruelty, Johnny learned, was in the fine print. A low, savage chuckle cut through his thoughts. Johnny sprang to his feet, eyes narrowing as he scanned the shadows. From across the deserted lot, an old man strolled toward him, a black umbrella tucked casually under one arm. The faint glow of streetlights caught his wrinkled features in cold, mocking grin. "Hello, Johnny," the man said softly. "Mephisto," Johnny spat, bracing himself. "Stay back." Mephisto chuckled, shaking his head. "Your protests come too late." Johnny clenched his fists. "What do you want? Haven't you made your point?" The demon's smile widened. "I merely ask a favor. Find Gaius for me, and your soul is yours again." Johnny laughed, bitter. Don't patronize me. You know I haven't found him. You should show more gratitude, Mephisto replied, voice curling like smoke. Help me locate Gaius, and your torment ends. Enough, Johnny growled. Why are you even here? Mephisto tipped his umbrella like a gentleman greeting an old friend. I've been watching you, Johnny. Phoenix, Denver, Houston. You leave a trail. He stepped closer, gaze flicking to the Ghost Rider's charred vest and the black leather gloves that still faintly smoldered from his last transformation. Now the ale has led me back to you. Johnny's jaw tightened. He'd hoped to leave his infernal pack behind, to settle back into the life he once had, but the demon always returned with new demands. And the name Gaius, wherever he was, would shape Johnny's next hellish trial. The roar of the crowd reverberated through the arena, fans waving posters and chanting, "Johnny! Johnny! Johnny!" Mephisto stepped onto the stage, perfectly echoing their cheers. "Johnny! Johnny! Johnny!" he called out, beaming with pride. Watching you succeed has been like watching an investment grow, until today when I finally cash in my dividends. Johnny's face went deathly still. I'm already on Gaius's trail, he said quietly, though I'd rather not be. You'll find my efficiency exceeds your wildest expectations. Get ready for a protracted war. Mephisto chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the nets, right? No matter. Time is our ally. We don't die of old age. As long as Gaius still breathes, you'll find him sooner or later. Johnny advanced, the light glinting off his blade. I didn't come here just to talk about Gaius. I've got a second task for you. My son, the one they call Witchheart. Track him down and destroy him. A booming laugh echoed from Mephisto's lips. Why not go fetch him yourself? Johnny's glare was ice. Don't forget our contract. Succeed, and your soul is yours once more. And if another target suits you better, just swap the names on the agreement. There are more souls in this world than there are bodies to hold them, Mephisto intoned, his voice dripping with amusement. I won't sell mine, Johnny spat. You have no choice. Mephisto sneered, and in the next heartbeat he was gone. Gaius pushed open the door to the divination house and froze. At the center table sat a man who was his perfect double, reclining with a self-satisfied smirk. Beside this impostor stood 2 stunning women, each radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. The first was a dark-haired beauty with the bearing of a queen. Her jet-black eyes glittered with mischief, as though she were inspecting some delightful new plaything. The second was a blonde of almost spectral coldness, her sculpted features and steely gaze sending a chill through the room. Yet beneath that frosty exterior lurked a strange warmth of pity, as if she mourned Gaius for some tragedy yet to come. 3 faces, 3 attitudes, and Gaius felt his skin crawl. Every instinct screamed at him to turn and run, but his feet remained rooted to the spot. Gaius forced down the rising panic and spoke with as much calm as he could muster. If I'm not mistaken, this is my home. Aaron inclined his head. You could say that, and I must admit your performance last night was exemplary. You drew Hell's gaze away from me for long enough. Thank you for that. A shiver ran through Gaius as he frowned. What are you talking about? Who are you, really? Aaron let out a quiet sigh. With the barest twitch of his finger, he sent a silver-white pulse of energy into Gaius's forehead. Memories flooded back in an instant. Gaius blinked, swayed, then collapsed onto the sofa in a fit of laughter. A substitute, he choked out between breaths. This is absurd. Truly, I never expected it. Aaron watched him dispassionately. I owe you an apology, he said. I fashioned you for a purpose, and now I must unmake you. Gaius's laughter faded, replaced by a resigned smile. No need to explain. If our roles were reversed, I'd have done the same. After all, once you used me to patch your flaws, my very existence became your greatest imperfection. Aaron nodded. Though you've existed for less than a day, I find myself compelled by humanitarian concerns. Before I erase you, you may make one request. If it lies within my power, I'll grant it. Gaius's eyes flickered with curiosity. A wish? He repeated softly. Then yes, one last wish. Maybe I should ask for one final wish, Gaius said with a wry smile. After all, there are a few things I simply can't leave to chance. Chapter 110:15. Gaius and Aaron met in the shadowed conference room, the only light coming from a single overhead lamp. Gaius unfolded a dossier and looked his partner in the eye. The first priority is the orphanage, he said. I need you to visit the director, calm the children, and see if they need anything. Do whatever you can to help. Aaron nodded. Consider it done. Gaius closed the dossier and let his expression harden. Next on the list is Nick Fury. Aaron's jaw clenched. That son of a— Easy, Gaius interrupted. He deserves to die, but not yet. If Fury falls now, S-Shield collapses, and without S.H.I.E.L.D., Earth doesn't stand a chance at even a semblance of stability. We can't afford that just yet. Still, he must pay. He slammed a fist onto the table. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this mess. Aaron's face grew dark with shared anger. I already have something in mind. You remember the scrolls? Gaius frowned. The shape-shifting aliens supposedly living among us? Exactly. Aaron leaned forward. They're embedded in every level of society, and no one knows how many there are. I'll leak that intel to Fury, make him think an alien invasion is imminent, let him scramble his entire agency to stop a threat that doesn't exist. Gaius studied him. It's clever, but it's just the beginning. Aaron smirked. Revenge is patient. We hit him when he least expects it. Gaius allowed a grim smile to cross his face. Then let's set the clock in motion. You can go after Nick Fury all you want, Gaius said, leaning back in his chair, but you can't kill him, and S.H.I.E.L.D. survives no matter what. The worst we can do is lay a curse on him before he slips back to his own universe, ensure he wakes every night, drowning in nightmares. Jane frowned. A curse? Vampires don't need sleep, but humans do. That spell will keep Fury on edge for the rest of his life. Precisely, Gaius smiled. Now, the final target, Ghost Rider. Aaron shifted uneasily. This is embarrassing. I've gone to great lengths just to avoid the Ghost Rider. Now you want me to approach him? Gaius waved a hand. I know you've been the one to make the first move every time, Aaron, but if I don't teach the Rider a lesson myself, I'll never feel complete. Besides, even as my stand-in, you'll be acting in my name. Aaron drew a slow breath and exhaled. All right, I'll do my best. Gaius gave a satisfied nod. That's all I ask. I can't guarantee your safety, Aaron said quietly. Gaius paused for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed. As expected, I doubt you'd lie to me at the end. Aaron met his gaze. Is there any last request you'd like me to grant? Gaius shook his head. No, that's all. He slipped off the ring on his finger, a small, unassuming band that housed an array of hidden tools and weapons, and tossed it onto the floor. Consider everything in there returned to its rightful owners. With a soft exhalation, Aaron stepped forward and laid a gentle hand on Gaius's brow. His pupils flickered with strange, shifting sigils, like the intertwining forms of mice and sheep, before a silent current of soul energy began to drain from the condemned man. Gaius went rigid, his skin paling to a porcelain white as he froze in place. Then, with a sharp crack, Aaron flicked the statue's forehead. Hairline fractures spiderwebbed across its surface, and in an instant the figure shattered into a pile of broken stone. How merciless, Hala sneered from the shadows. You didn't even hesitate. I almost thought you'd changed. Aaron brushed a stray lock of hair from his face and met Hala's contemptuous gaze. When the moment calls for resolve, you act without hesitation, he replied calmly. I'm not cruel. I merely told him the truth and honored his final wish for the price of fewer than 24 hours he called life. Jane gathered the smooth, glassy orbs in her gloved hands and turned to Aaron. Master, once you've inspected them, should I send these marbles straight into the studio furnace? Aaron, tall, pale, and impossibly still, gave a small nod. Yes, do it later today. Jane bowed her head in acknowledgement. Centuries with the Volturi had taught her that, by vampire standards, commands like this were virtually merciful. A simple task, no bloodshed required. Just then, the prophecy book, an ancient tome bound in gilded leather, shuddered and flared with ethereal light. Its pages fluttered open of their own accord. There's a new prophecy, Master, the book intoned in a low, resonant voice. Aaron's lips curved into an impatient frown. Silence your portents. I've had enough bad news for one night. He jabbed a finger at the book. Can't you ever give me a break? The prophecy book hesitated, then glowed a soothing silver. This is good news. Good news? Aaron blinked, taken aback. He cleared his throat. Ahem. My apologies. I spoke too harshly. Now out with it, loud enough that our dear Highness Hala can hear. From the corner of the chamber, Hala rolled her pale eyes so dramatically Jane nearly flinched. Hela had been sealed away by their stern father for millennia, her fierce spirit too unruly to live unbound among the Volturi. Yet somehow, Aaron's relentless calm had always drawn Hela's attention. She muttered under her breath, "He really is the ugliest creature I've ever seen." Aaron chuckled softly. "Your Highness, you underestimate him. Now please, reveal this prophecy." Jane glanced between Aaron, the prophecy book, and Hela. "Master, perhaps we should." Aaron cut her off with a raised hand. "Enough hesitation. Let's hear what the future holds." The prophecy book's pages turned on their own as it spoke again, the room flooding with a gentle, otherworldly glow. And in that light, even Hela straightened, a spark of genuine curiosity in her eyes. Whatever news this was, it was powerful enough to unite them all. Aaron strode into the room, chest puffed out, a triumphant gleam in his eye. "What's there to consider?" he asked, his half-hidden smirk daring anyone to disagree. Only days ago, Hela had gloated over a dire prophecy and nearly cursed him in her fury. Now it was his turn to bask in good news and to watch her squirm. The prophecy tome lay open on Hela's desk, its ornate cover bearing a look of utter confusion. At Aaron's expectant glare, it fell silent. He tapped his foot. "Well? Speak up, this is an order." "As you command, my beloved master," the book replied, its voice oddly subdued. "The prophecy foretells that you are about to welcome a new member into your family." "Excellent," Aaron interrupted, his grin widening. A hesitant rustle of pages, then the book added in a timid whisper, "Ghostwriter." "Ghostwriter?" Aaron's eyes went wide. "Wait, do you even understand what you're announcing?" Hela couldn't contain her laughter. She sauntered to the shelf, plucked the tome from its stand, and settled gracefully on the sofa. Crossing one leg over the other, she shot Aaron a playful look, then flipped to the page marked with today's date. Clearing her throat, she read aloud with theatrical flair, "Ghostwriter will become Aaron Gaius's new dependent." She paused, letting the words sink in. "That's it," she declared. "Short, sweet, and undeniably good news. You're going to face Mephisto in competition. Congratulations!" Aaron's pulse crashed against his ribs. He'd barely shaken Hell's gaze, and now this blasted prophecy book was crowing at him again. He slammed it shut. "Prophecy," he growled. "You'd better give me a full explanation right now." "Master," the book sighed, its pages fluttering like wounded birds. "I only foretell. I calculate possibilities and outcomes. I cannot alter fate." "A worthless toy," Aaron spat. "I paid good coin for you, and all you do is stir trouble." The prophecy trembled. "Forgive me, master, but look on the bright side. You've just gained a powerful new ally. That has to count as good news, right?" Aaron stared at it, as if it had sprouted fangs. "Good news? A hellspawn is stalking me, trying to bind me in contract with St. Fangansa. The gates of hell will crack open any moment. And in the middle of it all, the Ghostwriter is about to become everyone's hottest commodity." Aaron slammed the dusty tome shut, his face twisted in disbelief. "You want me to subdue someone who's bound by a soul contract to a Heavenly Father-level Hell Lord? Have you lost your mind?" The prophecy book's gilded pages trembled as though moved by an unseen wind. "Perhaps," it murmured in a distant, echoing voice. "This vision bears no fixed date. It may come to pass in years." "Years?" Aaron barked, cutting the book off. "You don't even believe that yourself. In our world, a few years usually means days, maybe weeks at most. I was completely unprepared for Mephisto's attack so soon." Hela leaned forward, her eyes glinting with a mixture of impatience and amusement. "Yet you managed to make escape plans before he arrived." "Escaping is always my last option," Aaron replied shortly. Hela unfolded her arms and studied him coolly. "The atrium is under the Supreme Mage's guard, and the Great Ward severs all dimensional power. Mephisto can't appear here in his true form, only weak, insubstantial clones. Even cut off from his extra-dimensional might, you are a sub-heavenly father. His copies stand no chance against you. Besides, if you hold back just enough and don't prove overwhelmingly powerful at once, he'll be cautious. He won't risk exposing your presence if he believes there's still more to you than he can handle." Aaron met her gaze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The prophecy book lay forgotten on the table between them, its cryptic warning hanging heavy in the silence. Aaron ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Your Highness Hela, do you really know what it means to deal with a demon? It's unpredictable. I wouldn't dare risk it." Hela offered him a knowing smile. Then there's only one path left, Aaron exhaled. And what might that be? Help Ghost Rider break his pact with Mephisto, he blinked. You must be joking. Not at all. Hala rose from her throne, her eyes gleaming. In some respects, you're more of a demon than Mephisto ever was. His contract with Johnny Blaze is a single-use bargain. Once the rider completes his assigned tasks, he's free of Mephisto's grasp. But you, she turned toward Jane with a sly tilt of her head. You, I think, have the authority to speak on this matter. Jane felt a twitch at her lips. Could she really admit it to the host of hell? She squared her shoulders and met Hela's gaze. Yes, everyone who signs one of my contracts is bound to me for life. But I make all terms absolutely clear. No hidden clauses, no traps. And the rewards, they're more than worth the price they pay. Hala snapped her fingers. Snap, 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 each click resonating in the silent hall. Excellent. If you can free Ghost Rider from Mephisto's control, I have no doubt he'll willingly enter a contract with you. Aaron stared at them both, speechless. You're underestimating me. I already know Ghost Rider's mission. To find Gaius is to find me. Are you really asking me to walk straight into a trap? Hala spread her hands, frustration playing on her lips. That's not what I meant. It was a prophecy. Aaron laughed, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth. A prophecy? If I choose to believe it, it's fate's revelation. If I don't, it's meaningless drivel. Not convinced? Hala tapped the leather-bound book gently. Then come with me when I leave the atrium. What do you say? Aaron clenched his jaw, fighting the instinct to spit out a curse. Your Highness, with all due respect, that prophecy belongs to Gaius. It answers only to him, and it might refuse to obey you. The book itself offered an awkward, courteous smile. Princess Hala, forgive my candor, but it would make no difference in the end, whether I accompany you or remain behind. Hala's eyes flickered. She snapped the book shut with a sharp clap and tossed it back onto its shelf. Prophecy or not, this is fate laid bare. How can you defy what's written? There are always ways to change the story, Aaron replied coolly. Aaron smirked. The easiest solution would be to kill the Ghost Rider, he said offhandedly, then waved a dismissive hand. But that's far too risky. I'd rather play possum and wait for the perfect opportunity, let events unfold naturally. He'd barely finished the thought when the familiar chime of the system alert echoed in his mind. New task triggered. Please check the task panel. Too much of a coincidence, Aaron thought, frowning. Still, he summoned the panel in front of him and read the glowing text. Task: conquer the Ghost Rider. Reward: 500 magic points. Failure penalty: none. Except, his pulse quickened. 500 magic points was no small sum, but Aaron had already sacrificed one decoy body. Giving up another seemed a small price to pay. After all, his original form was perfectly safe. No matter how many phantom clones he lost, he could always recreate them. If a disposable thought body could earn him that many magic points, it was a risk worth taking. And, come to think of it, letting a clone draw all the enemy fire would only keep his true self out of harm's way. Aaron's finger hovered over the accept button. This task might very well solve more problems than it created, if his new puppet could survive long enough to claim the reward. Aaron paced before the shelves, wrestling with a single nagging concern. His astral projection looked exactly like Gaius. Even the specialized alchemical mask he'd prepared might not conceal him from Mephisto's all-seeing judgment eye. Doppelgangers might be common across the multiverse, but Mephisto wasn't just any demon. He'd existed since before memory, a crafty ancient who might recognize the slightest deception. What if I inadvertently cross paths with him? Should I even try? As he glanced again at the prophecy tome resting on its carved pedestal, Aaron felt his doubts begin to ease. The promise of 500 magic points, a reward too tempting to ignore, had already tipped the scales. If not for that boon, he wouldn't dare snatch anyone from Mephisto's clutches. After all, fortune and glory favor the bold, and the worst that could happen was his astral form being exposed. Besides, Mephisto's power on Earth had dwindled to near impotence. He might not even best the Ghost Rider these days. Aaron drew in a steadying breath, uncorked a vial of Lucky Spirit potion, and downed a decisive sip. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready. Hala watched the exchange and couldn't hide a wry smile. So you really intend to trust this revelation of fate? Aaron returned her look, half amused. Think of it as granting the last wish of our proxy. If we're going to see this through, we need to be prepared. He turned to Jane. You still have those homemade holy water vials in the studio cabinet, right? Jane nodded. 3 bottles. You brewed them yourself, stronger than anything the church supplies. Aaron drew the crimson spider lily from his coat pocket and rolled it between his fingers. All right then, before nightfall, I'll make up a batch of exorcism rounds. St. Michael's Church, an 18th century landmark and one of this land's oldest Catholic sanctuaries, had always been a place of hushed reverence. Today, it lay soaked in blood. The witch-heart demon strode down the nave, its tormented gaze sweeping over the fallen clergy. Flanking it were 3 elemental fiends, earth, water, and wind, each hungry for the contract of Saint Vanganza. Impatient for answers and drunk on violence, they had slaughtered anyone in their path. At the altar's center, the witch-heart demon paused, calmly lighting a single candle. Around it lay the bodies of priests and acolytes, the flickering flame casting long, accusing shadows. The air was thick with terror, and fate was about to demand its due. Wu Shinmo knelt before the altar, candlelight dancing across his half-demonic features. He lowered his head and spoke with deliberate insolence. Father, have mercy. I am guilty. My crimes are countless. A twisted smile tugged at his lips as he savored every word, the room echoing with the weight of his confession. Chapter 110:16. Tell me again, the witch-heart demon snarled, looming over the lone bishop, his pale features stretched in a feral grin. Where is the Saint Fanganza contract? The bishop's fingers clenched around the golden cross that hung at his throat. I don't know what you mean, he replied, his voice unnervingly calm even as his knees quivered. Don't lie to me. The demon's grin widened. You've protected that contract and kept it secret all these years. The bishop raised the cross, his knuckles white. I swear I will never let something so profane fall into your hands. A vow. The demon laughed, eyes glittering with amusement. So you admit you know where it is? The bishop's lips pressed into a thin line. As the old saying goes, never raise a tiger unless you want trouble. My father called me, now I suffer for that mistake. He muttered an incantation under his breath. The cross gleamed, and a soft white light spread from its surface, weaving into a slender barrier that cocooned him. Warmth flooded his chest, and he allowed himself a brief, grateful breath. Miracles are rare in this age, and true exorcists rarer still, but the bishop had learned a trick or two along the way. Devil, the Lord will surely punish you, the bishop cried, voice trembling with righteous fury. Wu Shinmo sneered, arching an eyebrow. Such piety, he mocked, or have you fallen silent? He strode forward and pressed both palms against the glowing barrier the bishop had erected. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered like glass. In the same instant, the witch's heart demon swept in, seizing the bishop by the throat and hoisting him into the air. Your pathetic holy magic might fend off third-rate imps, but do you honestly think you can stop me? A strangled howl echoed through the chamber as the demon's claws pierced the bishop's very soul. A corrosive aura ripped at him, and then, with a cruel twist, the demon withdrew its grasp. The bishop tumbled to the stone floor in a heap, gasping for air. Do you feel that? The demon hissed, looming over him. I could tear your soul out completely. No matter how devout you are, you will never enter heaven. The bishop's body shook, but he held his silence, refusing to plead. The demon's grin widened. Still no prayers? You cling to hope that your Lord will save you? Red eyes flicking past the bishop, the demon fixed its gaze on the statue of the Sacred Heart of Jesus behind him. With a dismissive wave, it signaled to its minions to advance. I'll handle it. The scruffy wind demon grinned and dissolved into a swirling gale. In an instant, the wind howled around the room, toppling the statue and shredding it into splinters. Lord, the bishop cried, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. From the shadows, the witch-heart demon leaned close and whispered into the bishop's ear. Let me share a little secret. Your revered God abandoned this universe millennia ago, left you faithful behind. The bishop's eyes widened. That's impossible. You're lying. Believe what you will, the witch-heart demon replied with a derisive laugh. It's common knowledge in hell. The most powerful angel in existence now is Lucifer himself, the Father's own son, so formidable even other demons respect him as their king. And those 3 demons standing quietly behind me, They're the fallen angels who joined his rebellion. A cold voice cut through the tension. Michael isn't any better. The water demon's tone was bitter. He was the one who cast us out, and heaven still won't acknowledge him as more than God's errand boy. Did you hear that? Wuxian Mo's eyes flared scarlet, his voice silky with menace. Now, tell me where the St. Fangansa contract is hidden, and I may yet spare your life. The bishop's faith finally broke. He wept until his knees hit the cold stone floor, and the crucifix in his hand slipped free, clattering against the church's flagstones. Between sobs he gasped, "The covenant of St. Fanganza, it's hidden in the cemetery, kept safe by the gravekeeper, Carter Shiley." Feng Mo's eyes glinted with satisfaction. He rested a hand on the bishop's shoulder. "Now that I know where the covenant lies, I'll make sure you're handsomely rewarded." At that, the bishop's face convulsed. His skin turned ashen, gray veins snaking across his cheeks as though life itself was draining away. Before anyone could react, the roar of a motorcycle filled the nave. The doors burst open, and the Ghost Rider stomped in, hellfire flickering along his finger bones. He leveled a blazing finger at the demon who'd tortured the bishop. "Back to hell," he thundered. The Witch-Heart demon merely shrugged, letting the bishop slump to the floor. Its voice was like burning coal. "Wind demon," it sneered. "Shall we make an example of him?" Feng Mo stammered. "Me?" He glanced down at the carved runes of the Kamatage circle, encircling them. His powers were sealed. And standing before him was Mephisto's own fearsome general, the Ghost Rider. A tense silence fell. The bargain for the covenant was struck. Now, only one question remained. Which of them would strike first? Archbishop Vandross's faith in his champion must run deep. He actually sent the Ghost Rider to hunt us down. But what do we have to fear? We are the wind itself. Can anyone truly catch the wind? Emboldened by that thought, Feng Mo's form dissolved into a swirling vortex of black smoke. In the next instant, he hurtled straight at the Ghost Rider. "Ha!" he crowed as they collided. The armored Avenger flew backward, crashing into the church wall with enough force to spiderweb the ancient stone. Dust rained down around them. "Is that all you've got, Knight?" Feng Mo taunted, drifting in midair. "Maybe you'd be better off joining us. Once our contract's sealed, you'll feel right at home in the new hell." The Ghost Rider paid him no heed. He stalked forward, chains jingling at his shoulder, and in one swift motion grabbed Feng Mo by the collar, hoisting him off the ground. "Enough talk?" he growled, studying the wind demon's eyes with an intensity that made the stained glass windows tremble. "Time to clear the air." But before he could unleash the dreaded Eye of Judgment, Feng Mo vanished, his body dissolving into a current of invisible wind. He escaped the rider's iron grip as easily as smoke through a crack. "Are you really that stupid? Or just pretending?" Feng Mo's voice echoed from all around. "You can't catch the wind!" Realization flashed across the Ghost Rider's face. The Eye of Judgment, useless against an elemental spirit of air. With a snarl, he yanked the heavy chain from his shoulder, its links whispering in the gloom, and began to chant in a language older than any living tongue. Hellfire ignited along the metal, flickering blue and crimson in the darkness. Feng Mo faltered, watching the blazing chain with an uncharacteristic flicker of uncertainty. The air around them grew thick with brimstone and anticipation, and so the true reckoning began. The red chain, wreathed in hellfire, arced through the air toward the wind demon, but passed harmlessly through his translucent form. Hellfire could burn even demonkind, yet Feng Mo's mastery of wind had pushed his dodge value to its absolute limit. He might have toyed with lesser foes, but this assault left him completely unfazed, until Ghost Rider struck again. With a roar, Ghost Rider pivoted on one heel, whipping the chain in a tight circle. Infernal flames roared to life along its length, coalescing into a blazing vortex that hung in midair like a living thing. In an instant, Feng Mo, so often the very eye of the storm, found himself adrift, his circling winds no match for the vortex's ravenous pull. He flailed powerless, the scorching maelstrom drawing him inexorably closer. "No!" Panic sharpened his voice. The black wind around him twisted into the semblance of a tormented human face as he fixed desperate eyes on the Witch-Heart demon. "Save me! Save me!" But neither Witch-Heart demon nor the water or earth demons stayed to aid him. With a single knowing glance between them, all three dissolved to shadow and vanished. Fungmo's heart sank, rage curdling to bitter regret. If only he'd never waded into these murky alliances, he thought. Now there was no one left to save him. Ghost Rider's laughter echoed like thunder. He tightened his grip, fueling the inferno with every ounce of his will. The red flame vortex swelled, its circumference stretching ever wider as it prepared to consume the wind demon whole. The wind demon's anguished wails echoed through the inferno, its once mighty form collapsing into blackened ash as if a gust of hellfire had ignited fragile parchment. When the last embers faded, the Ghost Rider wasted no time. He vaulted onto his charcoal-smoked chariot outside the ruined church and vanished, racing across the night in pursuit of the Witch-Heart Demon, the Earth Demon, and the Water Demon. Notice, our website will undergo major revisions soon. To avoid losing your bookshelf and reading history, please take screenshots of your progress. We apologize for any inconvenience. At dawn, the first sliver of sunlight peeked over the horizon. Johnny Blaze, restored to his human form, lay slumped against a weathered gravestone in St. Michael's Cemetery. His entire body ached, muscles trembling, and his mind swam in exhaustion. Suddenly, the sharp thunk of a shovel hitting earth jolted him upright. Instincts honed by countless battles kicked in as he blinked against the glare. A tall figure stood before him, backlit by the sun's glow. Silver hair peeked from beneath a broad-brimmed hat, and dusty leather chaps covered long legs. The stranger tipped his hat in a casual salute. "Morning, dead man," he said, voice low and steady. Johnny's throat felt like sandpaper. He croaked, "Where am I?" "St. Michael's Cemetery," the man replied. With a practiced motion, he tossed Johnny a half-full water bottle. "Drink. You look like you've seen hell." Johnny caught the bottle, relief and questions battling in his mind as he turned his gaze up at the mysterious cowboy. Johnny bolted upright the moment he felt cool water against his lips. He fumbled the cap off the bottle and drained it in one long gulp. "Ah, that's so much better. Thanks." The old man gave a knowing shrug. "You've been transforming too often. Pretty soon you'll be used to the smoke choking your throat." Johnny's brow shot up. "Who are you?" The old man offered a faint, crooked smile. "That's exactly what I was about to ask you. You're a knight now, the Ghost Rider himself. You'd do well to get accustomed to this new existence. Otherwise, there's plenty of room for you in the cemetery over there." Johnny stared at him, bewildered, then squared his shoulders and stepped toward his Harley-Davidson, which now sat unburned and whole. He fired up the engine and shifted it into gear. "They've seen you. If you want to stay alive, you're going to need my help." The old man followed him, his pace unhurried. "Last time I trusted a stranger," Johnny said, his face twisting. "I ended up signing away my soul to Mephisto. I'm not doing that again." "You can't run from what you are," the old man replied calmly. "You made that deal long before today. This was always coming." Johnny killed the engine and turned to face him, the rumble echoing in the silent lot. Whatever this stranger knew, it was something he could no longer ignore. He turned back to stare at the old man clutching the shovel. "What could you possibly know?" The old man lifted an eyebrow and smiled. "Congratulations. You're desperate enough that you're finally willing to listen." "Come with me," the old man said. "It's a long story." Before Aaron could respond, a voice rang out from the roadside. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder, Aaron waved cheerfully at the pair. "I'm all ears. I wouldn't mind another spectator." Ghost Rider really can move. Just last night, Aaron had linked minds with the missing person, keeping that mental line open as they gathered every bit of gear. Holy water, silver-tipped bullets, the works. Meanwhile, Abe loaded his $1,000 Harley, and Goo, aided by Gaius's compass, they scoured the county until they found this very cemetery. Although the compass now rested in Aaron's pack, anyone could recognize Ghost Rider by the signature leather jacket, steel-toed boots, and roaring Harley-Davidson beneath a pale moon. And as for the old man with the shovel, he didn't look wealthy or important, but he already knew far too much about Ghost Rider to be just another gravedigger. That alone made Aaron even more curious about what he had to say. Just as the old man was about to turn him away, Johnny's eyes snapped open in sudden recognition. "Aaron, is that really you?" he blurted. Aaron paused, surprised. "You know him?" Johnny shook his head, uncertainty in his gaze. "Well, he's the one Mephisto sent me to find. Actually, scratch that. No, that's not right. He's simply the person who left the deepest impression on me. He took a breath, voice dropping to a whisper. There's no stain of sin on his soul. Either he was an angel in a past life, or he truly is one now. A cold chuckle escaped Aaron's lips as he adopted a formal, almost theatrical air. He spoke as though reciting a line. So you remember, after all, I warned you I wouldn't let this pass. Do you know how much you owe me? Johnny frowned, bewildered. Owe you? About what? Aaron's expression hardened, eyes flicking with hurt pride. That motorcycle of mine, my masterpiece. A top-tier alchemical creation, sleek and powerful. I poured years of resources and craftsmanship into that bike. It was my greatest achievement, my constant companion for over 3 years. And you, Johnny held up his hands defensively. Whoa, hold on. That wasn't me. It was the Ghost Rider who smashed it up that night. Aaron's jaw tightened at the mention of the name. Don't play innocent with me, Blaze. I've spent too long chasing you, too long perfecting my craft. And now you expect me to ignore what you did? Johnny opened his mouth to protest, then closed it, crestfallen. He glanced away, guilt and confusion warring in his features. The tension between them crackled in the dim light of the workshop, a tension born of shattered trust, alchemical feuds, and the lingering question of redemption. Johnny bit back the rest of his protest. After all, he was no stranger to staring down the devil himself, but he couldn't let Aaron have the last word. He squared his shoulders and forced a conciliatory smile. All right, I'm sorry, but believe me when I say it wasn't intentional. Aaron's eyes narrowed. I'll take your word for it, but put yourself in my place. If some random guy came along and smashed up your bike for no reason, could you just let it slide? Swallow that anger? Johnny's jaw clenched. He opened his mouth, then shut it. Aaron leaned in. If you say you could, I'll dismantle your Harley right now, and you'll still owe me for what you owe. I didn't finish you off that night because I wasn't prepared, not because I couldn't. Johnny's face went ashen. Fine, he blurted. I'll pay you back, but not today. I've got bigger things to deal with. Aaron shrugged, sliding the pistol back into its holster. Fair enough. That's why I didn't press it against your temple. He turned to the old man beside him. Mr. Chung, would you mind giving us one more reading? I happen to have some information you might find unusual. The old man chuckled and waved them inside. Not at all. He led Johnny and Aaron into a quiet parlor where a low wooden table awaited. The three settled around it, and Aaron reached into his bag, withdrew a small carved figure, Abe, and placed it on the table as though it were a key to secrets yet untold. Then all three fell silent, eyes fixed on Mr. Chung's knowing smile. He leaned close to Abe and murmured in Draconic, Watch his face. Any sign of a lie, you catch it. Abe, the Sequence 7 psychiatrist, nodded and fixed his gaze on the old man. Turning back to Aaron, he said, Troopers are Hell's bounty hunters, sent to recapture the evil spirits that escape damnation. By day, they appear human, but at night, their true nature emerges. They become ghost riders. Their most fearsome weapon is the Eye of Judgment, a burning gaze that incinerates a sinner's soul. Every night bears one. Aaron's eyes gleamed with curiosity. You mean Johnny Blaze isn't the only ghost rider? Not by a long shot, the man replied. The last one before Blaze showed up 150 years ago. Aaron paused, weighing the information. Johnny Blaze was formidable, but knowing more riders might open new strategies. Who was the one from back then? The old man's voice grew low and ragged. In the distant village of Sanafangansa, life was peaceful, until a stranger arrived. He offered the villagers a deal born of greed. One by one, they fell into treachery, betraying friends and kin. Blood soaked the streets until the town lay in ruins, its people slaughtered. Their tormented souls have been bound to that forsaken place ever since. Johnny's brow furrowed. What does this have to do with the witch? Are you saying she's behind the so-called witch's heart demon? The old man's face grew solemn. He sent you to hunt the witch's heart demon? Aaron offered a wry half-smile. Actually, there were 3 of them. I've already taken down one. The witch's heart demons. The old man's voice dropped. Also known as demons of exile, angels cast out of heaven by Saint Michael. They hide within the elements, waiting for the end of days. That was then, Aaron said, chuckling softly. Now, things have shifted in unexpected ways. The old man leaned forward, eyes alight with curiosity. What have you learned? Speak plainly. Aaron adopted a dramatic tone, as if unveiling a grand illusion. The prophecy of the soothsayer. It foretells the rise of the son of hell. He will emerge from the abyss to claim St. Fangance's contract. Once he does, the gates of hell will swing open, devils will pour into our world, and heaven will stand by in cold indifference. Exciting, isn't it? Chapter 10:17. In the flickering candlelight of the hidden sanctuary, the old man pressed his temples with a weary hand. His eyes, once sharp as a hawk's, now looked clouded with worry. "This is dire," he muttered. "The contract of St. Fangance has resurfaced, and the witch-heart demon is coming for it. That's why Mephisto sent you after his disobedient son, to keep that contract out of our enemy's hands." Johnny leaned forward, confusion creasing his brow. "What exactly is the contract of St. Fangance?" The old man's voice dropped to a grave whisper. "It binds the souls of 1,000 devout saints, souls so potent that once channeled, they could reshape our world into a living hell. The ancient prophecy warns that with those souls, the gates of hell themselves will swing wide open." Aaron snorted in disbelief. 1,000 souls? That hardly seems enough. I mean, if Mephisto can lure one village after another into selling their souls, just like he did in St. Fangance, doesn't that mean he could open the gates of hell over and over? What stops him from doing it 100 times? The old man shot him a stern look. "Because the contract is unique. It's not just any tally of damned spirits. It's the original covenant forged centuries ago, imbued with the raw power of those first 1,000 saints. Replicating it would take an eternity of soul harvesting, and even then, their energy would be diluted. Only this one contract carries the force needed to tear open the veil between our world and the infernal realms." Johnny exchanged a glance with Aaron. The weight of the old man's words settled over them like a shroud. Hell might not be coming just once. It could break loose forever if they failed. Aaron clenched his jaw. "Then we'd better find that contract before the witch-heart demon does, and stop Mephisto's son from tearing the place apart." The old man nodded. "Tonight I'll show you where the contract is hidden. Prepare yourselves, lads. We're about to walk into a war between devils." "There could be several reasons," the old man replied, smiling as he shook his head. "Perhaps it's divine protection that keeps the devil's power in check on Earth." Aaron scowled. "It's not God shielding them. It's that super magic circle in Kamataz." The old man's eyes grew serious. "The villagers of San Fanganza are among God's most devoted believers. Mephisto plotted their downfall so their corrupted souls would unleash immense demonic energy. There's no other holy village like San Fanganza. The combined faith of thousands of ordinary souls simply can't match its power. On top of that, a corruption on that scale would surely alert heaven. A demon whose power is already constrained wouldn't get a second chance to seduce so many faithful." Aaron nodded thoughtfully. "If the St. Fanganza contract is so crucial, why hasn't Mephisto claimed it himself?" "He did," the old man said. "Mephisto sent his ghostwriter to retrieve the contract. But that ghostwriter, when he realized how dangerous the covenant truly was, refused to let the devil prevail. In an unprecedented act, he turned on Mephisto and defeated him." "Betrayed Mephisto?" Johnny's jaw dropped. "How on earth did he manage that?" Carter Shirey, the old man, let a small, knowing smile tug at his lips. "Demons never make the same deal twice. Once Mephisto handed down the order, Ghost Rider had to deliver the Sanct Fanganza contract straight into the devil's hands. Rider obeyed, showed Mephisto every clause, every seal, then bolted the instant his back was turned, ripping free from the demon's influence in the blink of an eye." Aaron clicked his tongue in admiration. "Now that was genius." He leaned forward, locking eyes with Carter. "But why do you know so much about it? Who are you, really?" Carter's grin faded into a wry grin. "Name's Carter Shirey. Used to be a by-the-book Texas Ranger, upstanding to a fault, until I let my appetite for more get the better of me. One bad choice landed me in a cell, awaiting the gallows." Aaron frowned, piecing it together. "And then Eon rescued you." "Or recruited me," Carter corrected. "In exchange for my life, I signed on the dotted line, with a certain darker power. That pact turned me into what some call the spirit marshal of the beyond, an enforcer between worlds, and that choice set everything else into motion." Aaron's eyebrows shot up. "Given how old that contract must be, you must be well over 100 years old by now." With a lazy shrug, Carter produced a cigar and lit it. Smoke curled around him like a phantom cloak. I lost track past a century, but I'm fairly sure I haven't hit 200 yet. He settled back, the faint glow of embers reflecting in his ancient eyes, as if centuries of secrets lay waiting just behind that calm, weathered facade. Carter Shirey tipped back his hat, revealing a face weathered by more than a century and a half of battles. The Ghost Rider from over 150 years ago, Johnny Blaze whispered, disbelief and relief mingling in his voice. Johnny blinked back the shock. So you were the last victim before me? In a manner of speaking, Carter replied with a wry shrug. But I'm in much better shape than you. He ran a hand over his long coat, the fabric still unmarred despite its age. I managed to break free from the demon's control, something you're still wrestling with. Aaron nodded slowly, studying Carter's calm confidence. Don't get too comfortable, he warned. You may have escaped Mephisto himself, but his son is already on our trail, hunting the St. Fanganza contract. He paused, gauging Carter's reaction. Surviving more than a century under that kind of cosmic pressure, that takes more than luck. His knowledge and cunning could outmatch even Blaze's. Carter's expression turned grave. He folded his arms and met Aaron's eyes. And it's not just the witch-heart demon we need to worry about, he said quietly. If Mephisto catches wind of a loophole in his father's power, he'll swoop in to reclaim that contract himself. Johnny's fists clenched, flames flickering weakly in his palms. Then we'll stop them, he said with determination. Together. Carter gave him a curt nod. Together, he agreed. But behind that nod lay the caution of a man who had stared down hell more times than he cared to count, and lived to tell the tale. Aaron stared at Carter Shirey. If I can destroy the witch-hearted demon before he lays hands on the sacred Fanganza contract, I'll break free of Mephisto's control. Then maybe everything will be a lot less complicated. Carter leaned back, amusement in his eyes. Not a bad plan, but you still underestimate demons. Even when they can't fully manifest on our world, they're more trouble than we like to admit. Aaron nodded solemnly. Then he hesitated, brows knitting together. Where is the sacred Fanganza contract now? Carter's expression flickered, and he cleared his throat. That, he said slowly, is a secret I intend to take to my grave, but rest assured it's well hidden. No one will ever find it. All right, Aaron said, as long as it's safe. Suddenly, Abe, Aaron's draconic familiar, twitched his nostrils and let out a low hiss in draconic. Master, he murmured, there's a foul whiff of dragon sulfur in the air. Aaron's eyes narrowed. He turned back to Carter, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Speaking of graves, he said, I passed an old tombstone not 10 minutes ago. Your name was carved on it. You're not hiding the contract in that coffin, are you? Carter's smile froze. He forced a laugh, fingers curling around his wineglass. Ridiculous, he said. Don't let your imagination run wild. How do you plan to take it to the grave? Johnny glared at Carter Shirey's ashamed expression. Heat rushed through his veins. Is this what you call safe? Shirey shrugged. Who has time to dig up a grave? Humans don't, Johnny retorted, but demons might. A soft, mocking laugh drifted through the doorway. The witch-heart demon stepped inside, his lips curled into a teasing smile. Behind him, the earth demon and the water demon snickered in unison, an eerie harmony that set Johnny's teeth on edge. Hell itself seemed to have spilled into the room. Witch, Johnny barked, springing to his feet. What are you doing here? The witch-heart demon's eyes flicked to Carter. The Bishop of St. Michael told me the property deed ended up in the tombkeeper's hands. Of course, I had to follow the trail. He paused, savoring the moment. You beat me here, just barely, but I've learned the secret I've hungered for. Don't even think about it, Johnny warned, moving to shield Carter. In a sudden blur, the demon lunged. Its bony fingers closed around Johnny's throat. Fool, it hissed. It's broad daylight. Without the Ghost Rider's flame, you're just a man, helpless and powerless. Johnny's world tightened around him, but the fire in his eyes only grew hotter. The battle for the deed, and for much more, was far from over. Hey, Carter Shirey called out, a sly smile tugging at his lips. You've obviously never heard of a Ghost Rider who waits until dark. Before anyone could answer, his body burst into red flames. Flesh and features melted away, revealing a blazing skull beneath a weathered cowboy hat and a long duster coat flickering with hellfire. In an instant, this Western-style Ghost Rider strode forward, chains rattling at his side. I learned more than a century and a half ago that a peaceful retirement is a luxury I can't afford, he drawled. He walked to the far wall, yanked down his familiar shotgun, and swirled it through the flames dancing around his hand. Hellfire coiled around the barrel like a living thing. Then, with 3 thunderous blasts, the Earth Demon was sent flying backward, smashing into the doorframe. Half of its midsection exploded into jagged pieces. The Water Demon shattered into a fine, misty spray that hung in the air before dripping to the floor. Neither creature died instantly, but both lay broken and bleeding, their supernatural recovery stalled by Carter's cursed fire. The Witch-Heart Demon, blood as viscous as tar, stood next. Hellfire clawed at its twisted features, burning deep into its flesh. A tortured scream tore from its throat, then almost as quickly, curled into a harsh, mocking laugh. Carter cocked the shotgun, embers dancing around his boots. "Let's see how funny you are when this sidearm's singing." He raised the weapon, eyes burning brighter than the flames that crowned his skull. The ground trembled as the Witch-Heart Demon loomed over Aaron, black embers dancing across its twisted frame. "You had better be careful," it growled. "Hellfire alone won't kill me. I am the son of Hell, second only to Mephisto himself in the infernal realm." Aaron didn't flinch. He cocked an eyebrow and said, "The second heir of 10,000 years, right?" His voice rang out, cutting through the demon's boast like a blade. The creature's pride cracked. "Silence!" it roared. "Who are you two?" Before it could finish, Aaron squeezed the trigger. A silver bullet tore into the demon's throat with a sickening crunch. Gray fragments of bone and corrupted flesh exploded outward, and the monster reeled back 2 steps, barely managing to stay on its feet. Yet within moments, the wound sealed itself, flesh knitting together with unnatural speed. The demon's scarlet eyes flared with rage. "Exorcist," it snarled. "I expected more of you. You outshine that pompous bishop." Aaron gave a cool, confident smile as he reloaded. That was just the prelude. "You must be misunderstanding," Aaron sneered. "I'm a serious alchemist. I even brewed up several vials of potent holy water on a whim. These silver bullets are dipped in it, designed specifically to restrain demons. I stayed up half the night making them." The Witch-Heart Demon clenched his teeth in irritation, eyes flicking with wary suspicion. Even weakened on Earth, he knew holy water alone could never seriously harm a demon of his caliber. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stormed St. Michael's Church with such confidence. Yet there was something different about the purifying energy Aaron had bottled. It burned him nearly as fiercely as hellfire itself. "Stop staring at me like that," Aaron taunted, lifting his gun once more. "Or go ahead, have nightmares about it tonight." He aimed carefully, then pulled the trigger. A silver bullet streaked forward, haloed in glimmering white light. The demon's eyes flashed black, shadows rippling across his skin. With a guttural snarl, he lashed out, trying to smother the oncoming sacred energy with his dark aura. But even as some of the purifying force sizzled away in darkness, enough of it found its mark, tracing a burning line across the demon's shoulder. The Witch-Heart Demon recoiled, claws scraping the ground as he snarled in pain and fury. Aaron didn't hesitate. With a quick flick of his wrist, he drew a slender glass vial from his space ring and hurled it at the Witch-Heart Demon. The demon snorted in contempt, waving his claws as if to swat away a gnat. But the moment the vial shattered, a deluge of crystalline holy water rained down over him. For an instant, the demon froze. Thin tendrils of green smoke curled from his body, and his pale flesh split open in jagged seams, revealing the hideous black-green skin beneath. He howled, "Ah, I'll kill you, you miserable mortal!" He bared his monstrous teeth, fury burning in his eyes, yet he knew he couldn't let his true form emerge. If the bald woman sensed the devil lurking under that skin, his mission here would collapse. And Mephisto, not to mention the Supreme Mage, would make him regret it. Aaron rolled his eyes and calmly pulled an ID card from his pocket. He held it out where the demon could see the hollow emblem. "Let me make one thing clear. I am not just a mortal. I'm an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., reporting directly to Director Nick Fury, the one demonkind fears most. Now, explain why you dared set foot on Earth without his permission." Director Nick Fury was right. Demons really are brainless idiots. And you'll always be second best. Even if your father himself showed up, Fury wouldn't give you the time of day. You half-human, half-ghost abominations should count your blessings that you ever crossed my path. Next time you run into him, I'll thrash you like this every single time. He'd better pray he makes it back to hell on his knees. Shield. Nick Fury. I'll remember those names, Wu Shinmo hissed, eyes blazing with dark intent. When I reshape Earth into my own personal hell, I'll be the first to tear his soul from his body and burn it in my black flames for billions of years. Bang! 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 Aaron lifted an eyebrow as he pounded the trigger, emptying the rest of Higanbana's magazine in a staccato burst. Each shot hurled Wu Shinmo backward, carving 9 ghostly holes through his form. Black particles streamed in and out of the wounds, as if the darkness itself were bleeding. With a sharp clang, Aaron flipped Higanbana's barrel open and loaded fresh silver bullets, one by one, in full view of his opponent. He shook his head and smirked. "Tsk. Anyone can talk big," he said, voice dripping with contempt. "But words don't win fights, bullets do." The supernatural incidents across the globe fall under Shield's jurisdiction. Wu Shinmo's voice crackled over the comm. "Don't stick your neck out and make a fool of yourself. If you think you can drag Director Fury to hell, go ahead, but don't expect me to bail you out. I'll dive into that crater myself. After all, he was a fire demon, a dragon slayer born of flames. A swim in molten rock was child's play. Remember your words," he sneered, and in an instant his form dissolved into a swirl of black mist, streaking off into the sky. "What about us?" The earth demon and water demon, still bruised and battered, called after him in confusion. "Hold them off for me," came the echo of his parting shot. Wu Shinmo didn't look back. Facing a seasoned exorcist and a ghost rider, power limited by daylight meant playing it smart. He couldn't burn at full strength, but he'd manage. Survival wasn't the issue. He had no taste for pointless self-sacrifice. His real aim was to claim the St. Venganza contract, fling open the gates of hell, and settle his scores properly. As for Nick Fury and S.Shield, not a single soul would escape his vengeance. The 2 minor demons exchanged uneasy glances, instantly regretting the day they'd ever crossed paths with Wu Shinmo, and realizing, far too late, how badly he'd overestimated them. "How can we possibly handle a situation even he can't?" the water demon hissed, eyes darting toward the nearest exit. "Why don't we just run?" The earth demon's lips curled into a cold smile. "Run? We signed our souls to Wu Shinmo. Our only task is to buy him time until he secures the St. Venganza contract. Once that's done, we can retreat." He studied the 2 mortals before him, the Ghost Rider, Carter Slay, and the human exorcist, Aaron. His gaze locked on Aaron. Easier target. No hellfire, no immortal body, just a man armed with limited vials of holy water and a few blessed bullets. Sooner or later, Aaron's arsenal would run dry, and then he'd be little more than easy prey. Better to exhaust the exorcist first. In an instant, the water demon dissolved into a swirling puddle and surged straight at Aaron. "I'll take care of the exorcist," it gurgled. The earth demon froze. A moment later, he turned, only to find Carter Slay leveling his shotgun at them, eyes blazing. Partner of the year, he thought bitterly. Just perfect. It looks like the chapter text itself wasn't included. Could you please paste in the passage you'd like me to revise? Once I have the original content, I'll be happy to rewrite it into smooth, idiomatic English. Chapter 1018, Hell's Gravedigger, the difference between one-on-one and a gang fight. "You've got some nerve," Aaron sneered, stepping in front of Abe. "Don't hold back. Show him what real despair feels like." At his command, the holy dragon's jaws snapped open, a swirl of scorching air hissing out. Then, with a deafening roar, it unleashed a blistering ball of crimson fire. The water demon, caught in mid-lunge, froze as the searing heat and raw magical energy assailed him. Panic flickered across his eyes. He jammed on the brakes, but it was futile. He lacked the time or space to dodge. The dragon's inferno swallowed him whole. A tortured scream tore from the creature's throat as it writhed in the red blaze. Within moments, its form collapsed into a plume of white steam. The water demon was obliterated before it could mount any defense. On the opposite flank, Carter Slay's strike sent the earth demon flying. It hit the ground hard, dirt erupting around a massive hole torn through its chest. Crimson seeped from the wound, but the demon didn't flinch. Even in agony, its eyes burned with stubborn defiance. proof that in a true gang fight, even the gravest injuries can't always break a fighter's will. He froze, staring at the small creature, no monster, cradled in Aaron's arms. Black smoke and sparks curled from its snarling jaws. Water demon, how wrong I was about you. You're no mere canine companion, you're a godsend. If you hadn't arrived when you did, I'd be nothing but ashes by now. The earth demon blinked, as did Carter Slay and Johnny Blaze. None of them could believe the so-called water demon had fallen so casually at the paws of what looked like a pet. That is, the earth demon stammered. What exactly is it? Aaron lifted an eyebrow. I'll give you one more chance to phrase the question properly. A divine beast? No. Aaron shook his head. Abe isn't just a divine beast. He's a sacred beast. In fact, he's the only dragon on this planet with holy attributes. We call him the Holy Dragon. At his words, Abe tossed his head back in a proud display, letting his scaled neck arch gracefully. The water demon's end may seem unjust, Aaron continued, but it isn't accidental. The Holy Dragon's flames aren't ordinary fire. They purify. Against demons, their power is just as devastating as hellfire itself. Aaron thundered forward, heart pounding. Move it. Finish him before he kills anyone else. He spun to Carter Slay, eyes blazing. What are you waiting for? Make it quick. Send him back to hell. Carter Slay snapped out of his daze and leveled his enchanted shotgun at the injured earth demon sprawled on the ground. The creature's mottled skin shifted from dark brown to ashen gray as it stared up at Slay with pleading eyes. Please, mercy, it rasped, clinging to life. Slay's lips curled in contempt. Mercy? Demons don't deserve mercy. He squeezed the trigger. A roaring orb of hellfire erupted from the barrel, consuming the demon in a searing inferno. In an instant, the creature went from writhing flesh to a smoking pile of blackened ash. Slay lowered the gun. There, done. Johnny exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. They were just minor pawns. Eliminating them won't slow Wu Shin Mo, but the St. Vanganza contract, if he gets hold of that, he'll bury us all. Slay's shoulders slumped. I know. That's why I set this trap. I sacrificed my own tomb, one I spent decades preparing, to lure him in. Johnny glared at the smoldering remains. And you think he'll fall for it? Slay's jaw tightened. He has to. Otherwise, this grave isn't the only thing that's going to be desecrated. Johnny took a step back. Then let's just hope our gamble pays off, before it's too late. Is this the place? Johnny asked, voice tight with worry. The St. Vanganza contract is supposed to be buried here, right? Carter Slay let out a short laugh. Please don't flatter yourself. I never admitted that the contract was in my family vault. Johnny's brow knit. So, you knew all along? Young man, Carter said, eyes narrow. I've been dealing with demons long before you were born. Of course I'm more sensitive to them than you are. Johnny glanced at Aaron, puzzled. You sensed it too, didn't you? Aaron shook his head. No. That's a relief, Johnny said, exhaling. If only Carter had caught it, my pride could handle it. He paused, but something did detect the demon. Aaron lifted Abe, his large hound, by one paw and waved it theatrically. Abe here told me he caught a whiff of sulfur in the air. The devil has arrived. Johnny stiffened. So he's here right now? Aaron nodded. Yes, and we need to act. The witch heart demon wants the contract more than anything, and if he finds us first, it'll be 3 of us against 3 of him. With you tagging along, that doesn't exactly level the playing field. We bury the contract here, Carter said, peering down at the soil. Then lure the demon away. Once it's gone, we dig it up again. Johnny squared his shoulders. All right, let's do it. In the torchlit gloom of their war room, Carter Slay's companion glared at him across the table. If Carter Slay had died, she spat, they would have buried him with that blasted contract. But he's alive. There's no way he'd be foolish enough to keep it on him. Only you and your mindless demon lackeys would fall for that. Carter bristled, running a hand through his hair. There's no need to be so blunt. She snorted in reply. Blunt? You stabbed me straight in the heart. Don't pretend you've forgotten the psychological damage you inflicted that night. He exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. All right. It's a relief the contract isn't here. So what now? Do we just wait for him to show up? His gaze hardened. I'd rather finish this now. Since his escape, he'd managed to hold on to a fragment of the Ghost Rider's power. It kept him alive and let him transform at will, but it was steadily draining away. The longer he waited, the weaker he'd become. Worse, every strike of his blade demanded a fresh surge of that energy. Still, he'd rather burn himself out than let the witch's plan succeed. Johnny, who had been leaning against the far wall, pushed himself to his feet. "Are you sure that's our only option?" Carter met his friend's worried look. "I don't know if it's the only way, but I don't see any other choice." Silence fell over the room as they steeled themselves for what came next. Aaron stood quietly by the ruined door, arms folded, as Johnny's eyes blazed with urgency. "We know Carter's sleigh has the St. Vanganza contract," Johnny said. "He won't give it up easily. You're with me on this, right?" Aaron shrugged, neither committing nor refusing. His one and only mission was to defeat the Ghost Rider. Everything else was secondary. Besides, the prophecy tome already foresaw that the Witch-Heart demon would ultimately claim the contract. They could tweak the details, prepare contingencies, but if everything went south, powerful allies like Kamatage and Tiantian would clean up the fallout. Aaron had no reason to lose sleep over it. With a deafening crash, the heavy oak door exploded into splinters. A stone tombstone crashed to the floor, scattering rubble in every direction. "Alas!" Carter Slay muttered, stepping over the broken threshold. He ran a hand through his hair as he surveyed the destruction. "The grave I've watched for decades, erased in an instant." The Witch-Heart demon materialized in the wreckage, clad in a dark Victorian waistcoat, pale eyes blazing. "How dare you deceive the great son of hell?" he thundered, voice echoing off shattered wood and stone. Johnny squared his shoulders, ready to face whatever came next. The hunt for the St. Vanganza contract had just begun, and no force on earth would stand in their way. Reminder, please back up your bookshelf and reading history now. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for the inconvenience. He, the son of hell, had no choice but to show his face. Striding into broad daylight, he unearthed a freshly dug grave, only to discover an empty coffin. The humiliation was absolute. Fury contorted his features. "Where are the water demon and the earth demon?" Aaron's grin was cold. "The pile of debris at your feet is your earth demon. As for the water demon..." He paused, his smile widening. "Notice how humid it suddenly feels in here?" "Worthless trash, both of them," the Witch-Heart demon spat under his breath. He'd banked on his 2 lieutenants, slowing the Ghost Rider and the Exorcist, but they'd fallen in less than 2 minutes. Unbelievable. Carter Shirey advanced, sneering. He drew his gun and opened fire. Bang! 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 A relentless volley of hellfire bullets tore into the Witch-Heart demon, each shot carving fresh wounds across his flesh. The demon screamed and stumbled backward, riddled with gashes as he fled the room. Aaron Carter Shirey to within striking distance. The Witch-Heart demon's skull lay in ruins, bones splintered and scattered, and jagged, translucent wounds yawned across his waist, nearly bisecting him. Yet the monstrous figure lifted his head, fierce defiance in his eyes. "Who do you think I am?" he rasped, voice hoarse with pain. "I am the spawn of hell. You cannot kill me." Aaron touched his chin, as if pondering the question. His tone was calm, almost courteous. "When you escaped the infernal realm, you carried a fragment of its power with you. That shard fuels your uncanny regeneration, but it's finite. Every time you heal yourself, you expend 1 fragment. The moment they're all gone, nothing will hold you back here. You'll be dragged screaming back into the abyss." The Witch-Heart demon recoiled, disbelief etched on his twisted features. You're only a mortal. How could you know that?" Aaron allowed himself a faint, mocking smile. A mortal? Hardly. He was a lord of dimensions, a peer of Mephisto in rank, if not raw power. Rolling his eyes, he whispered under his breath, "Fine, you know the truth." "So what?" Aloud he spoke with icy certainty. "Knowledge won't save you. Your feeble attacks are nowhere near enough to fell me." He drew himself up, ready for the demon's next move. On this battlefield, it was clear who held the true edge. Carter Shirey squeezed off another round, shattering the Witch-Heart demon's jaw. He didn't flinch as the creature staggered back. Instead, he let the barrel of his gun glow with hellfire and spoke in a low, relentless voice. "You're guilty." The demon trembled, then let out a hollow, mocking laugh. "Your little judgment stare won't work on me. I have no soul for you to condemn." A heartbeat later, the Witch-Heart demon seized the moment and dove for Carter's skull, claws locking around his head. "Lucky you hold the St. Vanganza contract. Now, Before the demon could finish, a volley of silver bullets whistled through the air. One tore into his elbow, forcing him to release Carter. Carter hit the ground, rolled to his feet, and leveled his gun beneath the demon's chin. Boom! A blazing sphere of hellfire erupted from the muzzle, obliterating the demon's head, yet his body remained upright, composed. Black, ember-like particles drifted back toward the stump at his neck, coalescing until his head stood whole once more. A triumphant grin split the witch-heart demon's face. "I told you, your tricks are useless." Carter's eyes flared with infernal light. He tightened his grip on the gun and let the fire rage behind his words. "Then we'll burn together." "Old man, you don't stand a chance against him." The witch-heart demon, Wuxin Mo, taunted, nodding at Johnny Blaze, who leaned casually to one side, quietly chewing a slice of melon. "If Mephisto wanted someone to deal with me, choosing Johnny makes perfect sense. If he can defeat me, then maybe he earns the right to face me again. But you wouldn't last long enough to land a single killing blow. And let's not forget, this Ghost Rider can't even transform in daylight. The advantage is mine." Wuxin Mo's eyes glittered with ambition as he continued. "Here's a proposal. Hand over the St. Venganza contract, and I'll make you my right hand when I become the new, King of Hell. I'll grant you powers far beyond your current pathetic state. If you need proof, we can seal it in a contract right now." He wasn't bluffing. Wuxin Mo intended to tear open Hell's gates, flood the earth with his own infernal reign, and overthrow his ancient father's rule. To sit on Hell's throne, however, he needed competent lieutenants. Since the Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Earth Demon were all dead, he had to find new allies worthy of his dark empire. Carter's sleigh was exactly the kind of recruit they needed. A Ghost Rider who had once broken free of Mephisto's control. No doubt he was formidable. Besides, if anyone could rival Mephisto himself, it would be someone who had already dared to betray him. Yet when Wu Shinmo leant in for an answer, Carter only laughed. "Betrayed Mephisto? Please," Carter sneered. "I just slipped out of his grasp, completely different. And between you and your old man, he's the real mastermind. Stronger, smarter, deadlier." Wu Shinmo's eyes went cold. This insolence, coming from a deserter, was a direct insult to the prince determined to overthrow his father. With a single motion, the witch-heart demon struck. Carter flew backward, then found himself flattened beneath Wu Shinmo's crushing grip. "You're looking for death, traitor," Wu Shinmo hissed, pinning Carter's throat to the stone floor. "Hand over the St. Venganza contract, or I'll show you how merciful oblivion can be." Carter's grin only widened as he kicked out, breaking the hold. He sat up, unruffled. "Nice try, but I'm not talking." Wu Shinmo's gaze turned even colder. "That's exactly what so many before you thought." A tense silence stretched between them as Carter's sleigh settled back on his heels, defiant and unbroken, proof enough that words alone wouldn't bend him. And in that charged moment, both knew the real battle was only just beginning. "Let's see if you're still so stubborn once I rip your soul out," Aaron snarled. Wu Shinmo's eyes gleamed, but before he could reply, Aaron leveled the modified pistol at his temple. "Sorry to interrupt," he said coolly, "but you seem to have forgotten there are other people here." "Ha?" Wu snorted. "And who the hell do you think you are?" A sharp click echoed across the graveyard as Aaron cocked the hammer. With a steady squeeze, he ordered, "Get out of the way." In response, Wu Shinmo unleashed a swirling orb of shadowy energy. It slammed into the air around the gun, shattering the holy bullets in mid-flight and sending them skittering across the tombstones. For an instant, bright white and blue light shimmered over the weapon, throwing Wu off balance. Then came a thunderous roar. Abe, a dragon no larger than a house cat moments before, leapt from Aaron's arms. The ground trembled under his immense weight as he landed, his claws raking the earth. With one devastating swipe, Abe sent Wu Shinmo flying more than 10 meters, toppling 2 rows of ancient gravestones. Abe's wings unfurled, glowing pure white, and he soared above Wu. From his jaws poured a torrent of ruby-red flame, scorching the damp air. Wu Shinmo's face drained of color. In desperation, he evaporated into a writhing ball of black mist, drifting helplessly beyond the dragon's reach. When he reformed, tears of shock sparkled in his eyes. "A dragon?" he whispered. This can't be real. Dragons don't exist on Earth." Aaron lowered his gun and offered a cold, amused smile. "How long has it been since you last visited Hell?" How can you be so sure there aren't dragons on Earth? Aaron asked, a sly smile playing on his lips. Last I checked, besides Abe, there are at least 2 colossal dragons still roaming free. Wu Shinmo's expression darkened. He'd never feared a one-on-one fight with a ghost rider, an exorcist, or even a dragon, but facing all 3 at once was another matter. And if the battle dragged on until nightfall, they'd almost certainly call in a second ghost rider. Then he wouldn't even get a chance to unleash the true power of the Son of Hell on Earth. 4 enemies bearing down on him at once? That is a recipe for disaster. Chapter 1019, An Exorcist Who Follows the Warrior's Path. How despicable the witch finds him. Aaron's grin widened as he surveyed his opponent. So, what do you think of a sacred, demon-binding dragon? Surprised? Impressed? Maybe even a little moved? He tapped his chin theatrically. Oh, and I must admit, I didn't care much for your tone just now, so... With a thunderous roar, Abe the dragon beat his wings, whipping the night air into a ferocious gale. Wu Shinmo staggered back, bracing himself against the onslaught. No sooner had he regained his footing than a torrent of red dragon flame surged toward him, hot enough to sear stone. That's going too far, Wu snapped. In retaliation, he exhaled a plume of inky black gas. The temperature plummeted on the spot. A thin sheet of frost spread across the surrounding tombstones. With a bone-shaking boom, the opposing energies, scorching crimson fire and freezing black mist, collided in concentric shockwaves that rattled the ground. Before Wu Shinmo could press his advantage, a sharp crack split the air. A single bullet slammed into his cheek, sending fragments of dark sand spraying across his face. Off balance and reeling from the sudden attack, he froze for a heartbeat. That was all the time Abe needed. The dragon's breath engulfed him in blazing light, and within an instant, Wu Shinmo was consumed, reduced to nothing but ashes scattered among the ancient gravestones. Aaron tossed the shotgun to Carter Slay, annoyance etched on his face. I'm not criticizing you, he said, but why is there only 1 shell in this thing? Planning to save ammunition now? Carter met his gaze without a word. After all, Ghost Rider needed no ordinary bullets. His hellfire served as endless ammo. Aaron sighed and rubbed his temple. Just stay sharp. This creature won't go down easily. He tapped his space ring, and a small vial of holy water appeared in his hand. Twisting off the cap, he stepped back into a defensive stance. Moments later, shadowy black particles swirled around them, knitting themselves into a living being. The witch-heart demon stood reborn at their feet. Carter, Aaron whispered, get behind him and fire. Strike before he even knows you're there. As Carter slid into position, the demon spoke, its voice a twisted echo in the darkness. Brother, you're a demon too, it taunted Ghost Rider. You didn't stay down in hell. You came to Earth just to terrorize the innocent. That's the real sin here. Aaron tightened his grip on the vial, ready to unleash its cleansing power if Carter's lone shot didn't hit the mark first. How dare you call us despicable? Carter Slay threw his head back and laughed. You must mean him, he said, nodding at Aaron. By the way, that was one hell of a shot. Shut up, Wu Shinmo growled, his face darkening. If I'd really wanted to win, you two wouldn't have stood a chance. I only tease you because you hate the spotlight, Aaron shot back with a smug grin. Besides, our director says demons on Earth never use their full power, just a bunch of chickens in fancy robes. A perpetual runner-up like you isn't even worth reporting, let alone killing. Rage coiled through Wu Shinmo's veins. His handsome features rippled, his skin turned a sickly green, fangs lengthened, and 2 twisted horns erupted from his brow. A low, feral growl rolled from his throat. Aaron's confidence faltered, and he took an involuntary step back. Carter watched with a raised eyebrow. You scared? He teased. I'm not, Aaron snapped, though his voice wavered. But I never imagined a demon could look this grotesque. Demons, always the same, Carter shrugged. Not all. Aaron hesitated, stealing another glance at Wu Shinmo's inhuman visage. Some of them, well, the sharp claws and blood-red eyes do match. Wu Shinmo's eyes glittered with lethal intent. He pointed a trembling finger at Aaron. I want you dead. Aaron dove behind Carter Slay and, without missing a beat, emptied nearly the whole vial of holy water over his clothes, reserving the last half for his space ring. Satisfy. Ed, he peeked out and called, Abe, get in position. In an instant, Abe swooped down to Aaron's side. The great dragon's massive form condensed until he stood barely 2 meters tall, nostrils flaring as he summoned a roar of searing heat. "Let's go!" Wu Shinmo's lips curled in contempt. With a shuddering twist, his body dissolved into inky black mist and lunged at Aaron. A thunderous clap rang out as Carter Slay's hellfire narrowly missed its target, scorching the air where Wu Shinmo had been. Abe unleashed his crimson breath, and the acrid blast forced Wu Shinmo to retreat, but only for a moment. He reappeared at Aaron's left flank, claws slashing toward his head. Aaron pressed his palms to his chest, shrugging off the lingering sting of holy water on his robes. He hadn't cared much for the sacred spray, but he'd completely forgotten about his unprotected neck and face. "Time to end this," Aaron snarled. With a hard twist of his hips, he unleashed a single, devastating punch. Wu Shinmo's head snapped back, his crooked grin wavered, one eye squinting in pain. And for the first time in this chaotic skirmish, the villain looked genuinely surprised. Aaron streaked through the sky like a meteor, carving a 12-meter gouge into the earth with a whistling roar before he slammed into a tree and came to a grinding halt. Carter Slay clicked his tongue in admiration. "Now that's some power. You really are a serious alchemist." Johnny gaped at him. "How did you pull that off?" Aaron lifted his fist to show the brass knuckles he'd been wearing. The metal was coated with a nearly transparent film of holy water that glimmered in the light. Nothing magical, just soaked them in holy water. Johnny frowned. "That's clever, but your strength seems way beyond just a coating. Isn't that a bit much?" Aaron pinched his index finger and thumb together, creating the tiniest of gaps. "I didn't run precise calculations, but it's only a bit, just enough to push me past normal human limits." "A bit," Johnny echoed, incredulous. "You didn't look anywhere near this strong the night before last." Aaron's face fell into a rueful grin. "I didn't prepare anything that night. No enchanted gear, no special potions. Heck, I hadn't even eaten. I was at home, watching cartoons with the kids, when a burning skull decided to crash the party. I just grabbed the first thing I could find." Johnny's eyes went wide with guilt. He swallowed and wisely decided to say nothing more. Wu Shinmo's muscles twitched as he crawled out of the shallow pit, his eyes darting to the shattered branches and dead leaves scattered at the base of the ancient oak. What kind of sorcery was this? When had the exorcist turned warrior, much less mastered such devastating power? All he'd come for was Saint Vanganza's contract. Why were there always more traps laid in his path? His teeth ground together so hard they clicked, and his eyes glowed a furious crimson. "Damn you all," he muttered, though the threat was swallowed by the forest's hush. Then, as suddenly as the rage had flared, he snuffed it out. With careful calm, he stepped free of the pit and made his way back to the clearing, where Carter Slay and Aaron waited. Wu Shinmo forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I underestimated things this time," he admitted, voice smooth as silk. "I thought my only opponent was the Ghost Rider. I never imagined you'd be here too." Carter Slay's grin was unreadable. "Life has a habit of surprising us," he replied. "Even demons have to learn that sooner or later." Wu Shinmo's shoulders shook with silent laughter. He snapped his fingers, once, twice, 3 times, and the nervous crackle of energy danced around him. "You sound quite reasonable," he said. "But remember, I'm no lowly fiend. I'm a high-ranking demon, and matching blades with me." He let the threat hang in the air. Aaron's hand never left his sword hilt. "Cut the theatrics," Carter Slay said. "What is it you really want?" Wu Shinmo's smile widened, revealing teeth that gleamed like polished bone. "Glad you asked?" He turned his gaze to the 2 warriors, every inch the picture of composed menace. "Let's negotiate." Wu Shinmo cracked a wry smile as he glanced at Johnny Blaze standing beside him. There'd been an easy target right in front of him, so why go after 2 of the toughest guys in the room? "Johnny," Carter Slay hissed, panic warring with urgency in his voice. "Get inside the house. Now. Too late." In an instant, Wu Shinmo's form blurred into a swirl of black smoke and streaked toward Johnny. Carter only had time to level his gun when razor-sharp claws materialized out of the darkness and clamped around Johnny's throat, hoisting him off the ground. "Don't get trigger-happy, old man," Wu Shinmo warned softly, the pressure of his grip steadily increasing. Carter swallowed, hand trembling on the pistol's grip. "Actually, by my count, you're the—" "If you say another word, I'll break his neck," Wu Shinmo snarled, squeezing tighter. Johnny's face turned a ghastly purple as he struggled for air, letting out a strangled groan. Tsk! Aaron sniffed in disdain from the sidelines. I've seen this show a dozen times, and it never gets any better. Wu Xinmo's grip tightened on Carter Slay's collar. You caught him. So why are you clamoring for silence? He snapped. Carter stayed unnervingly calm as Wu Xinmo glared down at him. At the same moment, Johnny stumbled backward, clutching his side. Where's the St. Venganza contract? Wu Xinmo demanded, turning on him. Johnny tried to answer, voice strained. No, can't, ah! Before he could finish, Wu Xinmo drove a brutal punch into Johnny's abdomen. Stripped of his supernatural powers in daylight, Johnny's body was no match for the merciless blow. He doubled over, pain radiating through him. Hurry up, Wu Xinmo urged Carter. Carter wiped a trickle of blood from his lip and met Wu Xinmo's gaze coolly. Sorry, I really can't say. His tone was flat, almost bored. Protecting the St. Venganza contract is the Ghost Rider's duty. He'd gladly bleed or die for it. And besides, you can't kill him. Even if you tear him to pieces now, he'll resurrect at dusk. Then he'll hunt you down. Wu Xinmo hesitated, teeth clenched in fury. Carter's insolence left him momentarily at a loss for a retort. This prisoner was worthless as a bargaining chip, hardly an equal trade for the contract. He glanced at Aaron, who was fidgeting with a row of gleaming knives laid out on a nearby table. If talking's no good, Aaron said eagerly, we've got blades, knives, axes, whatever you prefer. Johnny, pressing a hand to his mouth to stanch the blood, watched the exchange with widening eyes. This was beyond vengeance. How could someone this ravenous for cruelty still claim to have a pure soul? He swallowed hard, dread coiling in his gut. Are you serious? Wu Xinmo stared at Aaron, incredulous. Absolutely, Aaron Gaius replied, his voice steady but grim. Because my name is Gaius, the Ghost Rider came looking for me 2 nights ago. He demolished everything I've built and nearly beat me until I coughed up blood. And that eye of judgment, it made me feel like the world was spinning like a lantern. It's been a psychological scar ever since. A slow understanding dawned in Wu Xinmo's eyes. He pivoted toward Johnny Blaze, standing nearby in human form, and with one swift motion flung him across the room. He pressed his boot hard against Blaze's chest. Johnny wheezed, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth, then managed a ragged laugh. Go ahead, kill me. It won't stop me. When night falls and I transform, I'll come back and pay you double. Wu Xinmo's lips curled in a scornful smile. You're insane, but there's someone else in this world you care about. Somebody besides your old man, right? Johnny's bravado faltered, his eyes widened, and he thrashed under Wu Xinmo's weight. A triumphant laugh burst from Wu Xinmo's lips as the tension lifted from his shoulders. That's it, Ghost Rider's greatest weakness. He leaned in close, voice low and knowing. Fear for someone you love. I will find that person, Aaron said. Voy, see steady despite the tension. Wu Xinmo's lips curled into a cold smile. You dare? Aaron met his gaze. What am I afraid of? A snort of amusement escaped Wu Xinmo. 2 days. Bring me the St. Venganza contract, delivered in person to St. Venganza himself. Fail, he let the threat hang in the air, and I can't guarantee that person's safety. And from this moment on, you're not my father's agent. You're mine. You will obey me. Devil, Aaron snarled. That's the lowest trick you've got, using threats and intimidation. Wu Xinmo's expression darkened. He leveled a finger at Aaron. No, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to kill you, at least not yet. I want you to witness the gates of hell opening before your very eyes, and then kneel and beg to serve me. Are you insane? Aaron's voice rose in incredulous fury. A soft, mocking laugh rumbled from Wu Xinmo. You're talented, I'll give you that. But your precious family. His smile turned predatory. If you don't want them harmed, you'd better do as you're told. Fear for your loved ones, that's humanity's greatest weakness. It's more than enough to break you. Aaron glanced down at Abe, now the size of a small white cat, curled trustingly in his arms. He let out a bitter laugh. I'm sorry, but my parents, my family, they're gone. There's only me and Abe left in the world. Threatening me with ghosts is amusing. In fact, if you can actually find them, I'd be grateful. He met Wu Xinmo's eyes, unflinching. Now, what was it you said about those 2 days? Wu Xinmo's face flickered with suspicion. Don't you have anyone you care about? Of course I do. Aaron blurted out before Carter Shirey could stop him. Carter groaned inwardly. Good grief, Carter muttered. You're either terrifyingly honest or just plain foolish. Do you realize what you're saying? I do, but I'm not afraid, Aaron insisted. My girlfriend is a mutant enrolled at Xavier's school. With her ability to literally tear people apart, she's been on the brink of death more than once. Then I'll go after Nick Fury, the witch-heart demon said matter-of-factly. Aaron's blood ran cold. What did you say? Nick Fury is my family, my friend, my brother. If you even think of attacking him, I swear I'll never forgive you. Such terror, the witch-heart demon mocked, a playful smile twisting her lips. Bring Johnny to St. Fanganza village in 2 days. Offer me your souls, and perhaps I'll spare them. Don't keep me waiting. With that, she delivered a brutal kick to Johnny's face and vanished. Carter Shirey watched the spot where she'd stood, exasperation etched on his features. You two are idiots, he fumed. Your stupidity belongs in a museum. Johnny scrambled to his feet, cradling his injured side. I can't believe I was such an idiot. Roxanne's in real danger. I have to find her. Aaron's eyes blazed with anger. You can't just transform in broad daylight. If you do, all you'll accomplish is standing by while they drag her off. Johnny clenched his fists. Fine. Then what do you suggest we do? What can I do? Warn her to run. Johnny fumbled for his phone, scrolling through the contacts until Roxanne's name appeared. His thumb hovered over it. I haven't talked to her in so long. Is it really right to call her now? Aaron sighed, exasperated. Don't overthink it. Either you reach her or you let her die. Okay, Johnny muttered. But where can she go? Where could she hide? The Holy See, Carter Shirey said softly from the shadows. The Vatican is the only place on Earth demons can't enter. Johnny blinked. The Vatican? Isn't there somewhere closer? A local parish won't stop a high-ranking demon like the Son of Hell, Carter pointed out. Johnny took a steadying breath, then pressed call. The line rang once, twice, each chime thudding through his chest until a soft voice finally answered. Hello? His voice cracked. Roxanne, it's me, Johnny. A long pause. Then, in the slightest whisper, Johnny, is that really you? I know it's been ages since we last spoke, Ruder said, voice unsteady. Please, just let me finish, he pleaded as Roxanne tried to interject. You might think I've lost my mind, he continued, pressing a hand to his forehead. Hell, maybe I have, but hear me out. Carter paused, bracing himself against the disbelief in her silence. At last, Roxanne cut in, exasperated. Could you please get to the point? Okay, he exhaled. I promise this is the absolute truth. I sold my soul to the devil, and now his son is after you. He wants to seize you as leverage to force me into betraying the devil himself. You have to leave, and you have to do it now. There was a moment of tense quiet, broken only by the faint hum of the phone line. Carter's conscience screamed at him, but he forced himself to continue. The only place you'll be safe is the Vatican. Go there immediately. I'm so sorry, Roxanne. I never wanted any of this, but you have to trust me. Roxanne's voice remained silent on the other end, but Carter could feel her evaluating every word. Summoning what courage he had left, he whispered, I'll explain everything once you're out of danger. Chapter 1020. More cunning and shameless than the devil, no one will accept a loss. Aaron leaned forward, eyes alight with curiosity. So, did you close the deal? Johnny nodded, a half-smile tugging at his lips. She thinks I'm nuts, but she agreed to go to the Vatican, on one condition. When we get back, I have to check into a psychiatric hospital with her. True love, Aaron slapped him on the shoulder. But hear me out. Confess to her in the Vatican, give her 24 hours to decide, and I guarantee she'll sprint to the airport, ticket in hand, desperate to fly back to you. Johnny's grin wavered as he rubbed the back of his neck. Honestly, I've been hiding the truth from her for too long. It's probably better to lay all my cards on the table. At that moment, Carter Slay cut in, exasperated. What about you? Aren't you supposed to check in with Nick Fury? It's not too late to let him know what's going on. Aaron, utterly unruffled, cradled the little dragon perched on his forearm. He glanced up, an amused smirk on his face. Did you even hear me? Nick Fury heads S.H.I.E.L.D. It's hardly simple for Wu Shinmo to barge into their compound and start making arrests. He let the words hang in the air, confident that he had the situation, dragons and all, firmly under control. Aaron shrugged. Besides, Nick Fury and I are strictly an employer-employee arrangement. Whether he lives or dies doesn't really affect me. Truth is, my reputation for being soft might have made him think I'm easy pickings, and that's dangerous. Frankly, if Wu Xinmo could rough him up for me, I'd be more than happy. Carter Slay let out a low whistle. So he's got it in for you? It wouldn't be fair to call it a grudge, Aaron replied. But his recent behavior, it's left me downright disgusted. I hear you. Carter gave a mock mournful sigh, as if lamenting Fury's fate. Then he spun to face Johnny, a gleam of mischief in his eye. Did you catch that? Learn from this. When you're up against demons, you have to be utterly shameless. Johnny scowled. Isn't that overdoing it a bit? Carter shrugged. Call it what you will, but in this line of work, if you're not more cunning and more ruthless than the demons themselves, you'll never come out on top. Aaron chuckled, unsure whether to laugh or groan. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Still, I should share this news with Fury. Might brighten his day. He tapped Nick Fury's name and held the phone to his ear. Hello? Director Fury, the voice on the other end of the line began. Don't call me that, Nick Fury growled, fighting to tamp down his irritation. He cleared his throat and asked, Why are you calling me now? All right, I'll be brief, the caller replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. has surely monitored the recent reports on Ghost Rider. According to Western folklore, the rider is a demon bounty hunter, and judging from his latest activities, the stories may be more than mere legend. By the way, his current mission is to track down Gaius. You might want to get your house in order. A silent snort from the line. The caller, Aaron, took a slow breath. You're a little late, Fury. The Ghost Rider found me 2 days ago. I fought back, but I was no match for him. Luckily, I came out alive. Fury's eyebrows shot up. And? I can't let it go, Aaron said, voice tight with resolve. Even if he really is the devil's own bounty hunter, I owe him one. Besides, a few complications came up during our encounter. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to know about them. Nick Fury leaned back, pinching the bridge of his nose. Then he straightened, eyes narrowing as he weighed the implications. All right, Aaron, fill me in on the details. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he regarded Aaron. It must be serious for you to drag me out of bed at this hour. Aaron's tone was deceptively calm. He tapped a few keys on the console, and the screen flared to life with ancient, flickering text. Aaron read aloud. A prophecy. The son of H. L will rise to claim the St. Venganza contract. By his hand, the gates of hell shall burst open, and the devil himself will tread the earth, but heaven's armies will not stand idly by. Fury slammed his fist against the desk. Damn it, why am I hearing this now? Aaron shrugged. Because the prophecy codex just spat it out. It's totally random. I don't control when it speaks. I only passed it along. Fury shot him a furious look. Passing it along? This is big news, big enough to warrant wiping out half the budget to get here. I'm about to seize whatever cash you're hoarding. Go ahead, Aaron said with a smirk. I'm just the messenger. Take my money. Take my laptop. Just don't blame me if the world ends. Fury drew a deep breath and his voice dropped. Is it true? Aaron met his gaze without flinching. Do I look like I'm joking? Nick Fury stared at the glowing prophecy. He'd assumed this was another Ghost Rider sighting, one of the Hellspawn's usual jaunts, smash a few demon hordes, torch a warehouse, then vanish back into the inferno. S.H.I.E.L.D. would mop up the headlines, find a scapegoat, and move on. But this felt different. The words on the screen cut deeper than any flame. Fury realized that if the prophecy came to pass, they weren't just dealing with a rogue spirit of vengeance. They were facing the dawn of Armageddon itself, and they might not be ready. If the prophecy holds true, the fallout will dwarf even the disasters unleashed by Apocalypse's resurrection. Our data is 99.999% conclusive. The St. Venganza contract exists, and the Son of Hell is hunting it, Aaron said, his voice steady but every word landing like a hammer blow. That contract contains the combined soul energy of thousands of fallen saints. Once he claims it, he can tear open the gates of hell and turn Earth into a true purgatory. He gave a faint, almost rueful smile. His name is Wu Xinmo, and I just went toe-to-toe with him. Nick Fury's eyes went wide. You fought him, and you lived? That's the Son of Hell, Abe the Ghost Rider, and I can barely hold him back, let alone kill him. Aaron's smile shifted into something more apologetic. I bring one bit of good news and one of bad. The good news, We've managed to drive off the witch heart demon, for now. The bad news, he's taken hostages. What do you mean? Fury's voice was calm but tense. If the witch heart demon gets hold of Ghost Rider's ex-girlfriend, we'll be completely exposed, Aaron said. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed, a flicker of steel running through his gaze. Who is she? Where is she? I'll send someone to protect her immediately. Don't bother, Aaron interrupted. If nothing goes wrong, she's already made it to the Vatican. And if luck runs out, well, you'll be able to locate her sooner than you think. Fury's expression went stone still as a cold dread crept up his spine. What does this have to do with me? Aaron sighed. The witch heart demon isn't after a single hostage. I ruined his little scheme, so now he wants me too. You know me. I'm never going to let him hurt anyone I care about. That's why you, Nick Fury, director of a shield, are more than an asset. You're a brother. With that, Aaron slammed the phone away from his ear. Fuck you. Fury's roar of rage and a litany of frantic curses crackled through the line. Aaron scratched his ear, rolling his eyes as Fury's fury washed over him. A voice crackled through Fury's earpiece. You bring Ghost Rider to our side, and we'll hand over the Son of Hell to you. It's a straight trade. Director Fury, take a breath and hear me out. If all goes according to plan, that witch will come after you at S.H.I.E.L.D. But it's a trap. This is our chance to get ahead of her. Prepare now. If you can capture the Son of Hell, every other problem falls away, and Earth may yet be saved from catastrophe. Fury let out a bitter laugh. Easy for you to say. He pressed his palm to his forehead, as if he could ward off the blame that threatened to crush him. If you can't pull this off, then run. The Vatican's jets will be on site before ours can taxi down the runway. And let's be honest, if that witch demon snags you first, don't expect me to risk my life to save you. Fuck you, Fury barked, slamming the handset down. Tsk, you're still cursing me at a time like this, Aaron sneered, lips curling. If he'd only asked nicely, maybe I'd have helped. Carter Slay jabbed a finger toward Aaron, then shifted his gaze to Johnny, concern softening his expression. Did you see that? He asked quietly. That was the real crime, stripping people of their hope. It was an obvious trap, yet he wove such a persuasive web that everyone still believes he's doing it for the good of the Earth. And Nick Fury? He can only stand there, frustrated and powerless. Learn from him, if you had half that level of cunning. Aaron lifted one of Abe's paws and waved it dismissively at Carter. Oh, brilliant, he mocked. If I'd been half as clever, I wouldn't be stuck here now. But enough talk. Words won't solve anything. Johnny ran a hand through his tangled hair, impatience flashing in his eyes. Enough posturing, he snapped. We need to end this now, or Roshan will never be safe. A hush fell over the group, broken only by the distant hum of the city. From the shadows, a low voice added, You can't transform during the day. If you want a fighting chance, wait until night. From everything I know about demons, they won't show themselves until they've achieved their goal. Johnny clenched his fists. A sudden thought struck him, and he leveled a serious look at Carter Slay. You can shift by day. How? Carter's face softened into a relieved smile. So you've finally grasped the key. I'll teach you everything. No secrets. It isn't hard, but we don't have much time. Johnny leaned forward. Go on. The Mephisto Pact tethered the spirit of vengeance to your body, Carter explained. With enough focus, you can channel the hellfire burning inside you and command the demon's soul. Concentrate hard enough and you control it. Hesitate and it controls you. Deep in the Triskelion, Nick Fury ended his call and fought the urge to punch the nearest console. He knew it wouldn't be long before Hell's own emissary came looking for him. First things first. Agent Hill. Sir? Round up every exorcist we've got on the campus. Send them to my office, now. Hill hesitated. Exorcist, sir? Are we strengthening the perimeter? Fury tapped his cigar against the ashtray. Ever since Ghost Rider showed up, I've poured resources into demon-proofing this place. Let's make sure those wards hold. Fury's office felt more sacred than any church, warded so thoroughly that even minor demons couldn't breach its threshold. Yet right now, an unspeakable force was barreling toward S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. Gwendolyn Hill's voice trembled as she broke the tense silence. Director, Gaius has issued the summons. The Son of Hell is coming, straight for you. Nick Fury leaned forward, fists clenched on his desk. When did I ever cross the Son of Hell? Hill lifted an exasperated hand. You didn't. Gaius did. He's the one who called him. Fury ran a hand over his weary eyes. Christ, I thought I could keep this quiet until we were ready. I warned you not to steer Ghost Rider toward Gaius, Hill said, massaging her temples. Now Gaius is repaying us with interest. Fury's jaw tightened. I knew we couldn't hide forever, but I didn't expect this to move so fast. Hill sighed. You're forgetting Aaron's day job. He's a diviner. Ghost Rider bypassed the usual underworld channels and went straight to him. With Aaron's gift for hunches, I guarantee he smelled something big in the air. You know how precise his readings are. One tarot spread, one glimpse into the future, and he'd piece together what was coming. Fury stared at her in silence for a long moment. So I set Ghost Rider on Aaron, and Aaron, in turn, tipped off the son of hell? I introduce him to our team, and he invites our worst nightmare to dinner. Hill gave a helpless shrug. Our consultant has a flair for vengeance, Nick Fury exhaled sharply, feeling more than a little aggrieved. Then he plugged in his comm and barked, all units, lock down the perimeter. No one in, no one out, and get me a status report on every mystical ward we've got. As Hill moved to carry out his orders, Fury stared at the unholy silence settling over his sanctum. The son of hell was coming, and S-Shield would be ready, or it would burn. Ghost Rider had only verified Aaron's identity. He wasn't out to kill him. But nobody could predict exactly how the son of hell might behave once Aaron was in his sights. Fury ran a hand over his eyes. He didn't need to make that much of a scene, he muttered. Maria Hill managed a wry smile. He called you, didn't he? If you're ready when he arrives, he literally can't touch you. She paused. Don't get me wrong. He wants to teach you a lesson, but he doesn't want to kill you. You're a regular saint, Agent Hill, Fury said, relief edging his voice. Still, let's be cautious and change locations for now. Hill's eyes flicked up. Let me guess, you're heading to the Vatican? That's exactly the plan. Fury set his jaw. Get Coulson on the line and send him and his team to St. Peter's Basilica. Warn everyone who believes in Aaron's prophecy, the ones convinced the gates of hell will open and demons will pour into our world, to be on standby. Already on it. Hill tapped her comm. Fury scribbled an address on a notepad and slid it across the table. Maria, have Father Carstairs and the Exorcist Squad prepare a containment cell, something capable of restraining a high-level demon, then bring Carter and Bobby to this safe house. Agent Koenig is posted there, guarding a tree. Hill frowned at the paper. Agent Koenig? Sam or Billy? Or, Fury cracked a rare half-smile. They're both there, twins, makes the guard detail a bit more interesting. He stood. All right, move out. We don't have time to waste. That's not the real issue, Agent Hill said, leaning forward. The real concern is the artifact we're guarding, the Tree of All-Knowing. I want continuous monitoring of its fluctuations. Report back immediately on any anomalies. Is that clear? Crystal clear, came the prompt reply. Nick Fury folded his arms and half-smiled. As for me, I'll be stationed at Avengers Tower. I won't claim it's the safest spot on Earth, but it's a step up from my office. If this hellspawn can't break out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. containment ward, we're in the clear. And even if he did escape, I doubt he'd have the nerve to storm the Avengers' front door. Hill's eyes widened. Fury, don't forget, Wanda Maximoff is still training with the Avengers. You're not exactly reducing your liability. Fury's one eyebrow quirked. Agent Hill, you misunderstand me. An open gate to hell is threat enough for every hero on the planet to know about. The Avengers need to be ready. Heaving a reluctant sigh, Hill nodded. All right, but I'm holding you personally responsible if anything goes sideways. Understood, Fury said, rising. Let's keep this world turning. It looks like you'd like me to revise a chapter, but I don't yet have the text to work on. Could you please paste the chapter here? The machine-translated fanfic excerpt? Once you do, I'll rewrite it into clear, idiomatic English, preserving all the plot points and character details. Chapter 1021, Nick Fury's Plan, The Making of Holy Water. A black S-Shield helicopter descended onto the Avengers' rooftop landing pad. Nick Fury stepped out, leather trench coat fluttering in the rotor wash. He still wore his customary eye patch and suit, but his eyes looked more haunted, more fatigued than usual. Inside the base's living room, 4 Avengers waited. Steve Rogers stood near the holotable, arms folded. Bruce Banner leaned back on the couch, reading a science journal. Natasha Romanoff perched on the armrest, always alert. Tony Stark was slouched in an armchair, fiddling with a repulsor gauntlet. "Long time no see, Director," Steve greeted with a warm smile. Fury returned a curt nod. "It hasn't been that long, Captain." He scanned the room. "Why such an urgent summons?" Natasha exchanged a glance with Bruce. "You called us here in a hurry. What's up?" Tony shrugged, pushing up the sleeve on his gauntlet. "And where is everyone else? It's usually a full house." "Thor's off-world," Steve explained, "and Barton's at home. His wife's about to give birth. We didn't want to disturb him." "Good for him," Fury said dryly. "But I wasn't asking about those two." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Then who?" "We have 4 reserve members who haven't checked in," Fury continued. "Falcon, Vision, War Machine, and Wanda Maximoff." He paused, letting the names hang in the air. The 4 Avengers exchanged uneasy looks. This was more than a routine briefing, and Fury's plan to create the so-called holy water would need every hand on deck. Captain America stood beside the briefing table, frowning at the latest mission roster. "Rhodey's already deployed on a military operation," he said. "The others are still in training. I don't have much objection to bringing in Falcon or Vision, but Wanda? No way." Bruce Banner exchanged a concerned glance with Steve. "He's right," Bruce admitted quietly. "If this mission turns dangerous, lack of field experience could become a liability. Wanda isn't weak, but she is young." Nick Fury leaned forward, folding his arms. "I hear you both," he said, voice low and steady. "But our opponent this time isn't human. Wanda's powers are essential." Tony Stark tapped his fingers on the table, eyebrows raised. "I'm with Fury on this one," he said. "Remembering back to Civil War, that girl's raw energy nearly brought the entire team down. We don't know how her abilities might behave under pressure." Steve narrowed his eyes. "Tony, She's still a rookie," Bruce interjected, but Tony cut him off. "Okay, I'll grant you she's green," Tony replied. "But don't call her a total novice. You forgot her performance in Sokovia, tearing apart Ultron's armor with nothing but her bare hands. She went toe-to-toe with the enemy and came out swinging harder than any of us. She's been in the field. She's seen worse." Silence fell for a moment as each man weighed Tony's words. Fury cleared his throat. "Look, it's settled," he said. "Wanda Maximoff goes on this mission. End of discussion." Steve let out a slow breath, then nodded. "All right, but if she steps out of line—" "She won't," Fury said firmly. "I'll make sure of it." With that, the meeting adjourned, and the Avengers prepared to welcome a tempest they could no longer afford to ignore. Bruce Banner sat silent for a moment, weighing Aaron's orders and the missing regeneration seed he still hadn't secured. Finally, he ground out, "I'm sorry, but I still don't think she's ready to join this mission." "All right, time to vote." Tony Stark clapped his hands and pointed to each person in turn. "I'll go first. Yes, Natasha?" She gave a curt nod. "Yes. Steve?" Steve Rogers glanced at Nick Fury before responding. "Yes." "And Director Fury?" Nick Fury's cold eyes met Banner's. "Yes." Tony held up his hand. "That's 4 in favor, 1 against. Dr. Banner, you're the lone holdout." Banner let out a frustrated sigh. "Seriously, who votes like that?" "Hold on," Steve interjected, raising a hand. "Let's get everyone on the same page first. Nat, reach out to Wanda, Vision, and Falcon. We'll brief them on what's happening. Whether she goes or stays, they deserve to know the full story." A few minutes later, Wanda Maximoff, Vision, and Sam Falcon Wilson filed into the conference room. The moment they spotted Nick Fury, their faces tightened with concern. Sam ran a hand through his hair and muttered, "Well, this can't be good." In the Avengers briefing room, tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Vision's calm voice broke the silence. "This is a serious threat. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't contain it, and I doubt even the Avengers can." Tony Stark rolled his eyes. "You really need to work on your delivery. Next time we build a briefing program, we'll use Coulson's personality instead of Jarvis's." "All right, everyone's here," Steve Rogers said, looking around. "Fury, you're up." Nick Fury didn't hesitate. He handed Natasha Romanoff a USB drive and nodded. She plugged it into the console, and with a hum, an image flickered to life on the giant screen. A man whose flesh was consumed by blue flames, his skull blazing as he tore down an empty highway on a motorcycle, wreathed in fire. The footage cut to scenes of merciless carnage. Villages laid to waste, mercenaries burned alive, a trail of destruction that ended in a lone hellish grin. "Meet Ghost Rider," Fury announced. a legend born in the Old West, but he's no mere story. He's the devil's bounty hunter. Once human, he sold his soul and gained supernatural powers. His only chance at redemption is to complete the missions the devil sets for him. Sam Wilson raised an incredulous eyebrow. The devil? You mean Satan? Or is this guy just another mutant? Natasha shot him a teasing smile. On this planet, Sam, anything's possible. He opened his mouth to argue, but thought better of it, as Fury's glare swept the room. The Avengers exchanged uneasy looks, each realizing they were about to face something far beyond their usual world-saving routine. Aliens and gods, mutants and inhumans, even every civilian hero in the world, have faced demons before, yet none have truly overcome them. In today's briefing, Tony Stark finally couldn't hold back. He raised a hand. I have a question. Can any of our human attack methods actually hurt a demon? Nick Fury met his gaze gravely. Based on everything we've analyzed so far, the Church's sanctified weaponry is the most effective. After that, purified energy blasts, and only then conventional physical strikes. Tony nodded, thoughtfully tapping his chin. Noted, so our anti-demon armor designs can be a little simpler than I feared. Bruce Banner frowned. How many suits are we talking about, exactly? 73 sets, Tony answered without missing a beat. Fury cleared his throat and continued. There's something else. This generation's Ghost Rider has been given a highly unusual assignment. He's been ordered to locate Gaius. A tense silence cut through the room. Wanda Maximoff sprang to her feet, eyes blazing. What did you say? What does Gaius have to do with Aaron? Now, Fury said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. There's no need to get upset. The higher-ups won't tell us the devil's endgame. Wanda's lips curled into a slow, cold smile. You're lying. She raised her hand, and a pulsating orb of crimson energy appeared, casting flickering red light across Fury's face. His chest tightened at the sight. He'd been counting on Wanda's bond with Aaron to draw him out, and now she was ready to tear the truth from him by force. He swallowed hard, knowing there was no turning back. But this caught everyone off guard. Had Aaron really earned such a place in Wanda's heart? Was she truly about to strike over a misunderstanding? Wanda, Steve said softly, resting a hand on her shoulder. Fury isn't our enemy. She hesitated and let the crimson glow around her fingers fade. I can feel him lying, she whispered. Nick Fury didn't flinch. I know why the devil wants Ghost Rider to find Gaius, he admitted, but I can't tell you the details. It sounds unbelievable, I realize, so the fewer people in the know, the better. Tony groaned. Great, so the devil's clued in, and we're left in the dark? Fury shook his head. That's exactly it. He tapped a control on the console. A hollow screen sprang to life, revealing a man in a racing suit astride a flaming motorcycle. Ever since Apocalypse was resurrected, Ghost Rider has been on the prowl. Johnny Blaze is this generation's rider. He's hunted down 75 individuals named Gaius, and 15 didn't survive the Eye of Judgment. Wanda's eyes burned with scarlet light. He'll pay for that, she vowed. I'll kill him. Wanda's words died on her lips the moment she saw the astonished faces around the conference table. She cleared her throat with an embarrassed laugh. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I just thought the cell mightn't hold him. Tony Stark cut in, voice sharper than before. Okay, enough. Point taken, he said, nodding at Wanda. Then he shot Banner a withering look. I take back what I said. Clearly, Wanda's still learning. Nick Fury swallowed, then silently moved to stand beside Steve Rogers. 2 nights ago, he began in a low voice, Ghost Rider found Aaron. He's safe, unharmed, and back with us now. Steve's jaw tightened. What happened? Fury tapped the table's display controls. In a moment, the hollow screen flickered on, showing the Ghost Rider, skull wreathed in flame, locking horns with a man identified only as Gaius. They watched in tense silence as the rider proved impervious to every blow, carried out some kind of supernatural judgment, and then vanished as suddenly as he'd appeared. When you see him like that, Fury said, voice grave, it's clear Ghost Rider isn't some mindless monster. He's driven by something he can't control. Wanda frowned at the image. But isn't Aaron actually Gaius? He's the one the rider was hunting, right? She leaned forward, studying the fight. Something about the footage tugged at her instincts, but she couldn't yet name what felt off. Editor's note, our website will soon undergo maintenance, which may erase your reading progress. Please Please remember to save your bookshelf and reading record. A simple screenshot is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Everyone in the room exchanged curious glances. Aaron seemed different. Not in a bad way, Banner assured them with an easy smile. This means he's no longer tied to the devil. He's safe. That's true, Natasha Romanoff agreed, folding her arms thoughtfully. But it doesn't end here, Nick Fury interjected, clearing his throat. You all know Aaron well enough to know he never lets anything go unfinished. He went searching for Johnny Blaze, thought Blaze could help him understand what was happening. Instead, he stumbled onto someone far more dangerous. He paused, letting the tension build. He ran straight into the real devil, the witch heart demon, the son of hell himself. A hush fell over the assembled heroes. Fury pressed on. The witch heart demon rose from the depths of hell with only one goal in mind, to recover the St. Venganza contract. If that pact falls into his hands, the consequences will be catastrophic. Bruce Banner's brow furrowed. But why Aaron? Why drag him into this? Because Aaron carries a trace of the old contract within him, Fury explained. The contract's power clings to his soul. The demon knows Aaron is the key to finding it. Natasha shot a glance at Banner. Then that makes Aaron prime bait. We need to move fast, before the witch heart demon finds the contract lurking in Aaron's spirit. Banner nodded grimly. We'll protect him, but we can't underestimate the devil. He's cunning, he's centuries old, and he won't stop until he gets what he wants. Fury rose to his full height. Avengers, assemble. We've got one night to locate the contract's hidden fragment, rescue Aaron if necessary, and seal the deal for good. Let's get to work. As they filed out of the briefing room, each hero knew the stakes had never been higher. The face of evil had come calling. And this time it wasn't content to hide in shadows. It wanted its prize, and it would use Aaron, and anyone who stood in its way, to take it. The lights in the war room were dim, save for the cold glow of the holoscreen. Sam Falcon Wilson stood, shoulders tense, and addressed the gathered team. If he secures the San Venganza contract, Sam began softly, he'll claim the souls of thousands of fallen saints. That's more than enough power to rip open the gates of hell and turn Earth into a second inferno. Tony Stark pinched the bridge of his nose. That's unspeakable. Billions would die. Steve Rogers exchanged a grim look with Natasha. We've survived near-extinction events before, Tony, but can the planet endure another catastrophe of this magnitude? Wanda Maximoff closed her eyes for a moment before speaking. What about Aaron? Is he safe? Clint Barton tapped a datapad and answered. Aaron managed to team up with the Ghost Rider and drive back the Witch Heart demon. But, according to his grimoire, there's more. It prophesies that the Son of Hell will escape the underworld to hunt down this very contract. Once he finds it, not only will Hell's gates fling wide open and demons flood the world, but even heaven will be drawn into the fray. Silence fell over the room. Finally, Tony looked up. Do you believe that prophecy? Clint gave a curt nod. I've cross-checked it 5 times. It's accurate within 0.001%. Steve let out a slow breath. So there's still a 1 in 100,000 chance it's wrong. Natasha leaned forward, steepling her fingers. All right, where is the San Venganza contract right now? The Avengers briefing room was tense and quiet. Nick Fury stood at the head of the table, arms crossed. It's in Ghost Rider's hands, he said, but the Witch Heart demon has already taken his girlfriend hostage. Vision's cybernetic eyes narrowed. A hostage. You know the devil will stop at nothing once he sets his sights on something. Fury gave a grim nod. That's why I've called you all here. Steve Rogers sat forward. What's our mission? Priority 1, Fury began, is to secure the San Venganza contract and keep the Son of Hell from claiming it. His power on Earth has been severely weakened. Otherwise, Aaron and Ghost Rider wouldn't have driven him back. They need backup. Not an overwhelming force, but enough to hold him in check. Steve glanced at Tony Stark. And if he still gets the contract? Then priority 2 is to prevent him from opening Hell's Gate, Fury said. And if the worst happens, we contain the fallout and buy time until the prophesied ascension arrives. Wanda Maximoff rose from her seat. I'll go. Fury's eyes lit up until Bruce Banner spoke up. No, Wanda hasn't mastered her powers yet. It's too dangerous. Vision nodded in agreement. We'll leave her here. Tony and I will take the mission. Tony leaned back, exuding confidence. Then it's settled. We move as soon as possible. Fury allowed himself a small, grim smile. Good. Let's get to work. We all have the ability to fly, which gives us a tactical advantage, Nick Fury announced as the team gathered. Wanda crossed her arms and shot him an unconvinced look. I can fly too, she said, but your fighting style isn't flexible enough for this mission. Bruce Banner spoke up, his voice measured. We're dealing with a portal to, well, let's say somewhere very dangerous. We can't risk any unpredictable elements. Fury suppressed a wry smile. Exactly. Wanda Banner, both of you stay behind at the base. Keep an eye on operations here and, if necessary, protect me. Banner blinked. Me? Oh, right. The Hulk's rage could only make things worse. Fury turned to Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson. Captain Rogers Falcon, you two go to Washington. Notify the Pentagon and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. If this situation spirals, we'll need both military and mutant support on standby. Steve cocked an eyebrow. Just notify them? Notify and monitor, Fury clarified. They're to stay under our control. No unilateral action unless we give the order. Finally, Fury faced Natasha Romanoff. Natasha, you're to escort Johnny Storm's girlfriend to the Vatican. Whether you succeed or fail, rendezvous with Agent Hill afterward and ensure her safety. All the details are on your secure line. The briefing ended. Night had fallen over St. Michael's Church Cemetery, its gravestones casting long shadows. Without warning, Johnny Storm extended his hand, and a blazing orb of fire erupted, shattering a wooden plank set atop a nearby stump. The flames danced in the darkness, a reminder that this battle was only just beginning. A thin wisp of black smoke curled up from Johnny's palm. Grinning, he turned to Carter Slay. It worked. Worked? Carter glanced at the small ember hovering above Johnny's hand and rolled his eyes as he leaned on his shovel. You really think a little orb of burning coal is going to harm the witch demon? He'll blow it out before it even gets close. Exactly, Aaron chimed in. This isn't a performance. It's life or death. If you can't shift properly, you die. And if you go down, don't expect us to save you. Johnny's smile wavered. Fine. What about you two? What are you up to? Aaron shrugged. We're brewing holy water. With that, he drew a cloudy white vial from his spatial ring and poured its contents into a steaming crucible. Instantly, the violet vapors turned a sickly white green, and the roiling liquid calmed into crystal-clear purity. Abe, stoke the flames, Aaron ordered. The holy dragon leapt forward without hesitation, unleashing a gout of red-hot flame beneath the crucible. The newly purified water bubbled gently, its surface shimmering. Johnny frowned. Holy water, huh? Is that really how you make it? It looks nothing like the recipe in the grimoire. Aaron offered a wry smile. Trust us, this version works. Shouldn't holy water come from the church? Johnny asked skeptically. Aaron grinned. Why bother with the church when mine's far superior? This is a bespoke, enhanced formula. The church's stuff is just standard issue. My raw ingredients alone cost $5,000 per batch, and I sell each bottle for $10,000. But for you, I'll give you a 1% discount, just $9,900. Johnny chuckled. You'd make more sense just breaking in and stealing it. Robbery's illegal, Aaron said with a shrug. I'm a law-abiding businessman. With the gates of hell about to open, my holy water will be in high demand. I can only produce 10 bottles a month. First come, first served. Johnny shook his head. I swear, some people's confidence really is a miracle. Warm reminder, the site will undergo maintenance soon. To avoid losing your place, please save your bookshelf and reading history. Screenshots recommended. Could you please provide the chapter text you'd like me to revise? Once I have the full passage, I can rewrite it into polished, idiomatic English for you. Chapter 1022, The Prophecy That Never Fails, The Witch's Heart. Aaron bent over his workbench, precisely funneling the last drops of consecrated water into a small vial. His concentration was absolute, until Bruce Banner's voice crackled in his earpiece. God of contracts, ancient noble heir, mind's architect, lord of shadows. Aaron froze mid-swipe. Bruce? What's going on? There's incoming, Banner replied, his tone unusually tense. Fury just landed at the compound. Aaron frowned. The Avengers compound? Of all places. But he's not wrong. Outside of Camartage, the only hotspot left full of mages, that base is the safest location on Earth. How did he even arrange that? Aaron asked. Then, remembering something important, he added, Wait, Wanda's there too, right? Fury didn't rope her into this mess? Banner hesitated before answering. He tried. I managed to pull him back at the last second. The rest of the team is already deployed. Wanda and I stayed behind to secure the facility. So it's just the two of you and Nick Fury? Aaron pressed. Banner let out a short laugh. Precisely. Aaron allowed a slow, meaningful smile to spread across his face. Dr. Banner, I've got one question for you. Let's see if you're as sharp as you think you are. Outside, the skies above Camartage churned with dark energy, but inside the compound's labs, a more personal confrontation was about to begin. Here's a polished, loud, coherent version of the scene. Aaron leaned forward, his expression unreadable. All right, Banner. Imagine the witch-minded devil breaches our base, and his sole objective is Nick Fury. You, Fury, and Wanda are in the briefing room when it happens. What do? Keep in mind, the inner witch won't kill Fury. She'll simply take him hostage. Banner hesitated, brow furrowed. Finally, he spoke awkwardly, voice low. If it were me, or rather, if the Hulk were in my head at the time, he wouldn't dawdle in a fight. But his first priority would always be Wanda's safety. As for Nick Fury, well, he'd do his best to keep him alive, but he wouldn't risk everything if it meant Wanda might get hurt. Aaron's lips curled into a pleased smirk. Good. That's exactly the answer I wanted. Don't lose any sleep over Fury. If he's captured, I'll handle his rescue. But Wanda must come out of this unscathed. Her powers, they're unique. If anything goes wrong with her, none of us will stand a chance. Banner gave a grave nod, though only he knew the storm of thoughts churning behind his calm facade. Understood. And the regeneration seed you promised? Aaron's gaze turned sharp. Your reward for keeping her safe. Deal with the child of hell first, then the seed is yours. Night fell across the base. In a secluded corridor, Johnny lay curled on the floor, clutching his side as waves of agony washed over him. His muffled cries echoed off the sterile walls, a grim reminder that their mission had only just begun. A column of black smoke belched from Johnny's body as his skin cracked and flaked away in ash, drifting to the ground in gray clouds. Deep within him, the spirit of vengeance stirred, its cold hunger propelling him to hunt down the demon in his soul and to carry out Mephisto's dark bidding. Focus! Carter Shiry's voice cut through the haze as he lunged forward. Seize control, channel the hellfire roaring inside you. Master this, craving. Johnny's teeth ground together. He squeezed his eyes shut and a feral growl rumbled from his chest. Then, with a thunderous crack, hellfire blazed from his irises, coating his flesh in flickering crimson flames. He convulsed, every fiber of his being consumed by the inferno, and dropped to all fours. Dragging himself across the grass, Johnny left a jagged trail of scorched earth in his wake. If you care about Luoshan's safety, Aaron's voice rang out, cold and calculated, you'd better learn to control that power. Now. Johnny's limbs spasmed, but his eyes suddenly dimmed as he whispered a single name, Roxanne. The word seemed to anchor him. The flames trembled, then died leaving his skin whole once more. Breathless and shaking, Johnny looked up, his eyes clear, the dark hunger finally held at bay. True love, Carter Shiry murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. Now I see, you really can move mountains with true love. Johnny hauled himself up, chest heaving. So I did it, right? Carter gave him a sympathetic look. Not quite. You've only regained control of your body at night. If Mephisto himself presses you, you'll still lose yourself. Johnny shrugged. It's still a huge step forward. But you still can't transform in broad daylight. Johnny glanced over at Vision, expression unreadable, and at Tony Stark, who was calmly nibbling a donut. A small smile tugged at his lips. Honestly, I was worried about that, but with two Avengers standing by, I can't help feeling safer. Carter ran a hand through his hair. You two really picked the worst possible moment to show up. He was on the verge of breaking through his limits, and the second you appeared, all he could think was, I'll win by doing nothing. Tony crushed the last donut hole between his armored fingers. That's a dangerous mindset. We're not exactly experts in demonology. He tapped the side of his suit. I've reinforced the weapons system with Mr. Gaius's holy water. Vision's optic sensors glowed softly. Mr. Stark, it appears you're preparing for a serious engagement, Tony shrugged. I don't object to Director Fury's plan, but... I believe in his predictions more, Tony said, nodding toward Aaron. His forecasts have almost never been wrong. Aaron offered a sheepish smile. Thank you for the compliment, but it's not me so much as the prophecy book. I'm just reading what someone else wrote. It's all the same to me, Tony replied. I'm already preparing for the worst, but I'm even more concerned about the military brass. They cling to the idea of nuclear deterrence. If the gates of hell swing open, I'd put the chance of them launching at nearly 100%. Mr. Rogers will stop them, Carter Shirey said, trying to sound confident. Steve? Tony shook his head. The Pentagon doesn't always play nice with him. At best, he can only buy us time. Carter's grin faltered. And I certainly won't be much help in the thick of battle. My energy reserves are completely drained, so don't count on me for miracles. Tony looked around the small planning room. Next time the old man wants to retire, he should just say so. But Aaron, he leveled a mock stern gaze at the prophet. If you're not going to do more than sell us holy water, can't you at least try to stir your conscience? Aaron gave a modest shrug. I offered the prophecy so every hero gets a chance to prepare, and the holy water is freshly blessed. I figured it might give us a fighting chance. He gently tapped the vial at his belt. It's the least I could do. Isn't that enough? Vision's calm voice cut through the tension in the war room. At the very least, we should include Abe, Tony muttered. Before he could say more, the floor vibrated with a low rumble. Abe, the immense emerald dragon, reared up beside Tony, bearing rows of gleaming teeth in a fierce snarl. Tony's heart pounded. Dragons have unmatched combat strength, he said, voice tight. If word gets out, it'll tip the scales, and not in our favor. Aaron stepped forward, his expression grave. You're right. If anyone learns we have a dragon at our side, we'll be overrun. Governments, private labs, collectors. They'll want to tear him apart for research. Vision inclined his head. Once they know he's more than a rare creature, there's no controlling them. You've seen human nature. Aaron's eyes hardened. He turned toward Abe, then back to Tony and Vision. Let me be perfectly clear. Anyone who tries to harm Abe will face my wrath. I won't let him suffer even a moment of injustice. Tony and Vision exchanged a look, each imagining the raw power of the dragon looming over them. A heavy silence settled as they all weighed the promise and the peril of having such a creature on their side. The you'd gathered to avert the worst, contained the devil's influence on Earth until heaven itself could intervene. But doing so meant risking the wrath of a titanic dragon and its master just to destroy the St. Fangansa contract. It sounded like a fool's errand, one destined to fail. All right, Abe muttered, waving away the idea. Forget I ever suggested it. With that, he spun on his short legs and scampered over to Aaron, pressing his head against Aaron's arm in an almost comically affectionate gesture. Aaron laughed, ruffling Abe's hair. I never would have guessed that thing was a dragon. Vision smiled and nodded. Enough small talk. Let's get down to business. Tony's expression grew grave as he turned to Carter Shirey. You've held the St. Fangansa contract for over a century. Haven't you even once tried to destroy it? Carter met his gaze steadily. Of course. I've tried everything. Fire and flood, knives and axes, even lightning strikes. None of it left so much as a scorch mark. Tony's brow furrowed. What about less conventional methods? Carter's voice grew softer, almost haunted. I tested hellfire, and even holy water, but each time the contract only seemed to feed on the power. I could hear the screams and curses of the fallen saints echoing from its pages. For a moment, silence fell over the group. If neither steel nor magic could touch the St. Fangansa contract, what hope did they have of undoing its ancient, infernal bond? Carter Shirey's eyes scanned the circle of weathered tombstones around them. He spoke in a low, thoughtful voice. I'm well aware that striking at the spirits tied to each stone only deepens their hatred. Every time one of those devils is harmed, it grows stronger and far more dangerous. Tony frowned. Then why not hide the contract somewhere else, somewhere truly secure? Carter shook his head. This is the safest spot I've found. Ordinary demons can't cross these stones. Only the children of hell could still reach it, and that's exactly why I chose this place. What about the Vatican? Tony asked. Demons are forbidden there, aren't they? I considered the Vatican, Carter admitted, but this contract, St. Fangansa's contract, is steeped in such profound evil that no one can simply walk in with it. I tried every angle, every loophole, In the end, I realized my only path was to guard the contract myself, to keep it from ever sliding into the wrong hands. Tony stared at him in amazement. And you've done that for over a century? You've been here, the cemetery's keeper, all this time? Carter offered a wry smile. I wouldn't call it perseverance alone. Living this long was a stroke of fortune. I sensed my own end was near, so I prepared a plot, my own grave, right here. But fate had other plans. The evil spirit destroyed it before I could ever use it. A sudden hum of static cut through the night air, like an otherworldly warning bell. The two men exchanged a tense look as the circle of tombstones around them seemed to shiver in response. Proof that, in this haunted place, no secret ever truly stays buried. Tony was about to speak when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. Bruce. He hit answer. Tony, Banner's voice came through, calm but serious. I've got 2 pieces of bad news. Which do you want first? Does it matter? Tony snapped. Bad news is bad news. All right, the demonic demon slipped past Esshield's front line. Fury pulled in over 20 exorcists, deployed holy water sprayers, even rigged a consecrated pool to trap it. Nearly did the job too. The demon was shredded, but it still broke free, and how bad? Wounded 2 exorcists pretty badly. Tony ran a hand through his hair. Okay, that's one. What's the other? There's been a kidnapping. Banner's tone darkened. The witch heart, she snatched Roxanne. Tony froze. What? I sent her to the Vatican for safekeeping. I know, Banner said gently, but Witchheart found a way in. We need to move now. Tony slammed the phone shut and paced the lab. Roxanne was supposed to be beyond Witchheart's reach. If Fury's exorcists couldn't hold a demon, how could they protect her? He grabbed his suit controls. Bruce, he called into the phone, coordinate with Fury. I'm going after Witchheart myself. Be careful, Banner replied. Tony's jaw clenched. When have I ever done anything else? With that, he powered up his armor. Eshield was in chaos. A monster was still at large, and someone had taken the one person he couldn't afford to lose. But Tony Stark never backed down from a fight. It was time to save Roxanne. They'd gathered in the back room of Carter Shiry's hideout, a cramped, sparsely furnished space lit by a single bare bulb. Johnny Blaze's fists clenched on the table, knuckles white. And you still sent the Black Widow to escort her? He demanded, eyes flashing. Is that why the Witch Queen demon nabbed her? Bruce Banner looked up from the dossier in front of him, his face calm but grave. Actually, Natasha had nothing to do with it. Johnny's brow furrowed. Then why? Banner leaned forward, steepling his fingers. The Witch Queen didn't go after Natasha at all. She seized her parents, and even her little nephew. By the time Roxanne got the ransom call, she'd just stepped off the plane. She turned right back around and flew home without ever seeing Natasha. Johnny slammed a fist into the table. Damn it. That's the devil for you, Carter said quietly, running a hand through his graying hair. Once you make your identity known, he'll twist every lever to bend you to his will. Johnny's shoulders slumped. So I have to do exactly as he says, then? Carter gave him a bleak smile. If you want to see them alive again, you'll have to sign the contract of St. Fafnaza. He paused, eyes darkening. But remember, the devil never keeps his promises. Fail to pay the price he demands, and her parents, and that boy, will die. On the other hand, if you do follow through, then Ghost Rider will be free to settle old scores. Mephisto's gates will stand open, and you might finally get your revenge, and maybe your soul back. Johnny stared at his flaming bike key, its metal grip suddenly heavy in his hand. Outside, thunder rumbled. Inside, the choice loomed as dark and terrible as hell itself. Johnny exhaled sharply and fixed Carter Shiry with a determined stare. Where is the contract? Carter chuckled, relief flickering in his eyes. I knew you'd press me for it. He held out his empty hands. Just give it to me, and we can end this. Johnny's jaw tightened. Without a word, he snatched the shovel from Carter's grasp. I'll dig up this entire cemetery if that's what it takes. Carter shook his head, hands raised in mock surrender. Not in a grave, he said wryly, but it's definitely here. You wouldn't have lingered for over a century otherwise. Johnny scoffed. You're not as clueless as I thought, but you're too late. The Witch Heart demon only gave you 2 days, and one's already gone. Find the contract with St. Feng's seal by tomorrow night, or... He paused as Carter offered a crooked smile. Don't think you'll even get a chance to bargain. If you drag this out past midnight, you'll only be negotiating with a corpse. The witch heart demon may be hot-headed, but he's no patient man, unlike his father, Mephisto. Johnny's impatience flared. A swirl of hellfire ignited within him, scorching his veins. Time was slipping away, and he could feel every second thundering down like the rasp of a dying clock. Tomorrow night was his last chance. If he failed, all bets were off. Tony held up his hands. Okay, everyone, settle down. We've still got one day. No need to sprint headlong into this. Johnny bristled, eyes flicking with impatience. You don't get it, Tony. It's not your girlfriend who's been taken. You don't feel the urgency. Hey, I'm not trying to hold you back, Tony replied, though his raised eyebrow betrayed his doubt. Fine, let's call it what it is. I'm stopping you from doing something incredibly stupid. Vision's voice cut in, calm and unwavering. Our priority is, though, St. Fangansa contract. If we fail to secure it, the witch heart demon will open the gates of hell. And if the gates open, our only option is to contain the fallout and limit the damage. He turned to Tony. That said, I don't believe a blind rush is necessary. Once the contract's whereabouts are known, it's already at risk. Tony crossed his arms. Exactly my point. Charging in without a plan, expecting to just grab the contract and run, that's reckless. We need strategy. Johnny paused, blinking as Tony's words sank in. He rubbed the back of his neck. Right? We can't even start a plan without the contract itself. All three men, Johnny, Tony, and Vision, shifted their gaze to Carter Shirey, who had been silent up to now. Carter met their eyes, lips curling into a thoughtful half-smile. He murmured. Then let's figure out how to get our hands on it first. Why should I hand him the contract? You have to trust me. Trust you? Why? Because he may own my soul, but he doesn't have my heart. Carter Shirey laughed, shaking his head. Anyone brave enough to sell their soul for love holds the power to change the world. You're not driven by greed, but by something far nobler. Maybe even God will be on your side. Chapter 1023. First feed the tiger, then kill it. Recruiting the first-generation ghostwriter. Carter Shirey exhaled in relief. He strode up to Johnny, yanked the shovel from his grasp, and slammed its handle against a nearby tree. With a loud crack, the head of the shovel snapped off and clattered to the ground, revealing a yellowed scroll taped to the haft. Everyone bent forward to read its faded characters. It's the St. Fangansa contract, Carter announced, peeling the scroll free and smoothing it out. This pact can transform the world into a living purgatory. He offered the brittle parchment to Johnny. And now, it's yours. Johnny stared at the paper as if it might burst into flames. He took it gingerly, surprised at its weight, as though the contract itself pulsed with dark power. You're really giving it to me? He whispered. Carter gave a wry smile. Believe me, I want this over more than anyone. I can't protect it any longer. He glanced across the clearing at Vision, the silent figure whose pale forehead gem glowed faintly. You know why. Vision stepped forward, voice calm and precise. Vision is my name. Carter nodded once, then turned back to Johnny. He's right. My energy reserves are drained. I can't keep the St. Fangansa contract safe. But you, ghostwriter of this generation, are exactly who we need. You've got allies, Tony, Vision, and Aaron. You're the ones best equipped to destroy this thing. Johnny looked over his shoulder. Tony Stark, Vision, and Aaron had already formed a loose circle around him, ready to shield him from any threat the contract might unleash. Carter set a steady hand on Johnny's shoulder. I trust you, Carter said. This nightmare ends with you. Thank you, Johnny said, sincerity in his voice. Tony clapped his hands. All right, let's make a plan. How do we deal with the son of hell? Vision spoke up. He's immortal. He won't truly die until the fiendish energy sustaining him is exhausted. Our best approach is to capture him, bind him securely, and then siphon off his infernal vitality over time. Tony nodded. Brutal, but probably our only reliable option. The trouble is, how do we actually catch him? Aaron, cradling Abe in his arms, offered a wry smile, while absently tending to his own arousal. I'd love nothing more than to torch him on the spot, but even weakened on this plane, his dark magic remains unpredictable and nearly impossible to guard against. If he decides to slip away, we'll never see him again. I know how. Vision tapped the Mind Stone in his forehead. The yellow gem glowed brilliantly in the night, casting shifting shadows across his calm features. They'll never sense me coming, he added. Tony exchanged glances with the others. All right, then we have our method. Let's move. I can use the Mind Stone's power to erect a barrier and keep the Witch Heart demon from escaping, Aaron said, his voice calm. Aaron raised an eyebrow. But there's another option, more direct, though riskier. Johnny's eyes lit up. What are you thinking? Some Ghost Rider technique? Aaron nodded slowly. Exactly. The penance stare, Ghost Rider's signature move. Johnny jerked back. No, that won't work. The Witch Heart demon has no soul. The penance stare can't touch him. Carter Shirey frowned. Hold on. You bound him with the St. Fanganza contract. Doesn't that give him a soul? Aaron's gaze was steely. Not a true soul, but the stolen essences of fallen saints, precious fragments of holiness he devoured to amplify his own power. If we force the penance stare upon him, those captive spirits will ignite in divine fury. He leaned forward, voice low. The hellish energy he carries can't withstand the burning of thousands of righteous souls at once. When Ghost Rider judges him, the infernal power will be seared away, and the St. Fanganza contract will shatter. We purge the inner demon and break the contract in one stroke. Johnny exchanged a glance with Carter. It's dangerous, but if it works, we win on both counts. Aaron nodded. Precisely. Now let's prepare the summoning circle. This is no longer an adventure. It's madness, Vision muttered, a twitch betraying his nerves beneath that cool facade. There's a world of difference between fattening up a pig before slaughter and feeding a tiger in the hope of killing it. Tony shook his head. Exactly. What if this witch mind demon grows stronger after devouring all those souls? What if we can't stop him? Aaron raised his hand to the starlit sky. We're forgetting the prophecy. At the critical moment, heaven itself will send hunters to turn the tide. The sky will not fall. Tony and Vision exchanged a wary look, each weighing the gamble. Finally, Tony turned to Johnny. So, what do you think? Johnny hesitated a heartbeat, then met Tony's gaze. I don't see a better option. If we strike now, the demon's power on Earth will be severely weakened. He won't be able to wreak nearly as much havoc. Besides, the real danger lies not in that one demon, but in the St. Fanganza contract. As long as it survives, every fallen hellspawn will simply be replaced by another. Silence fell, heavy with the storm of risks they faced. Above them, the night sky held its breath, waiting to see if prophecy would indeed deliver salvation at the 11th hour. Now that we've talked it over, let's go all out, Tony said, exhaling deeply. Shengfangansa village is nearly 500 miles from here. Do we ride out tonight or rest for one last night before we leave? Right now, Johnny replied, urgency sharpening his voice. Roxanne's in their hands, and every minute we delay makes her situation more dangerous. He kicked the Harley into gear, and in an instant, the roaring bike became the flaming steed of the Ghost Rider. Tony glanced at Aaron, clearly hoping he'd change his mind. You sure you're not coming with us? Aaron waved him off. I've got a meeting with Carter Shirey. I'm not about to wade into some massive supernatural showdown that could get me killed. He just wanted to finish his system task, claim the reward, and vanish. The Sons of Hell, the witch-hearted demon, the St. Fanganza contract, they meant nothing to him. All he cared about was the prophecy, the opening of the gates of heaven and hell. Whenever something this big unfolds, a heavyweight devil or angel usually shows up. Seraph, Mephisto, even the Supreme Mage. With a final shake of his head, Aaron fired up his bike's engine and tore off into the night, flames flickering in his wake. Tony and Johnny exchanged determined looks. They had no time to lose. He made sure to stay well clear of the action. Being recognized here would be a disaster. All right, Tony said at last, easing off his insistence. He faced the eager Ghost Rider. I'll lead the way. Try to keep up. No problem, Ghost Rider replied. With that, Tony launched himself skyward, Vision and Ghost Rider following close behind. Once they were gone, Carter Slay's expression turned grave. He stepped back into the house and closed the door firmly. If there's something you need to discuss, come on in. Aaron paused at the threshold, catching the cool edge in Carter's voice. Still, with everyone else gone, there was nothing to lose. He followed Carter to a small table in the living room. Carter sat down, his gaze wary and defensive. Aaron offered an easy smile, then gently lowered Abe, his young charge, onto the table between them. He tapped his space ring, producing a bottle of deep green wine and 2 crystal glasses. Can I pour you a drink? Carter shook his head. He opened a drawer and withdrew a half-empty bottle of fine vodka. No thanks. I've got something better. Want to try? Aaron blinked at the vodka, then shook his head again. I'll pass, but thanks. Aaron uncorked a bottle of red and poured himself a glass, setting aside the empty one with deliberate care. He settled back, swirling the wine as if it were a rare vintage. I never touch what someone else has already drunk, he said, eyes on Carter. By the way, your attitude toward me has shifted a bit. What's that about? Carter Slay leaned against the bar and took a long draught from his beer bottle. He wiped his mouth and met Aaron's gaze. When I transformed into the Ghost Rider today, I glanced at you. Johnny was right. You do have an incredibly pure soul, pure enough that the demons in hell would kill for it. Aaron raised an eyebrow. I appreciate the compliment. But, Carter continued, voice dropping, everything you said and did today was disturbingly malicious. It's hard to reconcile that darkness with the purity I sensed. Aaron shrugged, lifting his glass in a casual toast. Is that all? Carter set his bottle down with a thud. I've been the Ghost Rider for over 100 years. Compared to me, Johnny's still wet behind the ears. Before Aaron could reply, a gruff voice cut across the room. Hey, who are you two, and what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to settle the score with Johnny, Aaron said, his tone mocking. That flimsy excuse won't fool me. Across the table sat a gray-haired man dressed like an aging cowboy. Aaron allowed himself a triumphant smile. He was certain he'd found the right target this time. Then tell me, what brings you here? I can't guess, Carter Slay replied with a hollow laugh. The only real prize in this room is the St. Vanganza contract, and you clearly didn't come for that. Otherwise, you'd have followed them just now. Aaron leaned back, eyes gleaming. Who do you think you're talking to? He asked. Carter stammered. Me? You came for me? That's ridiculous. To be precise, Aaron continued, I came for the Ghost Rider. He reached into the small space ring at his belt and withdrew 2 items, an ancient prophecy book inscribed with cryptic runes and a fresh confidentiality agreement printed on heavy parchment. He slid the contract across the table. Sign this, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. Carter's eyes narrowed. The last time I signed a contract, well, let's just say I regretted it for over a century and a half. Aaron's expression turned grave. I'm not a demon, he said quietly. Don't lump me in with them. They're not worthy of comparison. This is a simple non-disclosure agreement. Whatever we discuss from this point on stays between us. He tapped the contract firmly. No leaks, no witnesses, just your signature. Carter hesitated, reading the dense legalese. The tension in the room was almost palpable. Finally, he met Aaron's steady gaze. All right, he said, reaching for a quill. But if this goes sideways, I swear. Won't, Aaron interrupted, sliding the prophecy book alongside the contract. Now sign. Reluctantly, Carter Slay dipped the quill and scrawled his name. Aaron nodded once, satisfied. Good, he said. Let's begin. Other than that, there are no restrictions. Aaron's words hung in the air. Carter Slay let out a mocking chuckle, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. Do you take me for an idiot? Aaron sighed, his tone patient but firm. Your life is hanging by a thread, and the hellfire that once fueled your strength is all but spent. What do you have left worth bargaining for? Is it amusing to set a trap with an empty contract? For a long moment, Carter said nothing. He studied the parchment before him, just a handful of unadorned lines, and weighed it in his hands. Finally, he muttered, It's simple enough. I don't see a trick. Then sign. Drawing a slow breath, Carter Slay took the quill and wrote his name beneath the terse clauses. At once, Aaron snapped his fingers. The parchment flared white and turned to ash, drifting away on an unfelt breeze. Carter stared at the ashes in disbelief. A cold dread crept up his spine. He'd been here before. Mephisto's deceptions were legendary. Once he'd thought he'd outwitted the devil himself, only to be undone by the smallest hidden claws. Wait, he began, but it was too late. Aaron exhaled softly, relief touching his stern features. He rested a hand on the ancient tome at his side. Now, consult the prophecy concerning the Ghost Rider. Right away, Master. The face carved into the book's cover, its eyes milky and knowing, murmured in a voice that rustled like old parchment. Its pages fluttered open, and it began turning toward the fateful passage. As the prophecy revealed its secrets, Carter Slay braced himself. Whatever came next, He was bound by a promise he could neither break nor escape, and destiny, it seemed, was already in motion. A few seconds later, words appeared on the blank page. The Ghost Rider will become Aaron Gaius's new follower. Follower. Carter Slay frowned. He'd spent years as a bounty hunter for the devil, and he knew exactly what that title entailed. He tapped a knuckle against the desk. Wait, why pick me? I'm an old man, practically on my last legs. Johnny Blaze would be a far better investment. A voice seemed to whisper from the page itself. Because your soul is your own, you fulfilled your contract with Mephisto. Johnny Blaze, on the other hand, is still bound to the devil. Claiming him would mean battling Mephisto for control, and I'm not keen to tangle with that old fiend until I'm certain I can win. As for your lifespan, rest assured I can infuse you with enough life energy to keep you going until the end of time. Carter's pulse quickened. Who are you? The ink on the page shimmered, and the voice replied, I am Aaron Gaius, a magician from another universe. By the way, Aaron said, meeting Carter's stunned gaze, the Gaius Mephisto sent Johnny Blaze to capture was me. You? Carter Sherry's eyes widened. But how did you slip past the judgment's glare? Aaron ran a hand through his hair, irritation flickering across his features. It still makes me furious. One of my relatives works for Esield under Nick Fury's direct command. Fury knew Ghost Rider was hunting Gaius around the world, so he ordered my cousin to draw Blaze straight to me. But they made a critical mistake. They told me exactly what Fury had planned. I seized the chance, created a perfect double of myself, endowed him with a pure soul, and rewrote his memories so he truly believed he was Aaron Gaius. So Ghost Rider never cornered the real you, just your meticulously engineered stand-in, Carter said, piecing it together. Exactly, Aaron replied, a grim satisfaction in his tone. It was the only way to throw off the judgment's eye, and to keep Fury from growing suspicious. Carter frowned, the new information settling around her like a shadow. But why? Aaron slapped his forehead, raking his fingers through his hair as he struggled for words. It's a long story. Then give me the short version, Carter urged. All right, Aaron sighed. 2 of my ancestors have already visited this universe. The second one arrived thousands of years ago. He drove out the gods, sealed away Apocalypse, the progenitor of the blood race, and held both hell and heaven at bay. I don't know when he left, but I'm nowhere near his level of power. You can imagine what would happen if anyone discovered who I really am. Carter's lips twitched in sympathy. And the first ancestor? Aaron shook his head. I barely know anything about him, not even his name. But when he came, there weren't even any humans on Earth yet. Surviving that long isn't a feat for the weak. Anyone who made it from those ancient days would be mighty enough to count themselves a universe elder. He leaned back, voice dropping to a whisper. I've been here almost 3 years, living on constant edge. I haven't dared cast a single spell, just to keep my identity hidden. Carter nodded solemnly. I can only imagine. Aaron's strike broke through his defenses in an instant, and dark veins snaked up his forehead. I'd almost forgotten just how ruthless Carter Shirey could be. In only 3 years, Carter had built a fearsome reputation, yet this elder had been honing his power for at least a century and a half. He might not match Carter's longevity, but his trials were rated Inferno difficulty, while Carter's were barely even easy mode. That's beside the point. Aaron waved away the display of power with a dismissive flick. Let's get down to business. I didn't come here to spar, I came to recruit you. Pledge yourself to me, and I'll guarantee rewards beyond your imagination. Chapter 1024, Subdue the Ghost Rider, the True San Vanganza Village. Really? Carter Slay sneered, tilting his head. And what exactly are you offering me? Aaron's voice was calm, long life and robust health. Carter laughed, a sharp, mirthless sound. How quaint. You honestly think those 2 things will entice me? I've lived long enough already. Aaron regarded him evenly. Everyone clings to life, Carter. Given the choice between life and death, no one willingly picks death. It's just that longevity and health alone aren't enough to sway you. Carter's eyes narrowed. So what's your trump card? Divinity, Aaron replied with the faintest of smiles. A true path to godhood. Of all my followers, only 2 lack it. The rest, including you, if you choose, can ascend and become gods themselves. A path to godhood? Carter's skepticism was palpable. Like Thor? Aaron shook his head. Not Thor, a real god. Carter threw back his head and laughed, unbelieving. That's the funniest joke I've heard in ages. Aaron met his laughter with silence, his expression unreadable. The promise hung in the air, heavy with possibility and threat. Carter Slay stared at Aaron's unruffled expression, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest. "You've got to be kidding," he managed, swallowing hard. He'd lived nearly 2 centuries and outwitted demon kings before. Gods didn't faze him. Yet he knew there were levels to divinity. An apprentice angel meant nothing next to the true god, who could snuff out a life with a single sneeze. Aaron's calm never wavered. He casually tapped the space ring on his left wrist, and 10 crystal vials shimmered into place on the table before them. "I'm deadly serious," he said. "These are the potions of the death path. They're numbered from sequence 9 down to sequence 0. Corpse Collector, Gravedigger, Psychic, Necromancer, Gatekeeper, Undead, Ferryman, Death Archon, Pale Emperor, and at sequence 0, Death itself. Sequences 9 and 8 are low tier, 7 through 5 are mid tier, 4 and 3 elevate you to demigod, 2 and 1 grant angelic power, and only at 0 do you become a true god. You can't leap straight to divinity, you must drink them in order. Only by digesting each potion, one after another, can you hope to ascend. This journey could span decades, centuries, even millennia. In other words, Carter Slay summarized, you'll show me the path, but I'm on my own to walk it to the end? Exactly. Aaron shrugged, his tone matter of fact. But understand this, the route I've laid out is enough to astonish even the immortals of the cosmos. Carter fell silent. There were legions of deities in the universe, but true equals of the Almighty numbered scarcely more than a handful. Aaron's gaze sharpened. "One more thing," he said. "I'll use every resource at my disposal to help my followers advance, up to sequence 2, that is. Beyond that, unless you accomplish feats that are both monumental and unforgettable, I won't authorize the potions for sequence 1 or sequence 0. He snapped his fingers, and the 2 remaining potions on the table's right side vanished in a wisp of light. Carter's mouth twitched in bemusement. "All that effort just to reach sequence 2? Aaron gave a faint, knowing smile. "Sequence 2 denotes the rank of angel, rare in the heavens, on par with an archangel. It's among the most powerful tiers any subfather in the universe can attain." Carter Slay leaned back in his chair, took a slow sip of vodka, and let his eyes drift to the 8 potions lined up on the table before him. He studied their iridescent liquid, weighing the gravity of what lay in front of him. After a long moment, a broad smile spread across his face. "I can't imagine a more generous reward," he said softly, as if testing the words on his tongue. "It almost feels like I'm dreaming." Aaron watched him coolly. "I admire you greatly," he replied, his voice steady. "That's why I'm offering you this chance." Carter set his glass down and placed both hands on the polished wood. His smile faded. "Experience has taught me there's no such thing as a free lunch," he said. "The bigger the reward, the steeper the price. So tell me, what do you want in return?" Aaron's expression didn't change. "Your life and your soul," he answered with quiet sincerity. "Once you agree, you'll become my sub-patriarch. All I ask is that you swear loyalty to me and never betray me." A sudden, booming laugh erupted from Carter. He threw his head back and rocked forward again, slapping the table with each guffaw. "Ha! The last person who asked me to sell my soul was the devil himself," he managed between laughs. "You're so blunt about it, I almost feel bad saying no." "Please," Aaron said, raising a hand to halt him. "Don't compare me to the devil. The Gaius family prizes its reputation above all else. We honor our commitments." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle between them. "Give me your word, and these potions, each one capable of turning the tide of any conflict, are yours." Silence fell. Carter Slay's laughter faded, and he regarded the row of vials with new eyes. He could already taste the power and feel the shift in his own destiny. All it would cost was his oath, and perhaps, in time, his very soul. Aaron laid the parchment flat on the table. "Every promise made, every contract you sign, once written, it's binding. You're welcome to read it first, then decide." Carter Slay curled his lips in a sneer. "No need," he growled. He alone knew the price he'd paid to reclaim his soul, and he wasn't about to risk it a second time. "Just show me what you want from me." Aaron's eyes flicked to the contract. "This is simply an agreement that, for today, we fight side by side to drive off the witch demon. That's all." Carter bristled. Don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not blind to your reservations. This is just another ploy to trick me into helping you. Aaron shook his head and tapped the desk. A low rumble echoed through the room as Abe, the great dragon, stirred from its slumber. Its colossal, scaled body stretched across the floor, easily 100 meters from snout to tail. You keep saying I can't use magic, Aaron said with a wry smile. Do you think it's simple for a mage to face a son of hell without casting a single spell? I came prepared. He swept his hand toward Abe. I've raised him since he was an egg. Today, he's more than a match for that demon prince. But I won't unleash his full power unless I absolutely have to. He leaned forward, the contract beckoning. That's why this is safe for you. Read it. If you still refuse, we walk away. No hard feelings. But if you sign, we rid this land of the witch demon together. Carter's eyes flickered to the massive dragon, then back to the parchment. Slowly, he reached out for the quill. Very well, he muttered. Let me see what I'm getting myself into. Aaron's lips curved into a thin smile as Carter began to read. The die was cast. You won't regret this. Carter Sherry sat rigidly as Aaron slid a slim contract across the table. The text was brief and straightforward, yet Carter read it 3 times over, as if a single missing comma might unravel everything. Finally, he looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you absolutely sure this is correct? He asked. Aaron leaned back, arms folded, an easy grin on his face. Not convinced? Carter tapped the page. You actually let your operatives refuse any assignment they find too extreme or unethical. Of course, Aaron replied smoothly. I'm not about to order someone to commit atrocities. So you don't mind what they do otherwise? Carter pressed. Aaron shrugged. Whether they're heroes or killers isn't my concern, as long as they stay loyal. This world runs on one law. The weak serve the strong. But remember, my orders always come first. Carter sighed, laid the contract on the table, and pushed it gently back toward Aaron. I won't. No matter how tempting the terms, I must refuse. Aaron's brow furrowed. Why not? It's been over a century, Carter said quietly. I've had more than enough of this life. I'm done. For a long moment, Aaron simply stared. Then he leaned forward and murmured, Oh. I understand. No desires, no demands, Aaron drawled. But truthfully, I don't want to go after Johnny Blaze. The prophecy says the Ghost Rider will end up as my subordinate, but whether I enforce that prophecy is my choice. So however you feel now, you'll sign this contract eventually. Carter Shirey shrugged, his expression unreadable. Then we'll wait, he said coolly. Aaron offered a half smile. Suit yourself. But if you enlist right now as a corporal in the Lee Corps, I'll give you the best terms I can. Should you come to me later on your own initiative, your benefits will. His words were cut off by a chime from Carter's datapad. A brief alert scrolled across the screen. The website is undergoing revisions and may erase reading progress. Please back up your bookshelf and reading history. Screenshots recommended. We apologize for the inconvenience. Carter's eyes glinted as he tapped the contract. A faint glow traced the lines of his signature. I'll think it over, he said. Take your time, though not too much, Aaron replied, stifling a yawn as he gazed out at the star-speckled sky. St. Fanganza is still too close for comfort, only 500 miles away. They'll get away with it, Aaron murmured, eyes narrowing. Before the gates of hell open, I'll keep my distance. Make sure those big guys never spot me. I can't promise anything else, but mark my words, Mephisto will show up. Carter Shirey stiffened at the mention of Mephisto. He followed Aaron's gaze toward St. Fanganza, where an inky void yawned, so cold it seemed to sap the warmth from his bones. He swallowed hard, then met Aaron's steady look. All right, he said, I'll sign the contract. Congratulations. Right, Aaron replied with a smooth nod. You've made the right choice. Carter lifted a hand. But I have conditions. Aaron arched an eyebrow, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Really? Feeling shy now? Even the angels would applaud the generosity of my offer. Corporal Lixian, Carter said evenly. Let's be honest, it's bargaining, pure and simple. Aaron chuckled and leaned forward. Fine, lay out your terms. Carter drew in a breath. I want the gates of hell relocated, completely removed from here. Before he could say more, Aaron waved a hand dismissively. Rephrase that. No one in my family has ever been as bold as you, hunting enemies, erasing brainwashing programs, that I can handle, but uprooting hell's gates, That's another matter entirely. They should be a piece of cake, Aaron said confidently. Carter Shirey shook his head. Those hellgates are on another level. We can't just brush them off. I'm not asking you to lead the assault, Aaron replied. I only need one guarantee. If things go south, you'll rescue the other 3. Can you promise me that? Rescue them? Aaron murmured, then paused to consider. Okay, I'll do it. He knew Tony Stark's battle experience and Vision's control of the psychic stone would be more than enough to protect their teammates. And Johnny Blaze, as Ghost Rider, he could always be reborn, no matter how badly he was shredded. Even in the worst case, everyone would walk away unscathed. Then put it in the contract, Carter insisted. Aaron hesitated. Really? Carter's expression was unreadable. Is that a problem? No, it's just, I didn't think you'd distrust me so much. It's honestly a bit disappointing. Fine, Carter said evenly. Write it down and I'll sign. With a resigned sigh, Aaron added the clause to the agreement. There, you may sign now, my ward. Carter picked up the pen without another word and neatly inscribed his name at the bottom of the contract. As Aaron's final stroke fell, the contract flared into a pinpoint of light and then vanished. There, Aaron said, sweeping the table clear of Sequence 2 through Sequence 8 potions. Only the Sequence 9 vials remained. You're now a Sequence 9 corpse collector of the Death Sequi, ENS. Carter Schrey glanced at the single row of pale blue bottles. Just drink it? Unless you'd rather pray to God first? Aaron teased. Carter grinned wryly. At this point, I think I've already betrayed him. Without hesitation, he seized a Sequence 9 vial and downed its contents in one gulp. An icy fire tore through his veins, forcing a tremor to run up his spine. He gasped, vision spinning, then steadied himself and staggered to his feet. Before him, the distant sky had curdled into swirling black mists. Within that darkness, countless malevolent spirits writhed and clawed at the void. The air reeked of rot, frost, and death. An invisible barrier holding those horrors at bay, barely containing their ravenous thrashing. Carter swallowed hard. He could feel the death sequence awakening inside him, an unfathomable power keyed to the necrotic stench and cold that lay just beyond the barrier. And now, it was his to command. Carter Sherry blinked several times until the horrific vision finally dissolved. What was that? He whispered. Aaron offered a knowing smile. The true St. Fangansa village. The dark energy there is so intense that if those fallen saints ever broke loose, it would be pure chaos. I've been to St. Fangansa before, Carter said, swallowing hard. But the evil spirits always stayed hidden, protected by the village's contract, and even the Ghost Rider couldn't touch them. All I ever felt was this crushing depression. I never actually saw them, until now. Carter's eyes widened. You saw it too? Aaron tapped his temple. I'm not a mage, but I have what you might call sub-eyes. They cut through illusions and expose the true nature of things. After witnessing scenes like this so often, I've learned to recognize them instantly. He glanced at Carter's tense expression. And that corpse collector potion you just drank? It lets you directly perceive evil spirits and exposes their vulnerabilities. It even grants you certain corpse-like traits, so mindless specters can't harm you. Carter Shirey paused beneath the weathered archway, dust motes dancing in the last light of day. He let out a thoughtful breath. This path, it really suits me, he said quietly. Aaron leaned against the cold stone, arms folded. It had better, he replied. The fastest way to absorb those magic potions is to get into the field. You've spent years handling corpses, first as a Ghost Rider in Sequence 9, then as a gravedigger in Sequence 8. You know death and decay better than anyone. That experience will help you metabolize the potions faster, and before long you'll earn your promotion to mid-level Sequence Psychic. Carter met Aaron's gaze. So what do you want me to do? Whatever you like, really, Aaron said with a half smile. But remember your role. Don't be so weak when I need you most, and if you ever run into a problem beyond your abilities, contact me. I'll find a way to help. A charged silence settled between them. Carter drew in a steadying breath and bowed his head. In a low, reverent voice he intoned his invocation. O God of contract, ancient and noble inheritor, creator of minds, lord of shadows. He let the words hang in the cooling air. Aaron's expression grew inscrutable as he stepped forward. Speak to me with devotion and gratitude, Aaron said, voice soft but unyielding. and I will sense your plea. But remember, whether I choose to aid you will always depend on my mood and on what interests me." Carter paused, then said, "Understood." Aaron leaned back, studying him. "One more thing. When there are outsiders around, call me by whatever title you normally use. But if it's just the two of us," Carter grinned. "Aaron, or maybe boss, young master, or master," he teased. Aaron chuckled softly. "Close. But whatever you choose, it has to convey genuine respect and humility. I shouldn't have to explain, but somehow I know you won't quite nail it at first." Carter couldn't help but smile. Aaron Gaius was certainly more down-to-earth than Mephisto. He tilted his head. "So, besides who else depends on you?" Aaron's expression grew serious. "I'll call a family council every 3 months. By then you'll see exactly who else needs my care." Chapter 1025, Swallowing Thousands of Evil Spirits, Wu Shinmo's Peak Life. "If you really don't mind what I do," Carter Shirey said, a half-smile tugging at his lips as he tipped his cowboy hat, "then I'll be heading to St. Fanganza to help them." Aaron choked on the words. "You're going to St. Fanganza?" Carter gave a solemn nod, the shadow of his hat deepening the resolve in his eyes. Aaron rubbed his temples, weariness lacing his tone. "The prophecy says the sky won't fall. I gave my word I'd save them, so why are you so worked up?" "For 150 years, no one's wanted to end this more than I have," Carter replied quietly. "Back then, I was powerless, a mere middleman forced to hand the contract over to someone like Johnny Blaze. But that's changed. The moment I drank the corpse collector's potion, I felt transcendent. The hellfire raging inside me can still unleash its fury. I couldn't just stand by." Aaron watched him, heart pounding. He wasn't sure why Carter was so determined, whether it was duty, pride, or something more personal, but one thing was clear. Carter Shirey wasn't turning away. And in that resolve, Aaron sensed a care he couldn't yet prove. "Do you really have to go?" Aaron asked. "Are you going to stop me?" Carter Shirey shot back with a sly grin. "If you insist I stay, I'll have nothing more to say." Aaron rolled his eyes and brushed a hand through his hair. "Suit yourself. I'm not about to chain you here." "Thanks," Carter said, releasing a relieved breath. He was beginning to unravel the scope of his new master's ambitions. If Aaron hadn't wanted him gone, he wouldn't have been so quick to let him leave. Carter took a step closer and studied Aaron's face. "Mind if I tag along silently? You're my dependent now. Your soul answers to me, so I can see what you see. I promise I'll stay out of your way." Aaron's eyebrow shot up. "You want to come with me?" Carter chuckled softly. "Hardly. One reckless soul isn't worth the risk of venturing out alone. I'll just watch through your eyes. If things go sideways, I'll tell you to back off." "And you expect me to run like hell?" "Exactly." Carter gave him a dismissive nod. "Smart choice." With that settled, he stepped out into the cool night and let out a firm whistle. From the darkness came the sound of hoofbeats, clatter, 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 until a sleek horse emerged and stopped at his side. Carter patted its neck. "All right," he said, swinging onto the saddle. "Let's go." Chapter 8, The Final Hunt. "It's time to finish this, old man." With that, Carter Shirey swung into the saddle, gave Aaron a curt nod, and in an instant the world blurred. Where a man had sat, a fearsome figure now burned with hellfire, the Ghost Rider. Carter blinked at the unblemished horse before him. 500 miles in one ride. That seemed a bit optimistic. He tightened his legs around the horse's flanks. Flames erupted from the ground, searing upward and infusing the steed with unholy energy. Bone-white flesh cracked through blackened char, and the mare became a skeletal warhorse, its eyeless skull wreathed in molten fire. Carter tugged the reins. The horse reared and snorted, ready to charge. Aaron stared in astonishment. "I didn't realize hellfire could animate a creature like that." "It's hardly a match for Abe," Carter said, a hint of admiration in his voice. "But it'll do." Aaron reached into the velvet-lined pouch at his hip and withdrew 2 vials of shimmering liquid holy water and the sleek, matte-black barrel of a custom sniper rifle etched with silver crosses. "Here," he said, handing them to Carter. "The water's yours to dispense as you see fit, but this rifle, I'd say you'd better mutter a prayer over it before you pull the trigger." Carter slipped the vials into his coat pocket and hefted the rifle in one hand, feeling its weight. "Got it." Aaron gave him a sharp nod. "All right, let's go. St. Fanganza is just over the ridge. He can't have gone far." Then we'd best not dawdle. With a crackling roar, the ire steed plunged forward, hooves pounding a fiery rhythm beneath darkening skies. Carter leaned into the wind, eyes fixed on the distant spires of St. Fanganza. The final confrontation awaited, and there was no turning back. And so they raced toward destiny, the Ghost Rider and his ally bound by vengeance, hellfire, and faith. Aaron let out a relieved breath, swung his leg over the motorcycle, and twisted the throttle, putting as much distance between himself and St. Michael's Church Cemetery as he could. "Well, that counts as fulfilling the prophecy," he murmured with a crooked grin. He flipped open his task panel and scanned the new update. Mission: Conquer the Ghost Rider. Status: completed. Reward: 1,500 magic points. No penalty for failure. A calm, robotic voice followed. Reward received. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,500 magic points. Awesome, Aaron thought, his heart racing. 1,500 magic points. He'd expected a brutal showdown, maybe even a direct conflict with Mephisto, but Carter Schrey had saved him the trouble. The mission had been deceptively simple, and those points pushed his total past the 3,000 mark, enough to purchase Sao Feng's demonic wind energy at last. Keep it together, he coached himself. Don't get ahead of yourself. First things first, gather the funds, then make your deal with Sao Feng. With that settled, Aaron eased back on the throttle and headed toward his next destination, mind already racing with possibilities. Before we could even savor our hard-won peace, a new threat drew us back into the fray. Spread out below us was the village of Santa Fanganza, a ramshackle settlement bathed in moonlight, its crooked rooftops and crumbling walls exuding a palpable, malevolent chill. From our vantage point on a rocky outcrop, Tony Stark, Johnny Blaze, and the Vision took in the scene with caution. Tony forced a half grin. This place looks like a haunted house straight out of a B-movie. Just staring at it makes my spine tingle. Vision's Mind Stone glowed brighter on his forehead, scattering rainbow sparks across his synthetic skin. I'm detecting something, he murmured. Distant screams, manic, echoing laughter. It's oppressive, like anguish given form. I say we wait for sunrise, Tony suggested, rubbing his arms against the cold that seemed to seep into him. Johnny shook his head, shifting back into human shape. I wish I could agree. Unfortunately, I can't become Ghost Rider until the sun's up, and I don't trust these shadows alone. What's the plan? Stark spread his hands in that familiar trust me gesture. It's simple. We'll use the contract binding Santa Fanganza as bait. We offer it in exchange for your girlfriend's safety. Then we let the demon gorge itself on the souls trapped here. While he's busy with the fallen spirits, we'll move in and end this once and for all. Johnny nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. All right, let's draw him out. The three of them exchanged a final look, iron resolve against creeping dread, and descended toward the cursed village, ready to face whatever horrors lurked in its ruined streets. Before he can open Hell's Gate, the three of us will strike together, catch him off guard, and that's your opening. You move in close and unleash your signature attack. He has no idea Vision and I are here, Tony added quietly. That's our advantage. Johnny hesitated. Wait, some details need changing. Your girlfriend has to stay out of this. If she's anywhere near the fight, she'll be in danger. Understood, Johnny said, nodding. I'll need your help. Both of you can fly. One of you should escort Roxanne out of St. Fanganza Cathedral. Tony and Vision exchanged a look. That's a tough assignment, Tony said. My firepower is more powerful, but it also makes me a magnet for his attention and his wrath. It'll be safer if you two handle the extraction. Consider it done, Mr. Stark. Tony patted Johnny on the shoulder. Stick to the plan. We'll slip into position and wait. Johnny gently relayed Ed Harley's hand. Hand in hand with Roxanne, her dark hair barely visible through the mist, they advanced toward the cathedral. A thick, milky fog clung to the ground, turning puddles into murky traps. On either side, dead trees nodded their skeletal branches overhead, their hollow trunks receding into the gloom as the couple crept forward. Johnny's heart hammered in his chest as the cawing of crows and distant, disembodied whispers pressed in on him. Yet beneath him, the road remained eerily smooth as he guided his Harley into the ruined village of St. Fanganza. The motorcycle's engine rumbled across the blasted landscape. On either side, dilapidated houses stood silent and shuttered, No breeze stirred their doors or windows, while hushed voices seemed to drift from the darkness within. Every sight and sound spoke of menace. Reaching the village square, Johnny yanked the brake lever. The Harley skidded to a halt, throwing up a small cloud of dust. 10 meters ahead, illuminated by the dying light, the witch-heart demon held a terrified woman in her iron grip. Her lips curved into a malicious smile as she caught sight of him. "At last, you're the only one left," she purred. "Where is Aaron Gaius?" Johnny's jaw clenched. He scanned the demon's face, then forced out, "What's he doing here? And what about Nick Fury? Did you catch him?" A cold dread settled in Johnny's gut. He still couldn't fathom how Aaron's soul had stayed so untouched by the darkness that now reigned over St. Fanganza. Judging by his smooth talk and talent for deception, he wasn't wholly evil, but he wasn't exactly a saint either. "Nick Fury," the witch's heart snarled, her proud expression melting into pure fury. "That bastard, and his loathsome S-shield. Once I ascend as Lord of Hell, I'll hunt down every last agent. I'll peel their skin off, stuff it into jars, and torment them for 1,000 lifetimes." "Sounds like your tenure at S-shield didn't go so well," someone drawled. "Shut up," the witch's heart, his demonic half, roared. For a heartbeat, the left side of his face twisted into a nightmarish devil's mask, then snapped back to normal. He'd never dared reveal his true infernal form before securing the Sanctum Fanganza contract, didn't want to catch the attention of a certain bald woman. With a sudden motion, Johnny, also known as Wu Shinmo, seized Luo Shan by the throat and yanked her forward. "You know the terms. Hand it over or she dies." Roxanne's resolve wavered. She forced calm into her voice, though every tremor in her body gave her fear away. "No, Johnny, don't give him what he wants." Johnny's lips curved into a malicious grin. "Humph, trust me, she'll live, for now." He reached into his coat pocket and drew out an ancient-looking scroll, its seal already broken. The contract of Sanctum Fanganza. Under the flicker of hellish light, the final bargain was sealed. Chapter X, The Summoning of Saint Fanganza. Fanganza! The single, thunderous word cracked through the courtyard like a lightning strike. Instantly, the air vibrated with an unseen roar, whipping winds fanned out in every direction, and charcoal-black clouds swirled menacingly on the horizon. A cold, knowing smile curved the witch-heart demon's lips. "Give it to me," he demanded. Johnny clutched the ancient parchment, the St. Fanganza contract, trembling but resolute. "Release Luo Shan first." For a heartbeat, the demon's eyes flickered with amusement. Then, with a cruel disregard, he swept the bound woman off her feet and flung her over 10 meters across the courtyard. She skidded to a halt, dazed but alive. Johnny's heart lurched. He dashed to her side, checked her pulse, then turned back to face the demon, parchment in hand. "This is the contract you wanted," Johnny said, voice firm despite the fear dancing in his chest. "Now you must obey me." A triumphant grin spread across the witch-heart demon's face. He reached out and snatched the scroll from Johnny's reluctant fingers. His long nails tore the seal, and with feverish anticipation he unfurled the vel, revealing row upon row of names inked in crimson. Raising his head to the gathering storm, he shouted, "This is the St. Fanganza contract. All souls bound by these names, heed my call and come to me." No sooner had the final syllable left his lips than a deep, rolling chant rose up from the shadows. From beneath cracked stone, from the ruined well, from every dark corner of the courtyard, countless ebony wraiths poured forth. Their anguished cries and rattling chains filled the air as they surged toward the demon, eager to merge with his malevolent form. In that moment, the sky split open, and the witch-heart demon stood at the center of a maelstrom of summoned souls, his power reborn, his triumph all but assured. Meanwhile, Johnny and the freed Luo Shan could only watch in horror as the darkness coalesced into a force far greater than they had ever imagined. Every wisp of darkness the evil spirits poured into Wu Shinmo, the witch-heart demon, sent a jolt of raw power coursing through him. The surge was so sudden and immense that he choked, gasping for air in panic. Even so, a grim delight bloomed in his chest. His strength was multiplying at an astonishing rate. Roxanne scrambled to her feet at the edge of the courtyard and froze. All around Wu Shinmo, shadowy fiends twisted and wheeled in a frenzied dance. Their cacophony of shrieks and wails filled the night. She clutched her throat. What is this?" Before she could scream, a strong hand clamped over her mouth and yanked her into the narrow safety of a nearby alley. Tony Stark's armored form blocked the entrance. Under the gleam of his repulsors, she recognized the familiar Iron Man suit. "Tony?" she whispered, eyes wide. He pressed a finger to his helmet. "Quiet," he murmured. "You can't stay. Not now." His eyes flicked to the courtyard. "I'm sorry, but you have to go." "Vision will take care of her," Tony added, without looking away. A pale glow materialized beside them as Vision stepped silently into the alley. "Miss Roxanne, come with me. You must leave at once." Roxanne's chest heaved. She opened her mouth to argue. But Tony's firm tone cut through her words. "He'll only become a liability if he stays. We need every advantage." Resigned, Roxanne let Vision lift her into the air. As they slipped into the darkness above, the alley fell into heavy silence. Back in the courtyard, Wu Shinmo inhaled the last remnants of the evil spirits. The swirling maelstrom of darkness contracted until it vanished entirely into him. He stood motionless for a heartbeat, then inhaled adrenaline. His skin, once vibrant, had turned a corpse white, faintly streaked with black as if coated in ink. Yet in his darkened eyes burned a new, terrible power. Scarlet light flared in his eyes, a blood-red glow that sent a chill through the air. His mouth parted to reveal razor-sharp fangs, gleaming without shame. Darkness coalesced around him, curling like living smoke. "I am called the Ghost," he intoned, voice echoing with unholy resonance, "because we are innumerable." Wu Shinmo threw back his shoulders in triumph and let out a roar. For a moment, victory seemed assured, until a crack of thunder split the sky. He lifted his head instinctively as heavy drops began to fall, each bead of rain shimmering with a holy radiance. The instant the droplets touched his skin, the elation drained away. A searing pain followed, like acid eating through flesh, and he staggered back, blood hissing from the burned pores of his face and arms. Wisps of green smoke curled upward, carrying the stench of corruption being cleansed. Holy water! His voice was a snarl of fury as he let the sacrosanct rain continue to pour, each drop carving away at his demonic guise. Yet in his mind he scoffed. He possessed the power of the St. Vanganza contract. Not even the supreme sorcerer could halt him now. There was no need for caution or courtesy. Watching from the shadows, the Ancient One's eyes narrowed. "Does Mephisto know how rash his son can be?" A distant voice rang out, tense with urgency. "Gaius, get out of here, now!" Boom, boom, boom. The thunder rolled again, and the battle, far from over, stormed on with renewed fury. The moment the words left Tony Stark's lips, dozens of tiny missiles streaked through the air, each one tipped with high-intensity holy water. They slammed into the witch demon, purging his black miasma in clouds of hissing steam. "Sorry, he really didn't make it," Tony said coolly. The witch demon, Wu Shinmo, staggered back, clutching at his chest. As the last wisp of black fog cleared, he looked up in disbelief at the scarlet figure hovering overhead. "Tony Stark," he hissed, "I've heard plenty about you." "Being famous among devils isn't exactly a compliment," Tony replied. He raised his right arm. A repulsor at his wrist glowed bright red, then fired, a laser beam that severed Wu Shinmo's body in two. But the demon only laughed, a hollow, ragged sound. Thick black air swirled around his severed halves and fused them back together in an instant. "Your toys are useless to me," he mocked. Tony shook his head, a trace of regret in his voice. "Maybe not, but they're useful to you." Wu Shinmo's eyes narrowed. "Him?" he spat, just as a hellish chain, wreathed in roaring blue-orange flame, shot through his chest. Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider, emerged from the ruins. Brandishing his flaming chain, he wrapped the witch demon tightly, the hellfire blazing from within, searing flesh and spirit alike. Wu Shinmo howled as the fire consumed him from the inside out, and for the first time, the demon's confidence cracked beneath the combined assault of Iron Man and the Rider of the Damned. Wu Shinmo's flesh sizzled under the hellfire's touch, his skin crackling like shattered porcelain. Plumes of black smoke curled around him, hissing in the air. Yet instead of crying out, he only laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. "Johnny," he jeered, "this trick might have terrified me before, but now it's barely even warm." Johnny, his face set in grim determination, ignored the taunt. He strode forward, every step sending echoes through the ruined courtyard. With one swift motion, he lashed out, snaking his burning chain around Wu Shinmo's throat and yanking him close. "Tell me, Johnny said, voice low and unnervingly calm. What does it feel like to be a vessel for evil spirits? To house their power, to trap 1,000 tormented souls just waiting to be released into hell? Wu Shinmo spat blood, his crimson eyes flashing. You want, he sputtered. Judgment, Johnny corrected, tightening his grip. Look at me. He forced Wu Shinmo's gaze. Your soul is tainted by the blood of innocence. Feel their anguish. Taste their pain. No, Wu Shinmo screamed, panic exploding in his chest. He thrashed against the chains, desperate to break free. He'd only just sealed the St. Venganza contract, claimed its divine might, and risen to the pinnacle of power. How dare the Ghost Rider stand in judgment over him? But Ghost Rider's hellfire burned hotter, his resolve like iron. And as Wu Shinmo writhed in pain, he knew this was a reckoning from which there would be no escape. It looks like the actual chapter text didn't come through. What you've pasted is just the site's tabula script and a service notice. Could you please resend the fan fiction chapter you'd like rewritten? Once I have the full text, I'll polish it into smooth, idiomatic English. Chapter 1026. The immortal witch demon is no longer human. A thunderous boom shook the chamber. In an instant, the witch heart demon's form shattered into a cloud of black particles that rained to the ground. Tony dropped from the air and landed lightly among the motes of darkness, his eyes bright with triumph. Is it over? He called out. I don't know, Johnny replied, shaking his head. He stood among the debris, expression grim. It exploded before the trial even started. Tony frowned. What do you mean? Before he could finish, a chilling, echoing laugh rose from the ruined floor. Shadows writhed together, pooling into a viscous, inky liquid. The darkness thickened, coalescing until the witch heart demon stood whole again, every inch as menacing as before. Surprise! The demon's grin stretched impossibly wide as he clapped his hands. A deafening roar ripped through the hall, sending shockwaves of earth and brick tearing toward Tony and Johnny. Tony managed a wry grin even as the blast caught him. What a foul stench! Demonic breath really should come with mint, he quipped, wiping dust and chunks of masonry from his armor as he rose. Johnny staggered to his feet, eyes narrowed. How can this be? We destroyed him. He literally exploded. The witch heart demon stepped forward, darkness swirling around his feet. You've only delayed the inevitable, he intoned, voice dripping with malice. No ritual can bind me now. I've ascended beyond human limits. Tony and Johnny exchanged a tense glance. If their fiercest blast hadn't finished him, they faced a foe more terrifying than they'd ever imagined. And now, the true battle was just beginning. They were torn apart, and still they couldn't die. Tony studied the aftermath, his brow furrowed. I think I've pieced it together. The Eye of Judgment really is powerful. It genuinely terrified him just now. But you trapped him first in hellfire. Before he could burn the souls of those evil spirits, the very inferno disintegrated his body, and that fracture in his form let him slip free and resurrect. The witch heart demon chuckled, claws clicking. Nice theory, but it changes nothing. Once I throw open the gate of hell and claim this dimension for my own, the Eye of Judgment won't even scratch me. Tony gave a wry shake of his head, then activated the launchers on his shoulders. 2 sleek missiles slid into firing position and streaked forward. Pathetic humans, the demon mocked. You still don't grasp the power of hell's children. With a flick of obsidian claws, he rent the air itself. A wave of red-black energy pulsed outward, and both missiles detonated in mid-flight. The resulting crimson inferno bloomed instantly, swallowing Tony's sacred ward and scorching the contours of his face. Zizzy, Tony Stark's voice rippled through the air, just as holy water seared across the witch heart demon's chest. Holy water? Wu Shinmo's face drained of color, molten burns blooming across his skin. Surprised? Tony quipped, flashing a cocky grin. We've upgraded the weapon system with Gaius's blessed water. Think of it as prototype anti-demon armor. The demon hissed. Arrogant. And confidence is half the battle, Tony shot back. He braced himself, gathering energy in each palm before unleashing twin beams of pulsing light. The witch heart demon cocked his head, nonchalantly slicing the blasts in two as if he were cutting paper. Tony didn't hesitate. He surged forward, thrusting both hands outward and sending a golden shockwave roaring through the demon's midsection. Caught off guard, the creature staggered back several paces, snarling in rage. Before the St. Fanganza contract, not even Aaron Gaius could have forced this demon to budge. And now, imbued with that very contract, the witch heart demon was being shoved around by a mere human named Tony Stark. If he didn't feel his dark power churning, he'd swear the contract was a sham. Insignificant vermin. The demon's eyes blazed black as he lunged with terrifying speed, teeth bared in a feral grin. Tony took a breath, adjusting his stance. "Hey, bug, let's see you try that again." Tony's HUD flared as he scanned the ruined cathedral floor, pinpointing the witch heart demon's next foothold. He activated his repulsor beam, then the demon vanished. "Watch out," Johnny bellowed. He whipped his chain like a flail, catching Tony hard on the ribs. Stark skidded backward, momentarily unbalanced. Seizing the chain, the demon slammed it into the stone floor. With a flick of its wrist, it backhanded Johnny, sending him sprawling toward a dry well at the nave's edge. Before Johnny could rise, the demon plucked at his fingers as if tuning a puppet, and from the well's blackness oozed ghostly spirits. They coiled around Johnny's arms and neck, dragging him screaming into the depths. "Sk-sk," the witch heart demon murmured, licking its lips. "St. Fanganza is mine now, entirely mine." Tony's eyes narrowed. He leapt forward and delivered a crushing punch to the demon's face. Scorching steam hissed from the creature's armor seams, the heat corroding its flesh like acid. The demon shook off the blow, its grin widening into a cruel parody of delight. With inhuman speed, it lunged at Tony, driving a fist through his chest plate. Before he could react, the demon's massive palm slammed down on the arc reactor embedded in Stark's armor, sending a jolt of agony rippling through him. Tony cartwheeled through the air and slammed into the ancient cobblestones of St. Vatican Village. Before he could recover, the witch heart demon dissolved into a swirl of black smoke and reformed, its vaporous claws wrapping around Tony's throat, pinning him face first to the ground. "That holy water of yours is unusual," the demon jeered in a rasping whisper. "But it won't hurt a demon like me. At best, it makes mortals a little queasy." "Then your soul belongs to me," it added, voice laced with triumph. "Not so fast," Tony snarled. With a twist of his wrist, he powered up the jet thrusters in his armor. A burst of repulsor energy tore at the demon's grip, prying its claws free from his neck. The witch heart demon grinned, rows of jagged fangs gleaming in the moonlight. It slammed a hand onto the stones, and in an instant, a shroud of darkness rolled outward, swallowing the entire village. From that shadowy veil, countless evil spirits erupted, pale, wailing shapes clawing their way into the night air. Tony forced himself to swallow. "I've faced biomutants, but this is something else." The demon chuckled, voice echoing like distant thunder. "You think that's impressive? Watch this." It pressed a finger to the ground, and the earth trembled. Dozens of vengeful specters immediately surged toward Tony like starving wolves. He braced himself and unleashed a rapid volley of pulse waves from his gauntlets, each blast fanning out in radiant ripples that scattered the spirits like leaves in a gale. Staring down at the advancing horde, Tony cracked a grin. Now this is more than just a haunting. He readied himself for whatever the witch heart demon would throw at him next. Tony Stark was alone, and it quickly became clear that slaughtering one evil spirit after another accomplished nothing. These things felt no pain, knew no fear, and didn't fear death. The instant he obliterated one, two more would surge in to take its place, tightening the noose of his protective field until it was visibly shrinking around him. "Boss, holy water reserves are down to 30%, Friday reported. "Crap," Tony swore. "I should have had them brew extra batches." He glanced at an approaching demon and felt a twinge of panic. Then he rocketed straight up. Crack! Crack! The creature shrieked, its gaunt limbs knitting together into a spectral ladder that reached skyward, but Tony was already 50 feet in the air, well out of its grasp. "Phew," he exhaled. "Flying still has its advantages." "They're evil spirits," Wuxin Mo observed with a small grin. "Tell me, do you really think they can fly?" Tony's hair prickled on end, and a cold bead of sweat crept down his neck. Before he could brace himself, one of the fiends leapt onto his back, its claws gouging through his armor with brutal force. Tony roared, twisted, and flung it off as easily as tossing a rag doll, steel plating screeching in protest. He hovered in the moonlight, heart pounding, and knew he would have to think fast if he was going to survive the night. Tony barely had time to catch his breath before another evil spirit slammed into him, then a second, a third. The dark phantoms swarmed so thickly that he staggered, arms outstretched, desperate not to be dragged down. "Friday, now, deploy all the holy water," he barked into his calm. Before his words even finished echoing, a column of golden light crashed through the ceiling. A brilliant shock wave radiated outward, and in an instant every spirit around him dissolved into wisping black mist. Tony blinked up to see Vision floating just overhead, his cloak unfurling in the rushing air currents. "Could you have shown up a little sooner?" Tony muttered, massaging his sore shoulder. Vision inclined his head with a hint of regret in his calm, opalescent eyes. "My apologies, Mr. Stark. I had to ensure Miss Roxanne was safely out of harm's way. It took a bit longer than expected." Tony let out a wry chuckle. "Next time, feel free to skip the long goodbye." Vision offered a faint, almost embarrassed smile before drifting down to Tony's side. Together they turned to face whatever other dangers the night might yet hold. Vision's face burned with embarrassment. "Ghost Rider, where are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Before anyone could reply, a steel chain lashed out from the dry well, skewering a nearby wraith and pinning it to the earth. With a mighty tug, Johnny Blaze hauled himself up the crumbling well wall in one smooth motion. "Ha! Took you long enough," he called back, flashing a grin. "Were you planning to wait until I was dead before showing up?" Tony snorted in reply, the corners of his mouth twitching with restrained irritation. Clearly, despite their intended roles as the team's spearheads, neither of them was living up to his reputation. From the edge of the courtyard, Wu Shinmo's gloved fingers snapped, snap, 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 each clap echoing unnervingly in the night air. "Is that everyone?" His tone simmered with contempt. The trio exchanged uneasy glances, then fell silent. Wu Shinmo's lips curved into a cruel smile. "Very well. Let us witness the power of these fallen saints." He raised his hand, and the ground itself seemed to answer his command. One by one, countless evil spirits emerged, their pale forms drifting from the shadows. Wisps of inky darkness poured across the village, blotting out every star and swallowing the moon's pale glow. The air grew thick and leaden, each breath a labor. All around them, the rancorous hiss of the damned began to rise, mocking a chorus of torment that promised only despair. Vision stepped forward, the Mind Stone in his forehead flaring to life. A ring of yellow energy radiated outward, erecting a protective barrier that held the encroaching demons at bay. Wu Shinmo's lips curved into a mocking smile. "An infinity stone," he said, eyes narrowing. "What a fortunate discovery. Too bad you're merely its vessel, powerless to unlock its full potential. Otherwise, you'd be a real threat." "Hold them back," Vision ordered, his voice calm but firm. Johnny Blaze tightened his grip on the Hellfire chain. With a snap of his wrist, the chain ignited in blazing orange and red, whipping through the air to unfurl into a massive fan of fire. The surrounding evil spirits were drawn into its vortex, shrieking as they disintegrated into ash within the searing inferno. Wu Shinmo gave a slow, respectful nod. "Impressive, Johnny. My father was right to praise you, but the St. Venganza contract belongs to me. As long as I live, these fiends will keep pouring through." Johnny's skull glowed with crimson flame as he snarled. "You'll lose, Wu Shinmo. Your world and your soul will be mine." "Not so fast," Shinmo retorted, his voice rising above the crackle of dying embers. "Don't celebrate too soon." He threw back his head and laughed, a wild, triumphant sound. "Unleash hell's legions upon this world. Father, mark my words, I will surpass you and reign as the greatest lord of hell the universe has ever seen." Bang! A blistering orb of hellfire slammed into the witch demon. The roiling flames erupted in a violent blast, engulfing her form. "Ah!" she shrieked, then collapsed into a smoldering heap of black ash. Carter Slay reined in his skeletal warhorse and swung an enchanted shotgun onto his shoulder. Wherever he rode, the spirits of the underworld scattered like frightened rats. Not one dared stand before the first-generation Ghost Rider. He gave a satisfied nod. "Looks like you all fared worse than I thought." Tony hovered nearby, brushing ash from his coat. Minor setback," he mumbled sheepishly. "Weren't you planning to stay out of the fighting this time?" Carter cracked a wry smile. "At my age, I'd sooner sip whiskey in a rocking chair, but I couldn't sit this one out. Glad I came." A voice hissed from a swirl of inky black mist floating in the clearing. It was the witch demons, laced with contempt. "Carter Slay, you relic thought you could die by my hand?" Without answering, Carter raised his shotgun. He loosed a deafening blast of hellfire. The infernal slug smashed into the rising shadow, tearing open a jagged hole in its center, like a bullet through flesh. The dark mass writhed, then began to reform. Carter fired again, bang, and again, bang, each shot exploding the mist into ragged shreds. By the time the last echo faded, there was no witch demon left to taunt him, only the echo of Carter's shotgun and the swirling remnants of defeated evil. Wu Shinmo kept stumbling backward, his wounds knitting together almost as fast as they were torn open, yet each shot left him more off balance, more desperate. Then, with a deafening crack, Carter Slay fired a high-powered round. Wu Shinmo reeled and collapsed to his knees. His furious attempts at regeneration couldn't save him this time. With a snort like grinding thunder, the skeleton warhorse thundered forward, rearing on its hind legs. Its iron-shod hooves came down hard, smashing into Wu Shinmo's face and chest. The impact gouged a shallow crater in the earth. Wu Shinmo lay gasping in the dust, eyes flicking up at the beast's fiery nostrils. Standing just behind the horse was Carter Slay, Ghost Rider in a battered cowboy hat, shotgun in hand. Carter smiled coldly. "Turns out there's a price for underestimating me, old friend." Wu Shinmo spat dirt and blood. "You really think you've beaten me? His voice cracked with rage. "I was only holding back." "Right." Carter's finger tightened on the trigger. "And I'm too lazy to listen to excuses." A burst of hellfire roared from the shotgun's muzzle. When the flames died away, 3 of the demon's fangs lay shattered on the ground. Without a second's hesitation, Carter pulled a small vial of holy water from his coat pocket and pressed its neck into Wu Shinmo's broken mouth. The demon's scream cut through the night as the sacred liquid hissed and steamed against his flesh. Carter tipped the vial until the last drop was gone. He straightened, holstered his shotgun, and gave the twisted figure at his feet one final look. "That's all the mercy you're getting." Then, with a sharp click, he turned and walked away, the skeleton warhorse's flames dancing in his wake. A thick plume of white smoke, heavy with the acrid stench of sulfur, drifted from the witch demon's lips. His body shook violently, and his scarlet eyes blazed with fury and hatred. Carter Slay's rapid strikes hadn't truly wounded him, but the humiliation stung far worse than any blade. After all, he was the son of hell, forged in violence and torment. Even Mephisto had never dared debase him like this. If he didn't retaliate now, he'd lose all claim as the future master of New Hell. "These hits feel incredible," Carter Slay said, laughter dancing in his voice. "I've been dying to do that." "Wait, he's really the son of hell?" Tony blinked in disbelief, leaning closer. How did he slip out of hell right under Mephisto's nose? Those words hit the witch demon like a dagger to the heart. "You'll pay for that," he roared, veins bulging as he unleashed his full demonic power. The sky above them darkened in an instant. Thunder rumbled, black clouds roiled, and a fierce otherworldly wind swept the ground. The witch demon's form began to twist and swell, muscles rippling, horns lengthening, features warping into a far more terrifying shape. A storm of raw hellfire energy crackled around him as he ascended to his true demonic glory. The demon's transformation unfolded in a grotesque display of power. Twisted, spiraling horns burst from his skull, his torso and limbs swelling in cruel distortion. His legs split into thick, cloven hooves. His 10 fingers coalesced into jet-black talons, and, with a thunderous snap, great leathery wings unfurled from his back. In an instant, the air around him rippled with heat and the acrid tang of brimstone. Carter Slay let out a low whistle and urged his mount to fall back to a safer distance. Vision floated forward, eyes glowing with analytic calm. He was never human, he observed. By shedding that fragile shell, he magnifies his strength exponentially, but he also announces his presence to every infernal power in the multiverse. Mephisto will pinpoint him the moment he shifts. Tony's fists clenched at his sides. So he's going full power, no holding back. Vision gave a curt nod. It seems the St. Vanganza contract has given him exactly the confidence he needed. As the witch-hearted demon towered over them in his true form, the ground beneath him began to soften and hiss, bubbling like molten tar. Sulphurous fumes coiled through the battlefield, each breath a searing reminder of the hellish force they faced. Johnny swallowed hard, voice wavering. Is the Eye of Judgment still effective against him in this state? Silence met his question, a tense pause before the next move in a fight that had just become a war. Carter Slay leveled his shotgun, its barrel gleaming as if coated in molten silver and charged with hellfire. This weapon is potent, he warned, but we won't get the chance to pass judgment on him until he's down, and without your verdict, Mephisto's contract can't be sealed. With that, he squeezed the trigger. A roar of fiery slugs tore through the swirling black miasma, striking the Witchheart demon with searing force. Chapter 1027. Carter Shirey was the first to strike, hurling a pair of hellfire grenades at the Witchheart demon, but the impact only gouged a fist-sized dent in its gray-black hide before the flesh knit itself back together almost instantly. Where once his bombs would have crushed or torn its body, now they barely made a mark. The demon laughed, rows of saw-toothed fangs glinting in the dim light. Hardly a scratch. Do you really think those tricks work on me? Carter's jaw tightened. His skin's gotten a lot tougher. If we take him on one-on-one, we won't last long. Johnny scanned the clearing, where evil spirits swirled like angry hornets. That's true, but if we team up, he has numbers on his side. From the edge of the crater, Vision took a steadying breath. I can hold most of those spirits at bay, but against the Witchheart demon himself... He paused, eyes narrowing. I'll do it. I'll raise a barrier, but it won't last long. Kill them! The demon bellowed, its voice echoing like cracking ice. A tide of shrieking spirits poured forward. In one swift motion, Vision leapt into the air, golden beams of searing light bursting from his forehead. The blast scattered the nearest fiends, buying the others a precious few seconds as he ascended above the fray. Below, Carter readied another volley. Johnny summoned twin spectral blades, and the battle for their very souls began in earnest. As he climbed to the right altitude, he channeled the primordial stone's power. In an instant, a pillar of golden light shot straight through the roiling clouds, fanning out like celestial fireworks. Gradually, a vast golden dome descended, settling over the heart of Santa Fanganza. Its warm glow bathed the streets and rooftops, forming an impenetrable barrier that held back the raging evil spirits. It's 3 against 1 now, Tony Stark announced, a grin tugging at his lips. The Witchheart demon laughed, a sound as cold as midnight. How quaint, he sneered. Black energy coalesced at his fingertips, pulsing with malevolent intent. With a flick of his hand, 10 crimson slashes of pure darkness tore toward them. Johnny swung his enchanted chain in a wide arc, intercepting the slashes and sparking brilliant showers of light. He planted his feet and stepped protectively in front of Stark and Carter Shray. Stark, Carter called, amusement in his tone, try not to die. We're barely immortal without you. Tony rolled his eyes, tapped a command on his gauntlet, and locked his targeting reticle on the demon. Dozens of micro-missiles thundered from the launcher on his back, streaking toward their foe. But the Witchheart demon merely curled his lips in disdain. Mortal weapons against me? He scoffed. You might as well throw pebbles. With that, he surged forward, shadowy wings unfurling as the battle for Santa Fanganza reached its fevered peak. The Witchheart demon's arrogant smirk vanished the moment he sensed the faint, holy vibration pulsing through Tony's incoming missiles. Fury replaced his disdain as he unleashed a wave of dark energy, obliterating every warhead in midair. Tony hovered above him, repulsors humming. Turns out invincibility isn't guaranteed, he called, blasting the demon with synchronized pulse waves and purifying rounds. On the ground, Carter Shirey drew in a shuddering breath, feeling the hellfire coil in his chest. With a single, controlled exhale, he compressed that infernal power into a glowing orb of red-gold flame. Watch this, he shouted, hurling it skyward. The Witchheart demon answered with a deafening roar, unleashing a sonic shockwave that sent Iron Man tumbling backward. Then, swift as lightning, he whirled toward Carter's fireball and ripped it apart with jagged scarlet claws. Hellfire detonated in midair, golden-red tongues of flame lashing out to consume the demon's attack, and staggering him with the force of the blast. Before the smoke fully cleared, a chain of molten heat whipped through the haze, its links glowing like liquid metal. It soared straight for the demon's chest. Pan, icy and rage flickered in his eyes as he backed away, claws scrabbling for purchase on the scorched earth. With a furious snarl, he barely dodged the searing tip, his roar echoing through the smoldering battlefield. The chain sliced through the witch-heart demon's shoulder as if it were paper. Black ichor gushed out, hissing against the stone floor and etching a shallow burn pit in seconds. The demon let out a low, amused chuckle. "Johnny, you really know how to surprise me." He clamped a clawed hand around the broken link. Dark energy spiraled along the metal, snuffing out the hellfire binding it, dissolving and snapping the chain in two. Wiping black blood from his lips, the demon's eyes gleamed. "I've no interest in giving you the judgment eye just yet. You're going to be out cold for a while, and when you wake up, this world will be my kingdom." Tony rocketed forward on repulsor jets, his gauntleted hand outstretched. "That doesn't sound very good," he said, firing a concussive pulse wave. But the demon twisted aside with unnatural grace. His bat-like wings beat once, and he vanished in a blur of shadow before streaking back up into the sky. "Damn it!" Tony's jaw clenched. He punched the throttle harder, putting more distance between them, only to have the demon appear right in front of him. Razor-sharp claws flashed, tearing deep cracks across Tony's armored chest plate. Inside the helmet, warning lights blinked red. Alarms screamed, armor integrity failure. Moments after his first attack, the Heart-Witch demon curled its 5 clawed fingers together and drove them straight into the arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest. Sparks and agony shot through Tony, but before the demon could savor its triumph, Johnny Blaze whirled his enchanted chain around its right leg, yanking it hard enough to send the creature crashing to the ground. As the demon struggled to rise, Carter Slade leveled his hellfire-charged shotgun and fired a blazing bomb directly at its heart. The explosion rocked the battlefield, but the effort drained Carter's power. His hellfire flickered and dimmed, reduced to a feeble glow that barely sustained his Ghost Rider form. The demon roared, flapped its leathery wings, and shrugged off the chain. With one brutal backhand, it sent Johnny sprawling into the wreckage. Then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished and reappeared before Carter. A powerful swipe knocked the enchanted shotgun from Carter's grasp, and steel-shod claws clamped around his skull. "What I despise most is you, the old immortal," the demon hissed, its voice a rasp of brimstone. "Content to wait for death? No, you had to come hunting for it yourself." Then those 10 razor-sharp claws slashed into Carter's forehead. Black, corrosive energy seeped into the wound, snuffing out his waning hellfire and halting his healing. Carter's breath caught in a tortured groan as pain tore through him like wildfire. In a last-ditch effort, Tony drew the small vial of holy water from his pocket and flung it at the demon's core. The glass shattered on impact, drenching the witch-heart demon's true form in consecrated liquid. A foul, white smoke billowed from its body as it howled in fury, and then, with a vicious sweep of its leg, it sent Carter's sleigh hurtling through the air. Carter slammed against the wall of a nearby house. Bricks and mortar rained down on him, burying his body in a heap of rubble. Only one thing remained visible, a bone-thin claw wreathed in flickering hellfire. But after a few tense seconds, the flames guttered out, and the claw shriveled into an ordinary aged hand. "No," Tony cursed under his breath. His armor's chest repulsor flared blue as he took aim at the witch demon and unleashed a concentrated energy blast. The force of it sent the creature stumbling backward. "Is he still alive?" Tony rasped into his helmet's comlink. Friday's detached voice answered, "I'm afraid not, sir. Carter's sleigh has lost all vital signs." Tony's fist curled so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He whirled toward the witch-heart demon, anger burning hotter than any reactor. The last time he'd felt this rage was when Coulson died, but at least then there had been a chance for rescue. Carter's sleigh never got that chance. Aaron hadn't made it in time. Time had simply run out. Wu Shinmo barely had time to taunt, "You old man." A voracious ball of hellfire slammed into his back before he could finish the sentence. He stumbled forward, the smell of singed feathers filling the air as his wings smoked. Gritting his teeth, Wu Shinmo slowly wheeled around and found Johnny Blaze charging at him, eyes aflame. "Your turn," Johnny snarled. He leveled his left hand at Wu Shinmo's face and let loose a gout of hellfire that plastered the demon's features with searing heat. Then, closing the distance in an instant, Johnny's right fist clenched and the enchanted chain coiled around it like a burning gauntlet. With a savage uppercut, he drove Wushinmo backward, shattering half of the demon's face into blackened fragments. A feral roar shook the battleground. Wushinmo recovered in a flash, his twin claws slashing downward, each talon gleaming with cruel intent. Johnny met the attack head-on. Chain in each hand, he lashed out in a blur of crimson whip shadows, intercepting the Hellspawn's claws and forcing them aside. "Friday, concentrate all the holy water on his chest," Tony Stark's voice crackled through Johnny's comlink. Unfazed, Johnny replied, "Got it, boss." The chains recoiled, swirling with renewed purpose, as the Ghost Rider prepared to unleash the purifying flood. Above them, the air trembled with heat and holy power. The final clash between fire and darkness was about to begin. "Boss, we're under 20%. Doesn't matter. Fire the reactor." "Right away, boss." At that moment, the skeletal warhorse slipped through the smoke and debris toward the shattered house. It lowered its front hoof and pressed it gently against Carter Slay's exposed hand. Black-blue hellfire flowed from the horse's bones into Carter's body. As the creature dissolved back into dust, faint flames flickered across Carter's skin once more. His fingers twitched, and with Herculean effort, he hauled himself out of the wreckage. "Thanks, old friend," Carter whispered, reverting to his human form. He sagged against a crumbling wall, chest heaving with ragged breaths. Every drop of his hellfire had been spent, and with it the power to transform. He was now no more than a frail old man, albeit one who had once trod the path of gods. A thunderous blast cracked in his ears. He barely registered the azure beam arcing from Iron Man's reactor before it struck Wushinmo squarely in the chest. The impact should have been fatal, but Wushinmo didn't even flinch. Jet-black gas seeped into the wound, knitting flesh and sealing bone in mere seconds. Each of these surprise attacks further ignited Wushinmo's fury and his boredom. He could no longer conceal his demonic nature. Unless something extraordinary intervened, his father and the bald wizard who once terrified their patriarch would soon detect the taint radiating from Saint Vanganza. He had to open the gate of hell now, to elevate himself beyond all rivals. Without that leap, even if he consumed the souls of thousands of fallen saints, he would climb only to subfather status. No true qualitative breakthrough. "I've waited long enough. My patience is gone." With a low incantation, Wushinmo ascended. Dark energy rippled outward from his raised palms. The earth trembled. Nearby buildings groaned and cracked as if made of glass. Great boulders tore free from the ground, hovering at his side before hurtling forward like massive cannonballs. Below, Tony unleashed surging pulse waves while Johnny beckoned furious hellfire. Yet the enchanted stones outpaced both assaults, smashing through defenses with relentless speed, deadly projectiles intent on their quarry. Carter Slay and Johnny Blaze darted aside as another salvo of hellish energy detonated inches from where they'd been standing. The dense, pulsing blasts left little room to breathe, much less to find an opening for a counterattack. "Damn, he's 10 times harder to beat now that he's not even human," Carter muttered, his jaw tight. With a swift motion, he unclipped a leather pack from his horse's saddle and retrieved a long-barreled sniper rifle etched with infernal runes, the Demon Hunter. He closed his eyes and began a low, measured chant. "God of the contract, ancient, noble inheritor, creator of the mind, master of the shadow." As the final words left his lips, his world went quiet. In the vast expanse of his consciousness, Aaron materialized, lean and focused, perched on a roaring motorcycle that hurtled away from St. Vanganza. "Master, Carter started, but Aaron cut him off with a calm nod. "I saw everything that transpired in the village," Aaron said, voice cool and distant. "You fought bravely, and I gave you my word. I'd save their lives. Now it's time to withdraw. Let heaven deal with the rest." Carter's gaze flicked back to Johnny Blaze, locked in a brutal struggle against the witch-heart demon. "At least let me help him break the devil's hold," he insisted. Aaron's lips curled in a half-smile. "Is that necessary?" Johnny had every chance to free himself. He simply chose not to. Carter huffed. "Maybe he's just too old." "Age doesn't dictate courage," Aaron replied. He revved his engine, the sound echoing in Carter's mind like a promise. "Come on, we move now." Carter slung the Demon Hunter rifle across his back, casting one last look toward the battlefield. Then, steeling himself, he followed Aaron's command and vanished into the gathering shadows. I've met you, fought in this battle by your side, and finally feel I can lay my past to rest, Carter Sheary said, voice low but steady. I've stood in the rain for a century and a half. I know what it's like. That's why I want to hold an umbrella for Johnny Blaze. He's a good man. He doesn't deserve to suffer alone. Aaron studied him for a long moment, brow furrowed. Finally, he nodded. You spent both bottles of holy water. That buys the hunter one more opening. But if you fail, you must fall back at once. Understood? Understood, Carter replied, gratitude shining in his eyes. Then doubt crept in. He cleared his throat. Sir, I've never handled a sniper rifle before. What if I miss? Aaron's expression didn't change. After a heartbeat, he said quietly, Hand me the reins, body and mind. Carter froze, then everything went dark. When his senses returned, he found himself standing on a vast sea of cloud, swirling around a long table set at its center. Over a dozen empty chairs stretched down either side. At the head sat Aaron, calm and expectant, meeting Carter's gaze across the mist. What is this place? This is my spirit world, Aaron replied, rising to his feet. I originally planned to send your consciousness back to your own mental space, but I changed my mind and brought you here instead. Please, pick a seat and take in the view. From now on, this will be our meeting spot, so try not to cause too much of a commotion. With a snap of his fingers, Aaron unfurled a sweeping vision of St. Fangansa floating atop a sea of clouds. Below, Tony and Johnny were locked in brutal combat with the demonized sons of hell, every corner alive with peril. Carter Sheary, meanwhile, stood frozen, eyes empty as if his mind had simply shut down. I'm only going to give him a little push this time, Aaron murmured. Whether he seizes the chance is entirely up to him. In an instant, Aaron's spirit vanished from the ethereal plane and slipped into Carter Sheary's body in the real world. Surveying the worn frame before him, he cocked his head and clicked his tongue. He lifted the gun, known as the witching demon, pulled back its charging handle to open the grenade launcher breech, and raised the scope to his right eye, ready to engage whatever came next. 5 beams of energy, white, cyan, green, red, and yellow, coalesced into points of light at the muzzle of the rifle. They swirled together, forming a black vortex more than alpha meter across, crackling with jagged arcs that danced in midair. The oppressive aura it radiated was enough to hush the battlefield around it. Johnny froze, eyes widening. That can't be. Carter Sheary? Tony Stark's brow shot up. He's alive? Johnny nodded, voice hoarse. And he's wielding that rifle again. Tony's gaze flicked to the holographic display on his gauntlet. Friday, run ID on the weapon. Certainly, sir. The AI's voice chimed as the control panel shifted into an intricate demon hunter motif. Data streams latched onto the weapon's signature. Confirmed, this is the personal sniper rifle of Aaron Gaius. Tony's lips curved into a grim smile. So Gaius is back in the game. He tapped the display. What about the energy signature? There are 5 distinct energy signatures integrated simultaneously, Friday reported. Intensity is off the charts, beyond our current sensors, calibrated range. Preliminary estimates suggest a single shot could level the entire village of St. Fangansa. A heavy silence fell over the 3 warriors. Around them, the echoes of distant gunfire and chaos persisted, but all focus had shifted to the black vortex at Carter Sheary's rifle's barrel and the deadly power it promised. Please remember to back up your bookshelf and reading records promptly. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 1028, Even Thor Can't Be Killed, the second half of the prophecy. What? Tony Stark blinked in disbelief. You're telling me that this gun can level St. Fangansa? Exactly, boss, came the reply. Strictly speaking, it isn't the gun itself, but the shot it fires. Such a strike can only be unleashed once within a short span of time. Aaron's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Stark, get Johnny out of here. Don't let him interfere with my shot. A chill ran down Tony's spine. He knew there was no time to argue. With lightning reflexes, he parried the witch demon's slashes and shoved Johnny toward the edge of the protective barrier. Then everything happened at once. A blinding flare split the sky. The black energy coalescing at the demon hunter's muzzle condensed into a fist-sized orb of pure white light, so bright it turned midday into dawn. Boom! The orb detonated in a thunderous roar, releasing a colossal beam of dark energy. Wind howled in its wake, as though reality itself was tearing apart, and the very air shuddered under its force. Buildings buckled, streets cracked. Wu Xinmo's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the destructive column surge toward him. He could barely believe the sight. An unstoppable wave of shadow and light, hurtling straight at anyone unlucky enough to stand in its path. A split-second warning flashed through Wu Xinmo's mind. Too late. A blinding column of light engulfed him without mercy. Ah! He howled as the torrent of energy cracked his demonic form seam by seam. The inky aura that had clung to him moments before evaporated into nothingness. What power is this? He thought, horror crashing over him. Mortals couldn't hope to wield such a force. Yet even as he refused to believe it, his body erupted violently, shredding into black motes that scattered and then winked out of existence. Boom! The beam tore through Vision's ethereal barrier and punched straight into a mountainside several kilometers off. The explosion flared like a second sun, ripping the darkness of the night sky apart. Across St. Venganza, every lurking evil spirit recoiled in terror and fled into the shadows as if facing its ultimate predator. When the searing light finally died away, Tony Stark, Johnny, and Vision drifted down from the sky. They stood in awed silence before the ruin. Earth scorched into bubbling magma, the distant peak utterly vaporized. Avengers Base. Nick Fury stared at the display, watching an otherworldly haze swirl around the hunter demon's barrel as it discharged its blast. His eyes widened, and he silently bumped Aaron Gaius' threat level up several notches. Crafting enchanted bullets was one thing. Expensive? Sure, and no match for a missile's raw power, but at least it stayed in the realm of the manageable. Forging a nuclear warhead by hand, however, was unthinkable. This had been a straight shot. Change the angle, fire straight down, and you could vaporize an entire town. Fury narrowed his eyes and turned to Wanda. The Scarlet Witch was equally stunned, her expression glowing with both shock and fascination. "Did you realize this weapon could do that?" he asked. Wanda hesitated, recalling the moment. When he first brought out the hunter demon, meticulously tuning it, I thought he was just being careful. I even asked what it was capable of, but his answer was cryptic. And what did he say? A faint, awed smile touched Wanda's lips. He told me its power was unmatched. Even Thor couldn't stand against it. Fury drew in a slow breath, the full weight of her words settling over him like a gathering storm. Tony glanced around the modest quarters. 3 small bedrooms, a simple living room. If Thor saw it, he'd be mortified. Clearing his throat, Tony turned to the others. "So, is this the end of it?" Vision offered a sheepish smile. "Almost, but not quite." Johnny Storm pushed himself up from a battered chair, exhaustion in every movement. "Then my contract with Mephisto, is it fulfilled?" He sounded hoarse. Mephisto had demanded that Johnny destroy the Itch-Heart demon. The demon lay defeated now, but not slain by Johnny's hand. And with Mephisto, there was always a catch. The fallen fiend might still be bound to the devil's will. Before anyone could answer, Aaron led a horse into the room. Slung over the animal's flank was a sleek sniper rifle, its barrel fitted with a grenade launcher. Tony's eyes went wide. "Isn't that yours?" Aaron shook his head confidently. "No, Gaius lent it to me before he departed his house. He said that when you're backed into a corner, this weapon might give you one shot at turning the tables, but it's single use only." Tony fingered the rifle's trigger guard with reverence. "He really thinks it'll work?" Aaron offered a wry smile. "Gaius and I have been friends a long time. He trusts you'll know what to do." It was Tony's first real trial of a demon hunter's armament, and so far, the results had been anything but satisfying. Tony held out his hand, eyes fixed on the strange, rune-etched pistol in Aaron's grip. "Give me the gun, Aaron, and I'll see it returned safely." He paused, weighing his next words. "I'm convinced this alchemical weapon has massive research value. If we can reverse engineer it for the Mark armor, we could upgrade our weapon systems in record time." Aaron took an abrupt step back, his expression tightening. "No," he said firmly. "Dr. Banner made me promise. Once that gun is fired, it has to be secured and delivered directly to him. I intend to keep my word." Tony let out a brittle laugh. "Come on, Aaron. Don't be so formal. We're comrades, men who've bled side by side. I have no interest in hiding it from Banner forever. Look, I'll even cover your pension from now on. No questions asked, if you just let this one slide. Aaron's jaw tightened. I know your reputation, Tony Stark. Before you became Iron Man, you were rumored to be a global arms dealer, and he hesitated, choosing his words. A ruthless capitalist. How can I trust you to hand the gun over once you have it? Where did you hear that nonsense? Tony bristled, a flicker of hurt crossing his features. I admit the arms dealer story was false, but at least I was never the black-hearted tycoon they make me out to be. Aaron's gaze never wavered. Rumors spread fast. I won't risk it. He clutched the pistol tighter, ready to defend its safety before surrendering it to anyone, even Tony Stark. I can't even remember how much I donated to charity, easily in the tens of millions of US dollars. But I haven't seen a single cent, Tony said, eyes glinting with calculation. To make up for it, on top of your pension, I'll arrange a very generous payout. Enough, Johnny snapped, cutting him off. Now is not the time to haggle. Is Wu Shinmo dead or not? No, Aaron replied without hesitation. He's literally the son of hell. As long as Mephisto's realm exists, you can't kill him so easily. Besides, he's bound by the Saint Venganza contract, which makes him exceptionally resilient. Johnny leaned forward. So what's his condition now? Aaron's eyes drifted to the floor. His true demon form was completely obliterated. There's nothing left. He'll need considerable time to recover. As they watched, tiny black motes began to coalesce on the ground. A faint, infernal breath seeped back into the room, far weaker than before, but unmistakably alive. Seize this moment. Use the Eye of Judgment. Aaron pressed a hand to Johnny's shoulder, his voice taut with urgency. There won't be another chance like this. Got it. Johnny squared his shoulders and fixed his gaze on the roiling black mist. Flames flared in the skull's empty eye sockets, as if the skeleton itself quivered with anticipation. If they could burn the witch's heart demon in one strike, all three of them would at last be free. Tony stepped forward, brow arched in disbelief. I still can't believe you're standing here. Hellfire snuffed you out. You were clinically dead, according to Friday's scans. Aaron gave his horse a proud stroke. I had a little trick up my sleeve. I doused the horse with a reserve of hell, fire before the battle began. It carried me through. Now the last of it's gone. I'm just an old man again. Tony shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. You make it sound routine. Truth is, what you've done, fighting the devil and surviving, it's the stuff of legend. Aaron inclined his head modestly. Thank you. I'll take the compliment. A low, mocking laugh rolled out of the fog, and Johnny tightened his grip on the Eye of Judgment. Darkness itself seemed to recoil as he raised the artifact, ready to unleash its power on the corrupted heart demon lurking within the swirling gloom. Dark liquid pooled together, coalescing into the looming shape of the witch demon. Before the creature could finish reforming, Johnny hurled a heavy chain, wrapping it tightly around the demon's midsection. Time for judgment, he said, voice cold and unyielding. No, please don't. Wu Shinmo's voice quavered as he shook his head, terror etched into every word. Even now, as long as hell itself endured, he was effectively immortal. His body might be destroyed, but after a period of slumber he could return to full strength, emerging once again as a hero in some distant age. Only this time, he'd sealed his own fate. He'd broken free of hell with no backup plan, and worse yet, he'd openly confessed his rebellion to Mephisto. Soon enough, he would be dragged back. His stern, ancient father would devise unimaginable punishments, death, then resurrection, then torment anew, over and over. There was no agony greater than an endless cycle of living death. Even worse was the purgatory between life and death, where neither rest nor release could be found. His body trembled at the thought of the horrors to come. Regret welled up within him, but not for daring to rise against hell's tyranny. If he had the chance, he would defy them again, even knowing the price he must pay. No one wants to spend 10,000 years playing prince, least of all under the shadow of a domineering old father. Wu Shinmo seethed with regret. He'd dismissed the Ghost Rider as a sideshow and never suspected that Carter Slay had stashed away such a terrible weapon. If only he'd been more cautious, he might not be on the brink of defeat now. Begging for mercy? Tony, the last loyal retainer of Carter Slay, taunted him, arms folded. A little late for that, don't you think? Mercy? Don't make me laugh, Wu Shinmo snarled. He curled his lip into a sneer. "I'll see you in hell." "Then you'll have to wait for the next life," Tony shot back coldly. Wu Shinmo's eyes flickered with something unrateable. "This planet isn't as safe as you think." He straightened, forcing his gaze onto Johnny Blaze's. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a piercing scream tore through the night air. "Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, I will kill you. Stop, God." Behind Wu Shinmo's eyes, a storm of twisted infernal light roiled. Fiery shapes, sins incarnate, twisted and writhed in his gaze, each one a fragment of some nameless evil. The flames flared higher, searing the very air, and then as suddenly as they appeared, they collapsed inward, consuming themselves in a final, silent flash. Wu Shinmo's body went limp. His eyes rolled back, emptied of color, and he crumpled to the ground. Instantly, the dreadful weight that had pressed down on the village of St. Gonza lifted, leaving an almost holy stillness in its place. Johnny Blaze exhaled, his skeletal hand unclenching. "It's finally over," he said, relief clear in his gravelly voice. He could feel Mephisto's shackles snapping one by one, a victory worth celebrating, yet his limbs felt like lead. "Yeah," Tony exhaled, forcing himself to sit up. This fight had pushed them to the limit. The Witchheart demon wasn't just another villain. He was a monster in the truest sense, brutally strong and almost impossible to kill. Given the choice, Stark thought, he'd much rather tangle with the Hulk or even Thor than face a creature this relentless. Without a way to bind him, ordinary heroes would be nothing more than lambs led to the slaughter. Tony rubbed his temples and managed a crooked grin. "All right, Carter Slay. Let's shift gears and figure out how to get the hunter back to Aaron." Vision's voice cut through the brief moment of relief. "Wait," he said, tone suddenly grave. "We're not out of the woods yet." Tony waved a hand dismissively. "You mean Captain Rogers and the others? Relax. San Van Gonzaga's under complete lockdown. We can revoke Fury's orders and pull them out." Vision shook his head slowly. "No, I'm not talking about Fury. I'm talking about the prophecy. Yes, the Son of Hell has failed to seize the St. Fangansa contract, but that very failure means the worst is yet to come." "But in the second half of the prophecy," Carter Shirey whispered, voice tight with unease, "the gates of hell will open because of him. Demons will spill into our world, and yet heaven itself will appear. But the Witchheart demon is dead. How could the Hell Gate possibly open now?" Aaron's face flickered with concern. In an instant, he drew back the fragment of his consciousness that had been intertwined with Carter's spirit. The hazy glow of the spiritual realm faded, and once more Aaron stood upon the sacred dais. "It's time for you to return," he said simply. Carter blinked, his surroundings solidifying around him. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to piece together the fragments of the prophecy. "What does it all mean, Aaron? How can we stop something that seems impossible?" Aaron paused, the lines at his brow deepening. "I don't have all the answers, only a shadow of a premonition. But I can tell you this, you must leave St. Fangansa immediately. The danger is greater than you know." Regaining full control of his body, Carter offered a rueful grin. "Prophecies aren't always carved in stone," he countered. "If fate is truly fixed, then we've already lost. But I refuse to believe we have no choice." Suddenly, a slow, deliberate applause echoed from the corridor outside. Carter, Aaron, and the two accompanying guards, and Tony, his palm cannon at the ready, turned as one. A man in an impeccably tailored suit and polished shoes strode into the chamber, a calculating smile on his face. "Who are you?" Tony demanded, voice edged with steel as he leveled his weapon. The stranger inclined his head in a courteous bow. "My apologies for the intrusion," he replied, voice smooth as velvet. "I am Lord Damien Locke, envoy of the Celestial Council. I bring both a warning and a plea for your aid, if you'll hear me out." Johnny Blaze couldn't hold back. His flesh burned away in a flash, and the hellish skull of the Ghost Rider emerged. Beside him, Vision's synthetic eyes glowed with determination, while Carter Shirey steadied himself, ready to strike. They all recognized the impossible nature of the figure before them. No mere mortal, perhaps not even human, could have arrived at St. Fangansa at a moment like this. The stranger said nothing. He strode straight into the river of molten lava without so much as a wince, as if it were cool, solid earth. Without hesitation, he plunged a hand deep into the searing flow. After a few tense seconds, he withdrew it, gently cradling something that glinted tarnished gold in the red haze. Found it, he announced, voice rich with amusement. He unfurled a brittle parchment scroll. The parchment was yellowed with age, and the densely inscribed names along its length seemed to waver and fade, as if on the brink of vanishing altogether. St. Fangansa contract, Carter murmured, staring at the scroll in awe. Who are you? The stranger's grin was both charming and terrifying. Me, call me Lucifer, or any other name you prefer. Satan? Carter's voice was barely audible. The man's laugh rang out, chilling and light all at once. I see I'm still something of a celebrity on Earth, he said with a mocking bow. Relax, I bear no ill will toward mortals. Attacking you all on a whim, that would be dreadfully dull. Tony Stark shook his head in disbelief, helmet retracted. This world just keeps getting more ridiculous, he muttered. Ghost Rider's flame in that. G-chain swayed at his side, and Vision's fists tightened. Even the sons of hell would put up a fierce fight, but Satan himself? That was a whole different matter. A tense silence fell over the chamber, as if the archdemon's mere gaze could end their lives. Summoning his courage, one of the party spoke up. What do you want with the Pact of St. Fangansa? It doesn't belong to you. Lucifer smirked, wagging a finger in mock reproach. No, no, no. You still don't understand. Mortal souls bore no interest to me, far too mundane, too uninspired. But these souls are different. This contract binds fallen saints, once devout believers in God who after their fall could only turn to hell, and I, as God's most exalted son, claim the right to their allegiance. Isn't it only natural? Chapter 1029, The Witch's Heart Demon Deceived from Start to Finish, as Lucifer Speaks. Sorry to interrupt, Tony said, feigning casual calm. But shouldn't you have cleared this with Mephisto before swiping all those souls? Lucifer's lips curled into a sinister smile. Mephisto. Oh, Tony Stark, blessed with too much knowledge, you've got it all wrong. Tony folded his arms. Those souls from St. Fangansa? They've already been consumed by hellfire. I'm not here for them, and I don't need Mephisto's permission. If that fellow weren't a dimension lord, he'd have died 10,000 times over. A figure emerged from the shadows, an impeccably dressed gentleman in a tailored black suit, leaning on a skull-topped cane. With a dry chuckle, he tapped the cane's handle against the stone floor. What a touching misunderstanding, the man murmured, lips curling into a thin smile. I am Mephisto. Carter Shire's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. Tony glanced between Lucifer and the newcomer, baffled. Why do devils these days always look like successful businessmen? Lucifer laughed, brushing an invisible speck from his jacket. Because dressing like beasts doesn't fool anyone. If you want to ensnare ignorant souls, you must don the proper disguise. Tony opened his mouth to reply, but no words came. He fell silent, utterly outmatched. Carter Shire settled into the gilded chair, arms splayed on its carved mahogany. A slow, knowing smile curved his lips. Long time no see, my knight. Johnny Blaze's friend, once a ruthless enforcer for hell, brushed a hand through his hair, dismissing the old title. Knight? He scoffed. I shed that name a century and a half ago. Now I'm Carter Shire, respectable businessman with a perfectly clean net worth. Mephisto's eyes glittered like coal. He turned to Johnny Blake, once again the tormented biker man known as Ghost Rider. It matters not, he purred. Congratulations, Johnny. You've honored our bargain. Now it's time for me to reclaim Ghost Rider's power. In return, I'll restore your life, the woman you love, the family you've dreamed of, and you'll be free. Someone else will bear this curse. Johnny's jaw tightened. He rose, fists clenched. No, he said, voice steady. I'll carry this curse, and I'll use it against you. Let one innocent suffer, and I'll appear before you in the name of your father, the spirit of vengeance, fighting fire with fire. Mephisto's smile vanished. His tone dropped to a dangerous whisper. You will regret this. Johnny met the devil's gaze without flinching. You thrive on fear, but you can't live by it. Mephisto's head tilted back as though savoring the defiance. Fear? His laugh, low, silky, and menacing, echoed through the chamber. We'll see about that. Johnny stared between the two fallen lords, disbelief etched across his features. Is that what you think? Neither of you holds much sway in this world, he said gravely, then leveled a finger at Lucifer. And the same goes for you. Mephisto bristled. You're mistaken about him, he growled, glaring at the Prince of Darkness. Lucifer wields the powers of both heaven and hell. Even in the mortal realm, he outmatches the Ghost Rider. When it comes to clashing with celestial or infernal forces, he always holds the advantage. Johnny's jaw dropped. What the hell? Why didn't anyone mention that before? Calm down. I was only kidding. Lucifer leaned back, a slow, unrepentant grin curving his lips. Oh, Mephisto, he purred. I must congratulate you on your talent for choosing allies. Your own son rebels against you, and so do all your underlings. Mephisto's nostrils flared, but he forced himself to remain composed before Lucifer. Rebellion runs in a demon's blood, he snapped. But since you're so eager to point fingers, explain your involvement with my son. Lucifer's eyes danced with amusement. What kind of explanation are you looking for? Mephisto's voice dripped with sarcastic politeness. That would be telling. Lucifer laughed softly, folding his hands behind his head. Your boy has ID, as of his own, ventures he wished to pursue. And as an uncle, I thought it only natural to lend him a hand. After all, isn't that what family does? Did you help him escape from hell? Vision asked, frowning. Escape? Lucifer replied, his lips curling into a gentle smile. I wouldn't call it that. I merely granted a pair of wings to those children chasing their dreams. After all, I was an angel once, and at heart I've never lost my kindness. Mephisto's lip curled in disgust. Kind? That's rich. To the uninitiated, Lucifer might seem gracious and affable, but anyone familiar with him knows his pride, his wariness, his calculating cruelty. If he ever truly caught her, she wouldn't last a moment before he grew bored and snuffed her out for sport. Compared to Mephisto, the so-called First Fallen was the more demonic of the two. Carter Shirey cleared his throat. Well, I admit it's impressive. Not everyone can spook Mephisto. Lucifer's smile widened. At least I keep my dealings above board. Other demons must rely on hidden tricks to claim souls. I, the great Lord of Hell, prefer to play by the rules. Tony squared his shoulders. Then what are you doing here? If you don't mind telling us... Lucifer's expression turned enigmatic. You'll know soon enough. With that, he tore the ineffective St. Fangansa contract clean in two. With a sharp crack, the yellowed parchment shattered into pale golden motes that drifted upward. Evidence for the existence of fallen saints as cornerstone, the text had proclaimed. As the letters scattered, the motes spread across the entire sky above St. Fangansa, gradually coalescing into the intricate lines of a vast magic circle. Mephisto's eyes went wide. This is... He stopped himself, jaw tightening, as realization dawned. Lucifer, you really know how to play. Lucifer offered an exaggerated bow. I'm honored by the compliment. Vision clenched his fists, anxiety plain on his face. What's he doing? If we don't stop him now, the whole world will descend into purgatory. Carter Slay muttered under his breath. The gate of hell. He paused, a new thought crossing his mind. On second thought, this might actually benefit me. Why should I explain that to you? Mephisto barked, his veneer of civility vanishing in an instant. Lucifer tapped his chin, feigning deep thought, then brightened. With a sharp snap of his fingers, 3 orbs of light, one blue, one yellow, and one white, lifted from the ground and hovered before him. The water demon, the earth demon, and the wind demon writhed inside spheres of light, their bodies flickering like candle wicks on the verge of snuffing out. Agonized screams tore through the night air. Ah! Spare us, great king of hell! They cried. Master, it was all Wu Shinmo's doing. He forced us into this. Their tortured howls drifted across the courtyard, sending an icy tingle through the scalps of every onlooker. Lucifer remained impassive. Fallen angels are merely auxiliary materials, he declared coldly. With a simple flick of his finger, the 3 glowing orbs shot upward and merged into the magic circle above, taking their places at its vertices. The instant the spheres integrated, the circle blazed with renewed energy. Brilliant blue filaments of power streamed from each orb, interlacing with the arcane sigils until the magic circle stood 50% complete. Lucifer stood over the witch demon's corpse, his eyes alight with triumph. At last, he breathed, the final ingredient, the pure energy of the hell dimension, concentrated within the hellspawn himself. Mephisto's voice rang out cold and low. Lucifer, he warned, think very carefully before you make this choice. Power like this comes at a terrible price. Any being who seizes control of a dimension risks being consumed by its will, and the darker the realm, the swifter and more complete the corruption. Look at Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. Before he claimed its throne, he was a wise, brilliant sorcerer, his talent on par with that of today's supreme mage. Had he exercised patience and owned his craft, he might have remained merely mortal, if prodigiously powerful, rather than ascending into godhood. But the lure of absolute authority and eternal life proved too strong. Once he bound himself to the dark dimension, his insight eroded and his body warped, until he ceased to be Dormammu and became the dark dimension incarnate. A once promising wizard deliberately crippled himself, feigning mental retardation to mask the depth of his true power. It sounds absurd, almost comical, but his ruse was flawless. No one suspected the threat lurking beneath that vacant expression. Mephisto, by contrast, has always been far more calculating. He sliced off a fragment of his own infernal might to forge Wu Shinmo, the Hellborn Sun, as a living shield, freeing himself to face the dimension's corrosive energies with absolute confidence. Most Hell Lords, twisted by the malevolent influence of their realm, are volatile, unpredictable, mere hot-headed brutes. Mephisto stands apart, clear-headed, cunning, a crane among crows. Yet even he has one glaring weakness, Wu Shinmo. That boy carries a shard of Mephisto's very essence, and in normal circumstances his death would barely stir Mephisto's concern. After all, a soul can always be resurrected in hell without costing its master a single mote of power. But now Lucifer schemes to seize that sliver of infernal energy for himself. For him to dare such a bold maneuver, he must be supremely confident. Otherwise, why else would the most expected figure, the supreme sorcerer, be conspicuously absent, while the least expected one, Lucifer himself, stands before us? The wind demon, the water demon, and the earth demon had all once been angels who sided with Lucifer in his rebellion against heaven. They'd long served as his lieutenants, so their sudden submission to the witch-heart demon was more than surprising. It was unacceptable. In truth, the whole uprising led by the witch-heart demon had been Lucifer's plot from the start. It was galling that this rebel had outsmarted Mephisto and was now gloating over powers he'd stolen. Yet those powers, Mephisto's own essence, had been amassed over countless ages. Why should Lucifer strip them away all at once? "Don't be so stingy," Lucifer said, waving a hand. "I'm merely borrowing a fraction of your strength." "Borrowing?" Mephisto's eyes blazed. "You mean outright robbery." "Spare me your lectures," Lucifer replied with a cold smile. "Let's not forget this entire fiasco began with my eldest son. I only added a spark, or if you like, doused the flames. If you're displeased, you're welcome to rough him up when you return. I promise not to interfere." He turned away, brushing off Mephisto's protests. With a single gesture, the witch-heart demon's body dissolved into writhing black flame, condensing into a pulsing orb in Lucifer's palm. He regarded it with satisfaction, as though it were the final piece in his grand design. "No time for hesitation. Stop him!" Tony Stark snapped, launching 2 crackling energy pulses from his gauntlets. "Don't!" Carter Slay stammered, slamming on the brakes, but it was already too late. The golden blast streaked toward Lucifer, who didn't even flinch. Instead, his eyes flared a deep crimson, and the bolts curved around him as if pulled by invisible strings, streaking past on either side. At that moment, Vision lifted his head. The Mind Stone embedded in his forehead glowed with searing light, and he unleashed a concentrated beam of gold into the center of the arcane circle. Lucifer's lips curled in disgust. "How dare you squander it like this?" With impossible speed, he was at Vision's side. His massive hand came down across Vision's face with crushing force, so deliberate that Vision could see every line in Lucifer's palm, then drove him headfirst into the ground. The impact sent spiderweb cracks across the stone floor. "Tsk, tsk, tsk," Lucifer murmured, his voice dripping with contempt. "You treat the universe's only 6 infinity stones as if they were mere playthings. What a pathetic waste." Or Vision could recover, Lucifer's telekinetic grip buried him beneath a pile of shattered stone, leaving only his head protruding from the rubble. Tony and Carter Slay exchanged a horrified glance, powerless to intervene as Lucifer stood triumphant over the broken hero. "You're the Mind Stone's bearer. If you value your life, you'd do well to keep your nose out of this." Lucifer spoke softly, then turned to Mephisto with a venomous smile. He extended his left hand, and jets of black flame, the very essence of Hell's dimension, erupted from his palm. Mephisto's eyes burned crimson with fury, but he could do nothing as his power drained away. The hellfire coalesced at the center of a newly formed magic circle, its writhing tendrils of darkness snaking out to connect with the floating elemental light spheres. In an instant, the runic sigils flared to life, bathing all of St. Vanganza in an oppressive violet glow, as if the gates of the underworld had swung open. Lucifer watched the scene with quiet satisfaction. "Quite the show, isn't it?" he muttered, then snapped his fingers. At once, the violet radiance collapsed into a single searing point and plunged into the city's heart. Blackness spread across the soil like a tidal wave, swallowing roads, lawns, and stone pavements in its wake. With a thunderous crack, ebony lightning forked through the sky, and a gargantuan vortex of shadow roared upward. Buildings crumbled and melted as though carved from wax. Trees disintegrated into nothingness, dissolving into that bottomless void. St. Vanganza was lost. Tony hauled vision free from the scorched earth, only to freeze at the horror sprawled before him. Even the Chitauri wormhole, or that once-in-a-millennium celestial alignment, felt tame by comparison. Carter Slay exhaled a heavy sigh. "The gates of hell have opened," he said. "The prophecy claimed the witch demon would unleash them, but she was only the key. The one who turned it was Lucifer himself." "Opened?" Johnny's voice cracked. "Where are these gates?" Carter turned to him with a look of pity. "Right beneath our feet. All of St. Vanganza sits atop Hell's exit." A cold dread settled over the group. Johnny's lips trembled as he whispered, "They're coming." "Who's coming?" Tony asked. "With the barrier between worlds shattered," Carter explained wryly, "demons will flood through, hungry for our realm, eager to slaughter indiscriminately. Would you refuse such an invitation if you were them?" Before anyone could answer, the night air erupted in piercing wails and guttural howls. The end had begun. Hordes of hellish creatures erupted from the earth, their hunched forms clawing their way to the surface. Their guttural screams rang out as crimson and emerald eyes glowed with ravenous hunger. The first to pour forth were the lowest-ranking demons, little more than fiendish vermin in the hierarchy of the underworld, long denied the luxury of human souls. At last, with the gates of hell ajar, they had their chance. As soon as they spilled into the mortal realm, they bolted wildly away from St. Vanganza's domain, their legs pumping in frantic flight. They weren't stupid. Only fools would linger near the village, which lay closest to heaven and radiated a palpable sanctity. What frightened them even more was the presence of two of Hell's most formidable princes, Lucifer himself and his ruthless lieutenant, Mephisto. Until their dark masters gave the word, these lowly fiends dared not presume to join the high-stakes hunt for souls. One wrong move, and they risked being discarded like spent tinder. The demons vanished into the night, leaving only distant echoes of their unholy cries, and the uneasy knowledge that the war for mortal souls had begun.